started. Please, there's gotta be something else I can do. Like mow your lawn every week for 2 weeks. I can't do it next week. Homer Simpson. The Simpsons. At first, the game had become my life. And later, life itself had become a game. I'd failed at life. By my 30-plus, I had a wife, a string of one-off freelance gigs, a state-of-the-art computer, a level 110 rogue character in a popular RPG game, and a beer gut. I also wrote books. A book, rather. I hadn't finished it yet. Before, I used to feel flattered whenever someone called me a writer. But over the years, I'd finally forced myself to face the uncomfortable truth. I wasn't a writer at all. The only reason they called me so was because I had no other social tag to describe me by. So, who was I then? A failed, albeit once promising sales rep who'd been fired from a dozen workplaces? Big deal. These days, everyone and their dog called themselves online marketing gurus. Me? I couldn't sell anything. In order to promote a product, I had to believe in it. I just couldn't do it knowing the customer had no more need for it than for a garbage can. I used to sell extra-powerful vacuum cleaners to gullible senior citizens. I'd hawked the latest water filters to big-city geeks who lived on rehydrated foods. I marketed pre-made websites to wannabe startups who mortgaged their homes to open their first businesses. I'd sold online advertisement, packaged tours, weight loss supplements, and vermifuge pills. I couldn't sell jack. I kept losing job after job after job. I also used to run a blog in my spare time, and admittedly during my work hours as well, where I published short stories to entertain whatever meager readership I could garner. That gave me enough ground to consider myself a decent internet marketer. Eventually, I'd even found a job with a company looking for someone to run their online store. Still, my very first meeting with their director had exposed my utter incompetence. He demanded to see their conversion rates, average order value, customer engagement levels, bounce rate, LTV, and all the paraphernalia of stats I'd been supposed to present him with. Apparently, running an online business had more to it than just keeping a witty blog peppered with comments and likes. Did you say trial period? They fired me before it had even run out. Offended to the quick, I decided to finally learn the ropes. I downloaded a whole pile of courses, textbooks, and video tutorials, and even signed up for a few webinars. I lasted exactly a week. For the first 5 days or so, I thoroughly enjoyed my new status. This wasn't going to take long after all. With my enthusiasm and application, I was going to grasp the science of online marketing in no time. I already pictured myself as a popular expert with a customer's list to match, someone who could charge top dollar for their knowledge of the market. I would finally buy myself a house and a decent car. I would take frequent vacations and enjoy all the perks of the 4-hour workweek lifestyle. Although admittedly euphoric, I wasn't in a hurry to actually hit the books. Over the course of those 5 days, my enthusiasm had finally worn thin, leaving me in the same place as before. When finally I forced myself to sit down and actually study, I quickly felt sad and bored. By the end of the second day, I realized I wasn't cut out for this sort of thing. I spent the next year scraping by on my meager blog advertising income and doing occasional freelance jobs. Yana, my wife, still had faith in me and my supposed potential, but her patience was already dwindling. 8 years my junior, she was at an age when all her friends were discussing the best shopping and vacation destinations, while the best she could do was accompany her blogger husband to an occasional closed movie preview. Anyone can lose faith under these circumstances. Then again, take Gabriel Garcia Marquez, for instance. His wife had supported him and their children for many a long year while he technically did nothing but eat, make children, and write 100 Years of Solitude. Had her faith in him worn out? Not that I know of. Now, Yana, she was different. She was younger, and child-free, which was probably why these days her voice rang with sarcasm whenever I mentioned my book. In actual fact, as the months went by, her respect for me seemed to be fading. It showed in lots of little things I'd never paid any attention to at first. And as far as my book was concerned, you see, there had been a moment when I realized that I would turn 30 pretty soon, with nothing to show for it, really. My life was reaching its zenith. Very soon, it would begin its decline. I still remember that moment very well. I awoke after the mother of all parties and decided to write a bestseller. With my talent, nothing could have been easier, I thought. Funnily enough, writing proved rather hard. Either I'd overestimated the extent of my talent, or maybe, just maybe, I hadn't had the said talent to begin with. My brain struggled to produce words which my hands then duly deleted. It had taken me 3 months to write the first page, all the while reporting my excellent writing progress in my blog, according to which I was already working on Chapter 12. My friends kept offering their services as beta readers. Still, I was pretty sure that even if I'd had something to show them, they wouldn't have stuck with it. The fact remained, I had nothing to show them, so I didn't, explaining my decision by my unwillingness to make an unfinished draft public. When finally I'd completed Chapter 3, I couldn't resist the temptation any longer. I uploaded the whole thing to my blog, looking forward to a dose of comments, likes, and other people's opinions. But before doing so, I asked Yana to take a look. She refused. "I want you to finish it first," she said. "Then I'll read it in its entirety. I don't like works in progress, be it a book or a film." Much later, she would read the completed part of the novel anyway. By then, she probably didn't believe I'd ever finish the wretched thing. I didn't post the chapters in my blog, though. Instead, I uploaded them to a popular writer's portal under an assumed name. That night, I went to bed excited. This was similar to how I used to feel as a child the night before going on a fishing trip with Dad, looking forward to a day of happiness, joy, and eventual success. I imagined myself getting up in the morning, taking an unhurried shower, shaving and brushing my teeth, making myself a cup of extra strong coffee, lighting a cigarette, and finally opening the page with my first chapter bursting with the reader's praise and demands to post the rest of the book. I awoke about lunchtime and hurried to open the computer before even brushing my teeth. 2 page reads. No likes. 1 comment. "I couldn't finish this. Sorry. I don't think writing is for you." At that particular moment, I decided I was going to finish the damn thing, even if only to piss that person off. I smoked half a pack of cigarettes, then began working on the next chapter. Only I couldn't. Neither that day nor the next. If the truth were told, I haven't written a single line ever since. It wasn't just because I couldn't think of anything to write about. I simply couldn't concentrate. I was constantly being distracted by social media notifications, chat room messages, our cat Boris. More about her later. The cold draft in the room. Yana. The flies. The boiling kettle. My empty coffee mug. The articles and blog posts I needed to read. Feeling sleepy. My favorite TV series coming on in 5 minutes' time. Feeling hungry. A craving for a cigarette. And the uncomfortable stool, which I then replaced with an equally uncomfortable easy chair I'd gotten on a sale. You name it, it distracted me from writing. And that's not even mentioning the game. That's right, the game with a capital G, because by then it had long become my life. It was in the game that I'd met Yana. It was there that I'd booked the biggest successes of my life. That's not a joke, LOL. I really think so. Our clan had even made it to number 2 in the rankings. We were literally snowed under with new applications. We could have taken our pick of new players, and that was exactly what we did. We didn't accept all and sundry. As the clan leader's deputy, I was responsible for lots of things, which put a considerable strain on my time. We used to offer all sorts of in-game services to loaded players, securing a small trickle of income both for the clan and its leadership. Still, if you converted those amounts to real-world money, it was laughable. Last night, we'd been busy exploring the new updates, which had turned into a non-stop fragfest of wipes and resurrections as we tried to complete the new dungeon. Its boss just didn't want to die. The air in the voice chat was blue with our cussing. We kept wiping time and time again, with no progress to show for it. But still, we stood our ground and kept trying. Not that it helped us a lot. For many of us, this was life. We were your typical hardcore nerd gamers who did all their socializing, living, and achieving in VR. In the game, your every action is immediately measured and rewarded, or not rewarded, as the case may be, with quite tangible payoffs, such as XP points, gold, new achievements, reputation, and quest awards. That makes your relationship with the game world perfectly square and correct. Which was probably why I'd eventually become ambitious and motivated in the game, but not in real life. Which was also why we had to complete the new instance that same night before other clans got wind of it. Only we hadn't. By the time we'd finally called it a day and disbanded, it was already early morning. I'd only just dozed off clutching the unfinished beer when Yana got out of bed. I used to know this guy who liked to point out the difference between the sympathy levels of the early birds and the night owls. The latter seemed to be more tactful with their early riser friends, tucking them in and asking everyone to keep their voices down after 9 p.m. The early birds didn't seem to possess the same finesse of character. They loved nothing more than to drag a peacefully sleeping night owl out of bed before midday. Yana was no exception. "Hey, time to wake up. Breakfast's ready. You've been playing all night again, haven't you?" She turned the TV on, opened the windows, and began rattling with something in the kitchen. "Phil Panfiloff, damn you! Get up now! I'll be late for work." Having breakfast together was one of our rituals. It had started at a time when we'd spent long, sleepless nights together, either playing or making love. When Yana had finally graduated and found a job, our daily schedules had become pretty incompatible. But still, we always had breakfast together. My mind struggled to blank out the annoying, cheerful yapping of a washing powder commercial. I needed to mute the wretched thing before it blew up my brain. Without opening my eyes, I groped for the remote and put the sound down. I staggered toward the bathroom, turned the tap on, scalded myself, swore, turned the cold tap on, splashed some water on my face, brushed my teeth, and looked up in the mirror. A rather worse-for-wear cross between a goblin and an orc, which must have respawned one time too many, stared back at me. I really needed a shave. Maybe. One of these days. We sat down to breakfast, facing each other at our tiny dining table in the corner. I unenthusiastically munched on my omelet. Yana drank her coffee while expertly applying her makeup. I remembered how I'd first met her. I'd been waiting for a raid to begin. Bored, I decided to let my phoenix mount stretch its wings for a while. We were flying over Kalimdor when I heard some low-level priestess begging for help in the local chat. Her name was Helianne. Apparently, she was being hurt by some nasty Tartar ganker. Naturally, I had to stop and teach him a lesson. She added me to her friend list. For a couple more months, I used to help her level up. Eventually, we got talking in the voice chat. That's when we'd found out we lived in the same city. I invited her to join our clan. It was during one of our clan's drunken in-real-life meetups that we'd finally met face to face. "Do you like blondes so much?" Yana's voice broke the silence. What was I supposed to say to that? I did like blondes, true. Still, I also liked girls with dark hair, as well as redheads and brunettes. Back in college, I used to be in love with this girl who dyed her hair blue. Later, she'd shaved her head, but it didn't make me love her less. Yana was a natural brunette, going through a raven black stage. Hair color doesn't really matter to me, I said, nor do other girls. You're the only woman I've been in love with for the last, 4 years. Pretty stilted, I know. Yeah, right. Yana chuckled, apparently not too convinced. Who's that blonde in your book, then? At least you seem to remember how long we've been together. I choked on my ham and cheese sandwich. She was right. The main character in my book indeed fell in love with a blonde girl. But he wasn't me, damn it. I swallowed and cleared my throat. I don't like blondes. The guy in the book does. My main character. She squinted at me. What's so main about him? Her yet unmascaraed eye reminded me of Gotham City Two-Face. She rocked her leg nervously until her fluffy slipper went flying across the room. That's just a habit she had. Nothing, I said. He's just a book character. It's just that the book is written in the first-person POV. I find it easier to write this way. Liar. You think I can't see it? You're blushing. Look at your hand, it's shaking. The reason my hand was shaking was because I'd had too many beers the night before. Still, she had a point. I was lying. Very well, author. She invested all her sarcasm into the word. I must be off now. The heavy trail of her perfume hit me, arousing and sickly sweet. She gave me a peck on the lips and walked out. The front door slammed. I stared at the sandwich in my hand. I wasn't hungry at all. I was sleepy. I laid my head on my arms and studied the meager expanse of our kitchenette. The place reeked of frugal misery. The tiles above the sink were crumbling. The monotonous sound of the dripping tap was killing me. The broken-over door didn't close anymore. The stovetop was caked brown. The low ceiling, rusty gray from all the tobacco smoke, hung gloomily overhead. The sight made me want to walk out onto the crumpled balcony of our one-bedroom apartment, climb its flaking wooden railings, and just sit there, dangling my feet in the air. Then, just push myself off and jump down. I got up, leaving the dirty plates on the kitchen table, and walked out onto the balcony. The bright sunlight hurt my eyes. I squinted and stretched my stiff body, then reached into my pocket for some cigarettes. The pack was empty. I swore and heaved a sigh. I was past caring. Must have been the nicotine withdrawal that did it to me. I leant over the railing and stared at the 8-story drop. A deep puddle of rainwater glistened below, its steely surface reflecting a hasty procession of white, fluffy clouds above. The clouds parted momentarily, releasing a bright beam of sunshine. It blinded me. I felt almost electrocuted. The view swam before my eyes. My vision failed, then came back. Sort of. It was now crowded with lots of little floating specks that looked suspiciously like some kinds of symbols and numbers. I slumped onto a shaky old stool and wiped my eyes, trying to blink the illusion out of them. Enough. Time to go and get some cigarettes and coffee, and once I was back, I really needed to sit down and finish that wretched book. I kept getting this nagging feeling that once that was out of the way, my problems would be over. All I needed to do was finish the damn book. Chapter 2. WTF? We can't stop here. This is Bat Country. Hunter S. Thompson. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I walked gingerly, leaping over the rainwater puddles that lay in my way. My left sneaker was falling apart, but I didn't feel like fixing it. I couldn't afford to have it fixed either. A new pair would have to wait. We had too many bills to pay. The rent, the utilities, the internet. We had groceries to buy. Me? I'd have bought new sneakers first. But luckily, Yana had her hands firmly on our purse strings. Our backyard didn't differ much from the others in our district. A classic Russian disaster of dirt, mud, and chipped curbs. A paraphernalia of mismatched windows and glazed, flaky balconies. Discarded plastic bags caught on tree branches and washing lines. Garbage spilling out of industrial-sized bins. A couple of winters ago, the council had to do some emergency repairs on the burst waterworks, another Russian classic. So they'd bored through the frozen tarmac, fixed the leak, then covered everything with a layer of earth, which now turned into a swamp every time it rained. Nothing to rest one's eye on, really. The first dainty green of the budding trees was the area's only redeeming feature, holding the long-forgotten school-time promise of approaching summer vacations. The dilapidated playground at the center had long become a meeting place for the local drunks. Some of them were my age, their development apparently arrested while still teenagers. Others were youngsters running their errands. They were presided over by Yagoza, a sinewy man of indeterminate age, his skin blue with prison tattoos, wearing shapeless track bottoms and a green Che Guevara t-shirt the size of a tent. He was some sort of a criminal authority around here. Yagoza was smoking a cigarette and sipping beer from a can. They looked bored and down on their luck. Even from where I stood, I could see they were desperate for something stronger than beer. Beer was like water to them. One of them was hanging on the kids' monkey bars, apparently imagining himself a gymnast. Seeing me, he jumped down and rubbed his hands together. "Phil? Hi, man." The others looked up at me, then returned to their beers, disinterested. Not good. I'd had problems with the guy before. Known under the moniker of Alec, he'd once followed me on my way back from the corner shop. At the time, I'd been in a good mood. I just received a nice check from a client, so I'd done some grocery shopping to celebrate. Alec and I got talking. I gave him a beer. Once I got home, I promptly forgot everything about our encounter. He hadn't. From then on, every time he saw me, he tried to give me a bear hug and cadge a smoke or a beer. "Hi, man," I replied unenthusiastically. He walked over to me and shook my hand while lacing his other arm around my shoulders and slapping my back. His hand brushed my jeans' back pockets as if searching me. My vision blurred again. I peered at his face, but it appeared sort of out of focus. "Jesus. You all right?" he asked matter-of-factly, without a trace of compassion. "Not really. Wait a sec." I eased him away and rubbed my eyes, peering hard at him. His face came back into focus. His eyes were framed with the thickest, longest eyelashes I'd ever seen. I'd never noticed them before. He must have been a very pretty child before life had had its way with him. A pockmarked face with oily skin. A broken, lopsided nose. Nicotine-yellow teeth. Greasy hair. And what the hell was that? I peered at him, harder, rubbed my eyes, and peered some more. Alec, startled, and looked around him. "What's up, man? You all right? Tell me, what the No, wait." I raised my hand and ran it above his head. I couldn't feel anything. Still, I could see it. My breath seized. I couldn't take my eyes off a big inscription in clear green letters hovering over his head. Romuald Alec Zukov, age 28. Romuald? His parents had some sick sense of humor. Had my name been Romuald, I'd have probably turned to the bottle too. Is your name Romuald? I asked. He startled again. Excuse me? Your real name. It's Romuald, right? Well, yeah, but... Wait, how do you know? I didn't reply. My thoughts were racing like a herd of wild horses, trampling everything in sight. This wasn't real. Couldn't be. A hungover hallucination, maybe, drinking too much, playing too much, sleeping too little. I focused on the inscription, which obligingly unraveled like a parchment scroll. Romuald Alec Zukov, age 28. Current status, unemployed. Social status level, 4. Unclassified. Unmarried. Criminal record, yes. The last line flashed red. I focused on it, hoping to unravel it as well. Didn't work. Phil! Wake up, man! Hello! The message folded back in, its lone top line still glowing in the air. Sorry, I said. Surprised me, that's all. Romuald is a real rare name, isn't it? He shrugged. Dad's idea. His grandfather was apparently Romuald. Why? Just wondered. Never heard anything like it before. I don't think you have. He agreed with a suspicious ease. Listen, I've got things to do. I'll see you around. Sure. Spare a smoke? I've run out, man. He heaved a sigh, then swung round and began to walk back. Alec, wait! He turned and stuck out a quizzical chin. What now? How old are you? 28? He nodded and walked off. The inscription continued to hover over his head, growing smaller in size as he moved away until it disappeared completely. I didn't risk following him, even though I was dying to find out whether it might work with the others, too. I could kill for a smoke. I crossed the backyard and walked out onto the street. As I headed for the shop, I kept peering at everything in my way. Shop windows, traffic signs, cars, and occasional passers-by. Nothing happened. I'd been working too hard lately, that's all. But what about his name? I couldn't possibly have known that, nor his age. I didn't even know the guy. Still deep in thought, I entered the shop, walked over to the cash register, and offered a handful of loose change to the woman. A pack of Marlboros. The middle-aged saleswoman, a mutton dressed as lamb, was busy talking on her phone, cradling it between her ear and her shoulder. Without interrupting her conversation, she took my money, counted it, fished for some change, and laid it next to the pack on the counter, momentarily locking her gaze with mine. Holy mamma mia! Yes! With a shaking hand, I scooped up the change and the smokes, shoved them in my pocket, and barged out. The moment she'd looked me in the eye, a system message had appeared over her head. Valentina Valya Gashkina, age 38. Back in the street, I cussed. That had been really stupid of me. I walked back in and offered her some more money. Sorry, Valentina, I forgot to buy a lighter. I'll call you back, the woman said into her phone. She peered at me, uncomprehending. Then she visibly relaxed and reached for a lighter off the shelf. She probably decided that I was one of the local drunks who was on first-name terms with all the liquor vendors. As she turned her back to me, I scrolled down the message. Valentina Valya Gashkina, age 38. Current status, salesperson. Social status level, 9. Class, vendor. Level, 3. Widow. Children, Igor, son. Age, 18. Ivan, son. Age, 11. Criminal record, yes. Let's try it again, then. How are things, Valya? How's Igor and little Ivan? At this point, it must have dawned on her. She stared at me, lighter still in hand, apparently trying to remember where she might have met me. Unwilling to admit she couldn't remember someone who seemed to know her, she finally replied, Igor's fine, thanks. He's finishing his second year at uni. Ivan is nothing like him. He doesn't want to study at all. Igor does his best to knock some sense into him, but Ivan just won't listen. He's not been the same since his father died. She fell silent, apparently surprised at her own indiscretion. Heaving a sigh, she handed me the lighter. If you don't mind me asking, how do you know me? We met at some friends once, I mumbled, accepting the lighter, then walked out. I headed for a small boulevard, unwrapping the cigarettes as I walked. I lobbed the crumpled plastic wrapper into a bin and lit up, drawing in a lungful of smoke. What kind of criminal record might she have? Dipping into the till, maybe? I finally reached the first bench and slumped down on it, sprawling my aching legs. I could sense the nicotine coursing through my arteries, reaching my brain. Something flickered in the corner of my eye. As I squinted at it, a message appeared, growing in size. This time, it was about me. Warning. You've received a minor dose of toxins. Your vitality has dropped 0.00018%. Current vitality, 69.31882%. What did they mean, vitality? Was it supposed to be the same as HP? I finished my cigarette, all the while imagining myself losing 0.00003% vitality with every draw. I didn't enjoy it at all. My ingrained gaming habit had warned me against any behavior that could be classified as DOT or a debuff. I kept smoking purely out of principle. Wait a sec. How much life did I actually have? A red bar appeared in the lower left corner of my field of vision. It was 69% full. Excuse me? Where were my remaining 30+% vitality? Had I just lost 30% health just by smoking a cigarette? Or was this supposed to be some kind of cumulative effect? What could I have possibly done to... I knew very well what I'd done. That was all those sleepless nights, junk food, drinking, smoking, not to mention all the environmental problems. A no-brainer, really. This I could understand. What I couldn't understand was, what the fuck was going on? Chapter 3. The First Quest. Who are you and why should I care? Futurama. Careful as I'd been, I must have got a few sneakerfuls of rainwater as I'd walked. No system messages this time. Apparently, I risked no hypothermia-related debuffs, no matter how wet and miserable I felt. My head swam with thoughts. Was I going mad? Could this be a brain tumor? Or some personality disorder? Should I see a doctor? Sucking on my third cigarette, I tried to think of an appropriate clinic. Finally, I gave up, Googled a list of local practitioners, and made an appointment. That felt a bit better. Having said that, how sure was I the world around me was real? Crazy, I know. But what if there was nothing wrong with me? Could it be reality itself that was glitching? The cigarette smoke, the group of drunks hanging around the kids' playground, my own wet feet, and a tiny ant crawling up my arm. Everything around me was screaming its absolute authenticity. But how about Amra and Mahan? Those were two of my favorite lit RPG heroes. Didn't they feel the same when they'd found themselves transported? One to the boundless realm, the other to Barleona? At first, neither of them had even realized they were in VR. So real was everything around them. So my idea made sense, really. I could, in fact, have been abducted by aliens, or some mysterious, powerful corporation, as the case might be, who must have placed my waning body into a VR capsule and sent me here. Why? No idea. I'd never considered myself special, even when I'd been elected class monitor back in grade school. Still, I could try and test it, couldn't I? I'd played enough games in my lifetime to be able to tell fact from fiction. With my right hand, I reached into my pocket for the lighter while holding my left hand in front of me. I placed the lighter under my hand and clicked it a couple of times, casting fire. I lasted only a few seconds. I'd never been one of those masochistic types capable of self-mortification. Ouch! That hurt. A system message appeared out of nowhere, then faded, just like some 3D movie picture. Damage taken. 1. Fire. I blew on my scorched hand. Pain was a perfect proof of this world's reality. So was my burned skin. But the system message, it glaringly contradicted both. Also, what was it supposed to mean? Damage taken. 1. 1 of what? How much HP did I have? Where could I see my stats? What skills did I have? What was my social status? Was it the same as a player's level? And how was I supposed to earn XP here? I rolled my eyes this way and that, searching for an interface, but found none. I couldn't see any icons, buttons, or status bar. The health bar was the only thing still hovering in view. I blinked. The health bar slid up and disappeared. Wait a sec. I blinked again. Immediately, the bar was back, as large as life and twice as ugly, sporting the number 69.31792%. Aha. I focused on the number. Nothing happened. I blinked again. Same result. The number annoyed me. If only I could see the actual amount of my vitality points. The figure promptly disappeared, replaced by a new stat. 6,238 of 9,000. What, just like that? All I had to do was think about it? Never mind. I really needed to look into all of this. Skills, stats, that sort of thing. But first, I needed to work out all those nasty debuffs I apparently had. How was I supposed to bring my life back to the required 9,000? Then again, that too could wait. Life, XP, all that sort of stuff. First, I needed to determine whether this was real life or not. The moment I thought this, a shadow lay on the tarmac by my feet. "Excuse me?" I looked up. An old man in funny-looking clothes and a fedora hat stood before me, staring down at the ground. My good manners got the better of me. I jumped to my feet. "How can I help you? Would you like to sit down?" As I spoke, I looked over the boulevard. There were plenty of empty benches around, as most people were still at work. "Thank you," the old man uttered in a weak, lispy voice. "That's very kind of you. The reason I would like to speak to you is this. I have trouble walking. Still, I'm supposed to do some walking every day, so I come to this boulevard and I keep trotting up and down the lanes, up and down. Then I'm forced to sit down and read a paper, because reading fresh newspapers is very beneficial." He had a very funny, stilted way of speaking, almost like a book character. I kept nodding my understanding, all the while trying to meet his gaze, but he kept averting it, staring at the ground at my feet. He was wearing light summer loafers, a shabby business jacket patched at the elbows, and an enormous pair of baggy jeans reaching to his armpits and secured by a belt with a shiny steel buckle saying Jamiroquai, of all things. which looked suspiciously like an Easter egg courtesy of the mysterious designers of this snazzy NPC character. I suppressed a giggle. The old gentleman stopped and looked me right in the eye in surprise. Mr. Samuel the Rat Panikoff, age 83. Rolling on the floor, laughing out loud. The rat? I peered closely at him, triggering another dose of information. Current status, retired. Social status level, 27. Class, office worker, level 8. Widower. Children, Natalia, daughter. Age, 54. Grandchildren, Max, grandson. Age, 31. Criminal record. Yes. Mr. Panikoff, if you don't mind me asking. The old man averted his gaze and lisped, You're lucky this isn't the year 1936, young man. At the time when strange young men addressed you by name on the street, it could only mean one thing, which promised nothing good. I was only a small child at the time, of course, but I heard my fair share of all those covert arrest stories. I, in my turn, apologize. I can't return your courtesy. I'm absolutely sure I don't know you. I may be old, but I have an excellent memory for both names and faces. Definitely a bot. They had absolute memory, didn't they? Then again, an NPC would have never expressed surprise at my addressing him by name, but this one had. In fact, he appeared clearly uncomfortable. Mind if I take a seat? He asked. I'm Philip, I muttered. But you can call me Phil. Very well, Phil. The old gentleman sat down, removed his hat, and smoothed out his thinning hair. So, how do you know me? Wait a sec. I had the honor of teaching a course in Marxism in, when was it now? 1960. Please, sir, I interrupted him, you really don't know me. It's just that I met Max. He's your grandson, isn't he? His mother Natalia told me a lot about you. I have a lot of respect for you and your achievements. I meant it. Compared to the alcoholic Alec with his measly level 4 and the presumably thieving saleswoman with her level 9, the old man was level 27. How awesome was that? He must have done some quality leveling in his lifetime. I'd have loved to have known my own level, too. But how was I supposed to do that? The old man visibly relaxed, apparently happy with my explanation. Oh, that's nothing. I served my country, that's all. We all did at the time. Not like the young people of today, who'd love nothing better than to go and live abroad. My Max, too, thinks of emigrating. And when I was his age... I agree entirely. I shuffled my feet on the tarmac, lighting up a new cigarette. I needed to use the bathroom really badly. I'm terribly sorry, but I think I need to go now. Of course, Phil. Absolutely. He faltered, undecided, then continued. The reason I approach you is because I have trouble walking. Still, I'm supposed to do some walking every day. So I come to this boulevard and I keep trotting up and down the lanes, up and down. Damn it. He was an NPC after all. Even chatbots had more natural speech patterns. I needed to check it. Excuse me, sir. I interrupted him. I knew it wasn't polite, but if this was VR, politeness would have to wait. I needed to work this out. Who was president of the Soviet Union in 1941? He shook his head so hard that I was worried his scrawny neck might snap. There was no president in 1941 in the USSR. The person who was in control of the country was Comrade Joseph Stalin, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Definitely a bot, and a very primitive one at that. Any other questions I could ask him? I didn't have the time to conduct a proper Turing test, so I decided to ad-lib. Mind if I ask you something else?
I'm not in a hurry, my dear Phil.
Is it brandy or vodka?
Water. And before that, I only used to drink the best brandy I could get.
Arsenal or Real Madrid?
What nonsense! The best soccer team this side of the Atlantic is Zenith, the finest club in Leningrad, or, as you call it these days, St. Petersburg.
He enunciated the city's name clearly, then burst into a happy, childish laughter. Bingo, I muttered. He was real. No NPC was capable of such a quirky train of thought. The old man stared at me.
Pardon me?
I beamed back at him. This world was real, after all. Even more, I seemed to be the only one here in possession of a rare and useful ability. I really should help him. It's all right. I'm sorry I kept interrupting you. What was it you wanted me to do?
Just as I said, I have trouble walking. Still, I'm supposed to do some walking every day. So I come to this boulevard, and I keep trotting up and down the lanes, up and down.
What was that now? He said this twice already. He was repeating the same lines over and over again, just like a stuck record. Or a glitchy script.
Sorry, I'm rambling.
He suddenly stopped himself.
I think I told you that already. To cut a long story short, sometimes I get tired, so I'm forced to sit down and read a paper, because reading fresh newspapers is very beneficial for one's mind. Without them, I'd feel dead. What kind of life do you expect an old man like me to have? I read newspapers in order to stay on top of what's going on in the world. I find sports events especially fascinating. Unfortunately, today, of all days, I forgot to buy the latest issue of Sports Express, which I always do on my way here. Which also means that I can only buy it on my way back home, because I don't think I'll be able to walk all the way to the newspaper stand and back here again, which means
that you don't have anything to read right now.
You're quite insightful. So I'd really appreciate it if you could get me the latest issue of Sports Express. I'll pay you back, of course.
Immediately, a large system message blasted into my field of view, blocking out half the scene. A quest. Sport brings the world together. Mr. Samuel Panikoff, retired, is asking you to get him the latest issue of Sports Express so he could enjoy it during his solitary walk. Time required, 30 minutes. Rewards, XP, 10 points. Reputation with Mr. Panikoff, 5 points. Current reputation, indifference, 0 of 30. How was I supposed to accept it? Where was the wretched button? I looked all around the message, but saw nothing. So I just said, "No problem, sir. I'll get it for you. You stay here."
"I'm not going anywhere,"
he replied with a mysterious smile. The message faded away. Quest accepted. A voice clicked in my head. An exclamation mark began flashing somewhere in the periphery of my view. I focused on it. A quest list opened, containing only one quest, the one I just accepted. I saluted the old man, turned round, and hurried to get him his paper. For the first time in years, I felt in my element, in the real world. Chapter 4. The Alliance and its Great Victory.
I may have something for you.
Warcraft 3. I skipped and hopped all the way to the newsstand. What was the name of that game where I'd learned to move that way? Hopping and skipping made it harder for your enemy to sight in on you. That had been followed by Morrowind, where you could level acrobatics, so that finally I'd gotten into the habit of hopping, leaping, and skipping everywhere I went in VR. And seeing as this was a game for me now, I could adopt this manner of walking in real life. Why not? Provided this was in real life, of course. Provided I hadn't lost my marbles. I popped into a fast food joint on my way, used their restroom, received plus 2% to satisfaction, then continued on my quest. As I trotted along, threading my way past billboards and the preoccupied passers-by crowding the sidewalk, I kept thinking. I could get 10 points XP for completing this quest, which meant that in theory, I could level up too. I still couldn't work out the correlation between real-world levels and statuses. Mr. Panikoff, this old-age pensioner, was much more advanced than the unemployed Alec. But by the same token, Alec was physically much stronger than the old man. Then again, I could be wrong, and the social status could have nothing to do with the character's levels. Did I just say characters? Sorry, I meant human beings. Of course. Halfway to the newsstand, reality dealt me a cruel and unexpected blow. I got out of breath. Gasping, I pressed on, hoping to eventually level up both stamina and athletics. After 2 more minutes of a forced trot, my head began to ring. My teeth started aching. I had a burning sensation in my legs. I panted, struggling to catch my breath, but unable to get enough air down my lungs. This was madness. What the hell was I doing? Why did I have to run? This was real life, for Christ's sakes. What was I talking about? There were no quests nor levels here. I was losing it. I stopped, my lungs erupting in a bout of sickening, viscous coughing. I leaned over a trash can. As I spat into it, my gaze alighted on its unsavory contents. I retched, leaving my entire breakfast, omelette, sandwich, and all, in the can. I glared furiously at a new system message which appeared before my eyes. Apparently, my vigor had dropped to 0, and I needed to get some rest. The message was too appropriate to be a coincidence, too well-timed to be a mere hallucination. Damn it. Ignoring all doubt, my mind gladly embraced the familiar world of gaming stats and characteristics. My stamina numbers must have been truly laughable, probably worse than those of my new friend Mr. Panikoff. I might need to level up a bit. But how? Should I go jogging in the mornings? Oh no, anything but that. I might just concentrate on leveling intellect. Having caught my breath and spat out the remains of my breakfast, I lit up a cigarette. Another system message promptly informed me of a toxic debuff I just received, illustrated by the slowly growing damage counter. I didn't care. I just needed to get rid of that sickening taste in my mouth. I continued on my way, walking unhurriedly this time. As soon as I'd bought the newspaper, a new message loomed into view about my receiving the quest item. I looked all through the paper, but found nothing special about it. It was a good job he'd only asked me to get him 1, and not a dozen, like NPC quest givers usually do. I smirked as I thought about it. Mr. Panikoff would like you to bring him 10 wisdom teeth from the local street thugs. Now that would be a quest. I thanked the level 5 newsstand vendor, Mrs. Zinaida Nikolaeva, age 60, and returned to my old gentleman. Mr. Panikoff was still there. He was sitting in the same pose as I'd left him, offering his squinting eyes to the sun and humming something. A small flock of cooing pigeons bustled nearby. Mr. Panikoff. Ah, Phil, my friend. The old man accepted the paper, brought it to his face, and drew in a deep breath. Shifting my feet, I patiently waited for the quest to close. I love the smell of fresh newspapers, the old man explained. There's something enchanting about it. Here's your money. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your help. He offered me the handful of small change he must have prepared as he'd waited for me. I accepted the money and waited for the quest message. Nothing happened. I looked at the money in my hand, then at the old man with the paper. Nothing. He opened the paper. Holy Jesus!
I just can't believe it. Manchester City is full of surprises.
Why? What have they done? I asked mechanically. The absence of the quest message worried me a little. Could this be a glitch? I focused on the exclamation mark, which obligingly opened, offering me an empty drop-down menu. What was that now? The quest had been closed, hadn't it? In which case, where were my XP points? Where was my hard-earned reputation?
What have they done? He repeated. They've just become English champions. That's what they've done. That's exactly what I said to Valiadis the other day. I told him Man City was a power to be reckoned with. Guardiola is a real brain, a tough cookie. I wouldn't trifle with him. He's commanding this parade.
He pried himself away from his paper and cast me an expectant look. That triggered his name tag back into view, hovering over his head. Yes. Mr. Samuel the Rat Panikoff, age 83, current status, retired, social status level, 27, class, office worker, level 8, widower. Children, Natalia, daughter, age 54. Grandchildren, Max, grandson, age 31. Criminal record, yes. Reputation, indifference, 5 of 30.
It worked.
Our glorious alliance had won another great battle. If I'd received rep points, it meant I must have the XP, too, stashed away somewhere. I really needed to find it and work out how to monitor it somehow. I nodded to the man. Absolutely, sir.
Actually, my friend.
The old man's voice grew stronger. He didn't lisp anymore.
I suggest you remember the name.
Valiadis. He's a real brain. One day, you might be happy you did. I nodded again, not quite understanding what he was going on about. A new message, which I hadn't noticed before, had become clearer in my mind's view. Your reputation with Mr. Samuel Rat Panikoff has improved. Current reputation, indifference, 5 of 30. Aha! It looked like this gaming system followed the usual rules, which meant that someone's attitude to me could be calibrated on a scale from hatred to adoration. In this particular case, once I earned 30 rep points, my relationship with Panikoff would change from indifference to amicability, followed by respect, reverence, and adoration. Each of those would have their own scales from 0 to whatever points were necessary to make the next level. The higher the reputation, the more points I'd need to earn in order to move on to the next one. And if, by some chance, my reputation with Panikoff somehow dropped below 0, it would turn negative, from dislike to animosity to hatred. Having said that, the gaming scale missed such real-world notions as love and friendship. Did they have calibrated bars of their own, too? Very well. Provided this wasn't a hallucination born of my overwrought brain, I might have plenty of time to find that out. I wanted to say goodbye to the old man, but he was deaf to the world around him, consumed by the latest sports news. Never mind. I said goodbye to him anyway, then hurried back home. I should have asked him about his moniker, really. The Rat. A prison nickname? Why not? He'd very possibly served time during Stalin's post-war purges. Once back home, I peeled off my soaked sneakers, the socks, and even the pants, which were wet to the knee. I shoved the clothes into the washing machine and set the sneakers out onto the balcony to dry in the sun. There, I slumped onto a wobbly stool and lit another cigarette. I had this tendency to chain smoke whenever I felt nervous or excited. That always made me feel totally sick the day after, giving me a strong incentive to quit smoking, which might even last a couple of days. Then, once my body got rid of all the nasty substances I'd inhaled the day before, the urge would inevitably come back. I took a good tug on my cigarette, staring at my sneakers. If this were indeed a game, what kind of stats would my sneakers have? It would probably go like this. A scandalous pair of shabby sneakers of misfortune. -9 to attractiveness. -6 to agility. Durability. 3 of 60. How stupid was that? Spending 10 to 12 hours in the game just to upgrade a piece of virtual gear while having no desire to replace a very physical pair of shoes in real life. I yawned. It was almost midday already. I really should clean the place and cook dinner by the time Yana came back from work. Then I could rejoin the raid and finally complete the dungeon with a clear conscience. I put out the cigarette, set the alarm clock to 4 p.m., and went to bed. As I was falling asleep, I realized I wasn't that interested in the raid after all. I wasn't in the mood for playing for some reason. I seemed to be developing Munchkin tendencies in real life. When the alarm awoke me, I was bathed in sweat. My whole body was aching. The taste in my mouth reminded me of a latrine in Orgrimmar. Boris the cat was pawing my chest, reminding me of her mealtime. I'd found Boris on the street during the era when the world's top guilds were only beginning to tackle Illidan. I hadn't even looked at her, properly. At the time, it was just a soggy ball of red hair. I'd brought it home, rolled it out on the kitchen floor, and offered it a saucerful of milk. The kitten immediately stuck his head in it. While he was feeding, I'd come up with a name for him. Boris. After some time, a friend of mine kindly informed me that my Boris wasn't a Boris at all. "Hey, it's a she," he announced. I still have no idea why he'd had to check its rear end. Did he have a cat fetish? After all, what difference could a cat's gender possibly make? God, was I wrong. The next spring, our Boris had gone mad. She screamed in a nasty, screechy voice, demanding a partner, while moving around the apartment with her backside stuck high in the air. I'd have to have her fixed ASAP. And once I'd met Yana, the ultimate dog person, Boris' life took a steep turn for the worse, because Yana had a chihuahua. His name was Boy. Boy took an instant dislike to Boris, and the feeling was more than mutual. For a long time, Yana had been trying to talk me into getting rid of Boris. If you listened to her, cats were useless creatures. They shed, they cost you money and food and litter filler, and they didn't even bother to catch mice these days, meaning they had no place in the house. When, in response, I dared question Boy's potentially useful qualities, pointing out that in this day and age it was pretty unusual to expect pets to earn their keep, Yana really took offense. That had been one of our first big arguments. The problem had sorted itself out naturally. One day we went out, leaving both animals at home. Boris' litter box was on the balcony, so we left the balcony door open. No idea how it happened, but somehow the little chihuahua managed to kill himself by falling to his death from our 8th floor. We found his broken body on the ground under the balcony. Yana was heartbroken. I borrowed a toy shovel from some kids next door and buried Boy on an empty lot behind the row of communal garages. Since then, Yana hated Boris with abandon, refusing to do anything for her. Feeding and cleaning up after her was entirely my responsibility. The cat must have noticed I was awake. She meowed, demanding attention. I climbed out of bed and stretched. My joints screeched their protest. Every muscle in my body hurt after my morning paper run. The memory of the weird morning kicked back in. I struggled, unable to tell reality from the dream I just had. I picked up Boris and stared hard into her feline eyes. Yes. Boris, a female cat, age 9, current status, pet. Owner, Philip Panfilov. Wait a second. What about her level? And social status? That didn't make sense. I tried to focus harder, expecting the message to unravel. But Boris struggled free from my grip, gave a hearty shake, and began grooming herself, casting offended glances in my direction. Finally, something must have clicked in the mysterious game system, adding another line to my pet's stats. Relationship. Adoration. 10 of 10.
Adoration? No way!
My lips stretched in a happy grin. I jumped off the bed.
Boris, I love you too.
It hadn't been a dream after all. My reputation with Boris was all maxed out. How awesome was that? I turned the TV on and switched it to a music channel, then picked up Boris and waltzed my way into the kitchen. I measured out a generous helping of her dinner and went into the bathroom to make myself presentable. This wasn't a game, Mr. Panfiloff. People actually washed here. I took a shower, brushed my teeth, had a shave, wiped myself dry, put some clean underwear on, then walked back into the kitchen. I opened the fridge and studied its contents. I needed to decide what to make for dinner. We still had one raw chicken drumstick left, a few potatoes, and a bunch of other veg. I might make some chicken soup. That way, there'd be some left for tomorrow as well. Time to do some shopping, really. I put the chicken in a pot, added some water, and set it on the stove just as the kettle began to boil. I spooned a generous dose of instant coffee into a mug, added some sugar, stirred it, then walked out onto the balcony. By then, Boris had finished her dinner and decided to keep me company. I drank my coffee, smoking and thinking. The familiar system message informed me of the nicotine damage received. Still, my vitality numbers seemed to have improved somewhat. It must have had something to do with getting a bit more sleep, and the fact that my body must have gotten rid of some of the last day's alcohol. And still my vitality bar wasn't full, but hovering at 73%. What was happening to me? Why? I really needed to find out what was going on. I had to work this crazy system out. I came up with several theories, but none seemed convincing enough. Undecided, I spent some time experimenting, trying to locate my own stats. That would have given me some starting point. Finally, I noticed a tiny little icon, almost out of view, in the top right corner of my field of vision. Risking to dislocate my eyeballs, I somehow reached for it, locking it with my screwed gaze. It worked. Another icon appeared promptly next to it. The first one seemed to list my buffs, or debuffs, rather. It depicted a large red letter N, enveloped in clouds of smoke. A countdown above the first icon kept clocking down the seconds. 1:16:31, 1:16:30, 1:16:29. A prompt hovered into view. Nicotine saturation. Your body is saturated with nicotine. Your metabolism is accelerated 15%. Warning: your blood contains high levels of carbon monoxide. +3 to satisfaction, +2% to vigor, -1 to stamina, -1 to intellect, -1 to perception. The second icon depicted a black letter C. It reported a caffeine buff received. It offered +2 to satisfaction and +10 to metabolism while slightly improving vigor, focus, and reaction times. The problem was, I had nothing to compare those numbers with. How much stamina did I have in total? Because if it was 100, then -1 point wasn't a big deal, but if it was 10, then my smoking habit did a lot of damage to my stats. I returned to the kitchen deep in thought and began peeling some potatoes while the chicken was still cooking. I must have been mad all those years. Who in their sane mind would deliberately inflict a permanent debuff on themselves? Because that's what I was doing with all that smoking. I peeled the potatoes, finished my coffee, and began cleaning the place. It would probably be better not to tell Yana anything. At least for the time being. Chapter 5. Signs of life. Life always bursts the boundaries of formulas. Defeat may prove to have been the only path to resurrection, despite its ugliness. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, Flight to Arras. I still had some time before Yana came home. The soup had been made. I cleaned the place, taken out the trash, and started a load of washing. House chores out of the way, I could finally do some work. Provided I had some. A housemaker earning a pittance and sponging off a wife 8 years his junior. It felt uncomfortable. It wasn't as if it had never bothered me before, but before, I'd somehow managed to suppress the voice of my conscience. I was an artist, a writer. Our clan was number 2 on the server. And even if you did compare my and Yana's earnings, you'd see that I'd always managed to earn slightly more than she did. Not much, but still. For some reason, today it failed to reassure me. What was I like? Threadbare jeans, faded t-shirts, my only pair of sneakers falling apart? How was Yana supposed to feel, having chosen to spend the best years of her life with me? I sat down to check my computer. My game client was bursting with messages from my clanmates. Still, I had more important things to do. I checked my inbox, silently praying for new job offers. I scrolled through 100+ letters which had accumulated over the last 2 days, deleting any potential spam without reading. Nothing I could use. Shame. That was weird. Only a few hours ago, the absence of job offers would have been good news. It meant I could log back into the game with a clear conscience. And now, I felt disappointed for some reason. I decided to check a few freelance websites for any private messages. Nothing. No one seemed to be tempted by my wide range of services, including the writing of concise and eloquent website articles, press releases, speeches, reports, and promotional materials. Might they have been put off by my rather high rates? I chuckled. I was an idiot, really. I used to justify my rates by the fact that I was an accomplished author. Not a college student, but someone with a life's wealth of experience behind him. While, in fact, I'd simply been unwilling to do the work, too wary of putting in the actual effort, because accepting a job would mean I might have to work hard, writing, rewriting, and editing my hard-gained words time and time again. Which was admittedly boring. Also, I had the game to play. Still, today I somehow wished I hadn't. I picked up my cell phone and scrolled through the contacts. One of those people just might have an assignment for me to do. I finally dialed Ivan. He worked in an advertising company, which sometimes hired me to write a blog post or something. Faking cheerfulness, I asked him if he had anything for me by any chance. "I don't think so," he replied unenthusiastically. "We don't have any clients ourselves at the moment. Wretched recession. We'll keep you posted. Thanks for staying in touch." Sure. In recession times, everyone had to cut corners, and the likes of me were the first to get the boot. The air in the room was still rife with my badly digested ambitions, which had appeared so alluring 10 years ago. By now, though, they'd almost completed their full circle through my rich psyche, and were about to reveal themselves to the world as a perfect pile of complete garbage. And Yana would be the first to witness its arrival. I'd scrolled through the entire contacts list without calling anyone. I simply hadn't dared. I was too scared of more rejections. Also, I hated making other people feel uncomfortable by having to say no to me. I spent the next hour updating my job profiles. I chose some of my best work and uploaded it to my portfolios, making sure it looked attractive. The only things I now mentioned in my profile were experience and my ability to work under pressure to meet urgent deadlines. You get this sort of skill by doing hardcore raids. That got me thinking. Freelancing was all well and good, but should I be thinking of getting a regular job, maybe? I could try living a normal life for a change. Waking up at the same time as Yana, having breakfast together, then leaving the house, driving to work in some office or other, then heading back home in the evening with a clear conscience. A regular paycheck might help me get back on my feet and earn some self-respect. I might even become friends with my workmates. So, basically, why not? I rummaged through a junk heap of ancient files until I unearthed my old CV. I updated it a bit, adding a new mugshot and a fresh portfolio. Then Googled an employment website and signed up. I could give the game a miss for a while. Raids could wait. Real-life leveling was admittedly fun. With that out of the way, I walked out onto the balcony and lit another cigarette, habitually closing a new debuff message. My lips stretched in a smile. I was more than pleased with myself and my decision. The setting sun had colored the horizon purple. The yard below echoed with children's voices and the booming sounds of a 1992 disco hit from someone's window. A flock of pigeons fussed below. The sound of breaking glass and Yagoza's furious cussing disrupted the bucolic atmosphere. One of his subordinates had just dropped a bag full of booze on the tarmac. I heard the key turn in the door. Yana was back. I put out the unfinished cigarette and went back in to greet her. She walked through the front door loaded down with shopping bags. She must have done the shopping on her way home from work. How embarrassing. I took the bags from her and gave her a hearty kiss. She answered it unenthusiastically. "Hi," I said. "Hi there. What's up? What's with the shaving? Why aren't you—" She cut herself short. I knew what she meant. Normally, whenever she came home, I was either asleep or sitting behind my computer wearing a pair of headphones. I shrugged. It's just that I missed you. I took the bags into the kitchen and began putting the shopping away. I couldn't stop thinking of what I'd just read on the name tag hovering above her head. Yanina, Yana, Orlova. Age 24. Current status, lawyer. Current status level, 8. Class, office worker, level 3. Married. Husband, Philip Panfilov. Children, none. Reputation, amicability, 5 of 60. Only amicability? And only 5 points? Never mind. This weird game system probably didn't even list love on its reputation scale, but still. Engrossed in these thoughts, I began laying the table. How funny. Yana was the first person today who didn't seem to have a criminal record. She'd already changed out of her office clothes and slumped onto the kitchen stool. How was your day, then? Fine. I've cleaned the house, spent some time looking for a proper job, and uploaded my CV to headhunter.com. Poor you! You've cleaned the house and uploaded your CV. You must be exhausted. I stared at a new system message. I just didn't understand it. Your reputation with Yanina, Yana, Orlova has decreased. Current reputation, dislike, 25 of 30. I seem to have been right. This was a standard gaming reputation system, but at the moment I couldn't care less. Dislike why? What had I done? I felt a surge of blood flush my face. My ears burned. I gulped, trying to take it all in, then looked up at her. Yana's unfriendly stare was boring a hole in me. There was no love in her eyes. I spoke slowly, weighing every word and trying to sound calm. I know how you must feel. I'm sorry. You work hard while I stay home sleeping, then spend nights playing. You have to lug all that shopping around. I know. I've made up my mind. No more playing. No more raids. I'm getting a proper job. You don't mean it, she exclaimed, faking amazement. Just about goddamn time. I'm serious. I've also dropped my freelance rates today. That way I might get more job offers while I'm looking for work. You're full of surprises, you. Did you also write your book? No, I didn't. I didn't have the time. Actually, it's possible I might not. I faltered, but strangely enough, I felt relieved. For the first time in my life, I'd spoken my mind instead of just offering excuses. Yana raised an eyebrow. Anything happen? Oh, yes, it most definitely had. Still, I wasn't going to tell her. She wouldn't believe me. She'd just think she'd been living with a nutcase all these years. Everything's fine, I said. Tuck in. She chuckled. We ate in silence, each thinking our own thoughts. No idea what she was contemplating. Me, I was pondering over the fact that I'd just received a numerical confirmation of Yana's alienation, which she'd expressed on a few occasions before. After dinner, she retired to our bedroom while I did the dishes and had another smoke break. Then I joined her and sat on the bed next to her. We really needed to talk. We needed to get this out of our respective systems. She was lying in bed as if I wasn't even there, listening to the music in her earphones and scrolling through her Instagram feed. I peered at the message hovering over her head. Yanina Yana Orlova, age 24, reputation, dislike, 25 of 30. Then a new message popped up. Your relationship with Yanina Yana Orlova has decreased. Current reputation, dislike, 20 of 30. I reached out to touch her, wishing to say something. A new message appeared above the first one. Your relationship with Yanina Yana Orlova has decreased. Current reputation, dislike, 15 of 30. I sprang off the bed and shot out of the room before my own wife aggroed me. She couldn't even bear being next to me. For the next couple of hours, I circled the rest of the apartment like a caged animal, smoking, drinking coffee, then smoking some more, then making more coffee, occasionally trying to Google instances of spontaneous virtual reality disorders, which I apparently had, or scrolling through pages of marital advice. Should I go on that raid? Or make an appointment with a doctor? I logged into the game, but kept checking my email every couple of minutes, hoping for new job offers. Basically, I was just going mad. My brain was in overload. I was losing Yana. My PM box was bursting with messages. I could understand my clanmates. The raid had already started. They could see I was logged in, but still I wouldn't join them. My avatar was standing frozen like an idiot in the middle of the game's capital city. I didn't notice Yana walk out of the bedroom, standing behind my back and watching me sitting at my computer, staring at the game interface. I did notice the new system message, though. Your relationship with Yanina Yana Orlova has decreased. Current reputation, animosity, 20 of 30. Didn't you just say, no more playing? She asked behind my back. No more raids. Yeah, right. You're a jerk, that's what you are. I think I've had enough. I didn't turn. Pointless. When your relationship dropped to animosity, it meant no one would even talk to you. It could only make matters worse. She slammed the bedroom door. I sat there, listening to her pack her stuff and talk to someone on the phone. Her voice sounded so sweet, flirty even, and ringing with happiness. You wouldn't think it was the same person who just hissed and vented her fury at me. I put on my shabby sneakers of misfortune, scooped up my cell phone, the cigarettes, the lighter, the wallet and the apartment keys, dumped it all into a backpack, and walked out of the house as I was, in a pair of shorts and a faded t-shirt. -1 to charisma, durability, 2 out of 20. For some reason, I headed for the ramshackle pavilion in the center of the playground and sat there, staring at the flickering light above the front door. Everything went out of focus. Had it not been for the wretched reputation message, I might have tried to go back and apologize like I'd done many times before. I might have tried to explain and beg her forgiveness. We might have dissolved into one of our night-long shouting matches when I'd been trying to put my arms around her while she'd scratch me, telling me to keep my filthy hands to myself. Then, when the sun finally showed up and our janitor, a Tajik migrant who could barely speak any Russian, started swishing his broom outside, we'd finally make up. We had this agreement never to go to bed angry. So any other day, we might have finally kissed and made up, then indulged in some angry, desperate, mind-boggling love-making when all you could feel was that the two of you had become one, united in your passion. This time, however, I knew. This was the end of the line. It hadn't happened overnight. Whatever feelings she had for me, whether love, friendship, respect, or adoration, they had been fading, dropping a point each day, every day, until today their count had finally arrived at 0. She'd run out of love and friendship. She didn't have any respect left for me. And as for adoration, just forget it. A jeep pulled up at some distance from the house. A young guy climbed out, took Yana's suitcase from her, and put it in the trunk. They exchanged a hug and a kiss on the cheek. He opened the passenger door for her. Yana got in, and the car drove off. A figure appeared out of the shadows. "Fancy a drink?" I looked up sharply. It was Alec. He must have taken my staring back at him as a yes because he offered me a beer can. I downed half of it. A new system message appeared promptly, informing me of a drop in both agility and perception and a slight rise in confidence and charisma. He offered me a light, then lit his own cigarette. "Easy, man." "What's up?" He nodded at the front door. "Nothing." I drew deeply on my cigarette, then added against my better judgment as I exhaled, "My wife's just left me." "Your reputation with Romuald, Alec, Zukov has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 5 of 60. I started to laugh, louder and louder, until I dissolved in a bout of hysterics. Amicability? With a local bum? Was it because I'd been honest with him? Or because of the beer and smokes we'd shared? Whatever, it was hilarious anyway. Only a few hours ago, my wife, the love of my life, who'd been with me through thick and thin, had the same reputation reading with me as this street thug with whom I'd barely exchanged a few words. Had this been a game, I might have thought I had some kind of stat booster or a premium account which offered fast-track reputation leveling. And had this indeed been the case... Alec gave me a hearty slap on the shoulder, ignoring my bout of hysteria. "Happens. So she left you. Big deal. You can get her back if you really want to. Take it easy, man." "Yeah, I suppose so," I replied absent-mindedly, as another thought struck me. A stat booster? Why not? Because if it were so, then... My head boomed, replaying a single song snippet over and over again. How can I describe the TV shows running through this brain box of mine? World, I'm back. You'd better watch your back. You wanted my head? Too bad. I'm showing you signs of life. I could get Yana back. Enough wallowing in self-pity. Enough wasting my time. "Thanks for the beer, man." I shook Alec's hand. "And for the advice. I'm going to go for a walk. I need some fresh air." Your reputation with Romuald, Alec Zukov, has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 10 of 60. "I can go with you if you want," he offered. Was it the alcohol? Or the stat booster? I really needed to find that out. Time was an issue. "Next time, man." I handed him the unfinished beer and left the pavilion. I walked out onto the street and hurried along while reaching for my earbuds and connecting them to my phone. I put some music on and started jogging, breathing in the springtime night air infused with the aromas of early blossoms, budding leaves, and exhaust fumes. I threaded my way among the passers-by, leaping over pools of rainwater, past parked cars and apartment buildings, block after block, stopping occasionally to catch my breath. It started raining. I kept jogging, catching raindrops with my open mouth and wiping my forehead with my sleeve as I ran. I only stopped when I reached the city limits. My sneakers were soaking wet. My lungs were on fire. My legs were giving way under me. No idea how long I'd been running. The rain had long stopped. The sky was getting lighter. I could hear dogs barking in nearby cottages. And me? Well, I was grinning. Your stamina has improved. +1 to stamina. Current stamina, 4. I set my backpack on the curb and slumped down on it, then reached for the soggy pack of cigarettes. I took my time lighting up and smoking it, then lit up a new cigarette with the first one. Cleansed by my run through the nighttime city, my lungs and blood greedily soaked up the new dose of nicotine. It went to my head. My legs felt weak. New debuff messages kept flooding in. Still, I kept smoking, trying to remember exactly how it felt. The foul taste, the slackened muscles. I scrambled back to my feet and staggered over to a trash can, crumpling the remaining cigarettes in my hand. I shoved them in the trash, then did the same to the lighter. Chapter 6. New Level. You could claim that anything's real if the only basis for believing in it is that nobody's proved it doesn't exist. J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Later, I could barely remember how I'd gotten back home after my night run. I'd walked along the city streets, then hitched a ride with some early morning gypsy cab. I must have fallen asleep. I remember rummaging through my pockets for any loose change, as I hadn't had enough to pay him. I remember peeling off my soggy clothes and dropping them on the bedroom floor. I then collapsed onto the bed and pressed my face to Yana's pillow. Just before falling asleep, I somehow remembered to set the alarm for 9:30 the next morning. I had a doctor's appointment at 11 a.m. When the alarm awoke me, I was about to hit snooze, then remembered the appointment and shot out of bed. Shot out was probably a bit of an overstatement. I'd indeed sprung out of bed, then promptly collapsed on top of it. Diagnosis: an acute case of philitosis. My whole body hurt, as if some vicious warlock had cast several DOTs on me, flattened me repeatedly under a press, then thrown me into the path of a herd of Siberian mammoths. Trying to move slowly, I somehow made it to the bathroom. I took a shower, gingerly touching my smarting body, which felt completely dead after last night's marathon. After an equally careful shave and a cautious tickle of the toothbrush, I felt marginally better. My chest groaned with a sense of loss. I missed Yana something rotten. I missed her voice and her, "Breakfast's ready." My hands kept reaching for the phone, desperate to dial her number. Still, I forced myself to stay calm. I wasn't ready yet. Nor was she. By calling her now, I could ruin everything. To get my mind off it, I decided to do a bit of strength leveling. A few sit-ups and push-ups might do just fine. God, was I ever wrong. I managed a few half-hearted sit-ups, but the pain in my legs was just too much. My creaking knees were killing me. And as for push-ups, the moment I tried to bend my arms, they gave under me and I collapsed to the floor. Luckily, my belly acted as a shock absorber. I made myself some coffee and walked out onto the balcony. Mechanically, my hand reached for my cigarettes, but found none. Unlike all my previous attempts to quit, this time I wasn't upset by their absence. If anything, I felt relieved. I stood on the balcony, breathing in lungfuls of fresh air and washing it down with hot, strong coffee. Having received my coffee buff, I put on some clean clothes and hurried to my doctor's appointment. I still had some money on my bank card, enough for his fee and also hopefully for any tests the doc deemed necessary. She did. The doctor turned out to be a pretty young blonde who didn't bat an eyelid at my rambling story. She asked me a long list of questions, then sent me to have an MRI of the brain, which cost an arm and a leg. "Once you're done, come back to my office with the images," she said. "The way you describe it, it could be anything. I can't diagnose you based on your symptoms alone." "Thanks," I said, peering at the system message hovering over her head. "Thank you, Olga. Am I to come back to see you once I have the images?" "Absolutely." "Very well. Oh, and one more thing. You're very pretty." Suppressing an embarrassed smile, she pointed at the door. Yeah, right. She could point at the door all she wanted, but the system knew better. I smiled back and walked out. The smile still hovered on my face as I contemplated the system message I just received. Your reputation with Olga Lola Shvedova has improved. Current reputation, indifference, 5 of 30. This system didn't mess about. 5 more compliments and we might become friends. I was lucky. The clinic had its own MRI equipment, which saved me a trip downtown. I had to wait for my turn, but I didn't mind that. I could use a pause. I needed to have a good think and decide what to do next. I used the chance to check my health points. They seemed to have grown a bit. The bar now read 73.17102% and kept creeping up. This was the best anti-smoking ad I'd ever seen. It looked like in order to get Yana back, I might need to first win her love and her respect. This wasn't a question of whether I wanted to be with her or not. I needed her, even though my initial feelings for her had somewhat faded over these 4 years. My love for her had only grown stronger. And as for winning her respect, I was no expert in women, but I had this nagging feeling that this time mere promises and declarations of love wouldn't be enough. I could find out where she lived now, of course. I could send her flowers at work. I could bombard her with texts, stalk her on social media, keep calling her number, shower her with rose petals, and beg her forgiveness on a reality TV show. Wouldn't work. It might have once, but not now. Had she had some feelings left for me? Yes. Maybe. But this mysterious game system didn't lie. What Yana felt for me was animosity, which must have had something to do with my being a total jerk, passive, disinterested, and perfectly happy with the current state of affairs. "You're such a loser, really," she used to tell me only half-jokingly. "At your age, you still don't have a job, you don't have a car, you don't even have a place of your own. You're 30 years old, and you still sponge off your wife, playing games all night long." So she hadn't been joking then. That should have been the first clue. If only I'd realized it then. But no, the only thing that had worried me at the time was whether I could become the server's top rogue, beating some guy called Neuro to the title. The answer was no to both. I hadn't become the top rogue, nor had I managed to keep Yana. "Panfilov? Come in, please," a voice called from the MRI room. The 15 minutes spent motionless in the cramped confines of an MRI capsule echoing with spooky sounds is every claustrophobic's biggest nightmare. Then I had to wait another half hour for my results. Finally, they handed me an envelope containing images of my gray matter from every possible angle. Envelope in hand, I returned to the doctor's office. I reached for the door handle, about to walk in, when a male voice protested from behind me. "Where do you think you're going? How about waiting your turn?" My hand still in midair, I turned around. A burly man, bald-headed with a wrestler's neck, sat on one of the chairs lining the opposite wall. A few other patients next to him voiced their indignation. "What a cheek!" An old lady in a bright-colored headscarf shook a disapproving head. "You hear what he said. Come and take your place in line." A gum-chewing woman next to her advised rather threateningly. Her plump, high-cheekboned face was plastered with a thick layer of makeup. "I'm not here to see the doctor," I tried to explain. "I only need to give this to her. I have an appointment."
"So do we,"
a frail old man with a goatee protested in a passionate whisper.
"Don't you get fresh with us?"
The plump lady raised her voice.
"Right."
The burly man stood up.
"You heard it. Come and take your place in line. Don't make me lose it with you."
I could understand them. Still, I wasn't going to wait in line twice for the same appointment. All I needed to do was give her the envelope. The appointment times were all screwed up anyway. I'd had to wait an hour for mine, even though I'd arrived on time. A chain of new system messages flooded my field of vision. Oh no. Your reputation with Anatoly Magaradze has decreased. Current reputation, animosity, 20 of 30. Your reputation with Aigul Ramadanova has decreased. Current reputation, animosity, 20 of 30. Your reputation with Violet Rizova has decreased. Current reputation, animosity, 20 of 30. Your reputation with Mark Zaleski has decreased. Current reputation, animosity, 20 of 30. I needed a break. Obediently, I stepped away from the door and took my place in line after the frail old man. All the chairs were already taken, so I just leaned against the wall next to him. I met the burly man's gaze. Aha. Anatoly Magaradze, age 44. Current status, truck driver. Social status level, 9. Class, long-haul truck driver, level 7. Married. Wife, Irina Magaradze. Children, none. Criminal record, yes. I spent some time focusing on each of the patients, retrieving the information I needed, and planning my next move. It would be terribly unfair to waste my time waiting in line, especially if the images proved there was nothing wrong with me. In which case, I'd have to finally work out the mysterious game's interface, retrieve my stats, and come up with a new leveling strategy. One that would allow me to get Yana back. Still, I knew very well what I needed to do in order to get her back. I had to find a job and earn my own living. Pretty obvious, I know. Still, that would be the most meaningful sign of my being on the mend. I needed to lose some weight, anyway. The beer diet and sedentary lifestyle had done my waistline, or the absence thereof, no favors. So what did I know about crowd control? First, you had to surprise them. After that, you had to shock them. Then, they'd be eating out of your hand, compliant and perfectly malleable. And this wasn't even a crowd, but only a group of 4 people united by one goal: to see the doctor in their due time without letting an aggressive intruder jump the line. The fact that they'd acted so unanimously against me gave me some hope that my idea just might work. I grabbed at my head. My knees slackened. Slowly, I slid to the floor, making unintelligible sounds to attract their attention.
"Is he all right?"
asked the gum-chewing lady, a.k.a. Mrs. Aigul Ramadanova.
Yeah,
the burly Mr. Magaradze laughed.
"Pull the other one."
I enunciated, trying to sound forlorn and desperate.
"God save us!"
The old Mrs. Violet Rizova made the sign of the cross.
"Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me!"
"Ishnu Allah!"
I groaned, switching to the Darnassian language of night elves.
"He's a demon!"
The old Violet pointed her gnarly finger at me.
"I assure you, Lord Jesus!"
"Will you please stop your nonsense?"
The truck driver interrupted her.
"Hey, you! Are you okay?"
I didn't reply. Slowly I rose, sliding my back up the wall. My kneecaps crunched clearly in the silence. I raised my right hand and pointed at the old woman. "You, Violet Rizova, you're a faithful servant of God. Hearken unto me." The woman kept crossing herself and whispering prayers, unable to take her eyes off me. She looked almost crippled with fear. I turned and pointed at the other woman. "You, Aigul Ramadanova,
Hearken unto me.
I turned again. You! My index finger very nearly poked the truck driver's forehead. Anatoly Magaradze.
Listen to me.
And you! I turned my attention to the frail old man.
Mark Zaleski, sir. I want you to pay attention.
Ramadanova's mouth opened. The gum dropped to the floor. The old woman's hand froze mid-air in an unfinished sign of the cross. The old gentleman seemed to be dangerously close to a stroke. The burly Magaradze was the only one who hadn't bought it.
What's that for a circus show?
Aren't you fed up with trucking? I asked him in my normal voice. Your wife Irina must miss you something awful. I must have touched on a tender spot. He didn't say anything, just clenched his teeth.
I'm very sorry, I said, clutching my head with both hands. I have this problem. I can see right through all of you. I don't think my head can take it. Will you please let me see the doctor? Please.
I don't mind. Mrs. Ramadanova hurried to agree before I could reveal any more sensitive information about her.
Let him see the doctor, the old lady echoed.
The burly Magaradze didn't say anything, just nodded at the door.
Thanks,
I whispered voicelessly, taking a place by the door.
Listen.
Magaradze touched my shoulder. I don't know your name. It's Phil.
Listen, Phil.
Did you say Irina misses me?
I stared into his slightly bulging eyes, surrounded by a fine net of wrinkles. They were the eyes of a person who'd been around the block a few times. I paused. She does. A lot. He gave me a bear hug.
Thank you. I owe you.
Without saying goodbye to anyone, he turned round and hurried down the clinic corridor toward the front door. Your reputation with Anatoly Magaradze has improved. Current reputation, reverence, 10 of 210. Oh, wow. I hadn't done anything special, really. Just told him something he'd probably already known. But what a leap in reputation, from animosity to reverence. The doctor's door opened, letting out a patient, followed by Olga herself. "What's with all the noise?" she asked. No one replied. She saw me. "Aha! Have you got your images? Come in. I'll take a look." As I closed the door, I heard Aigul and the old lady Violette embarking on a heated discussion. I took a seat, waiting for the doctor's verdict. I was shaking, my hands clenched into fists. She studied the images against the light, lowering her head this way and that. Finally, she heaved a sigh and started writing. So, what was wrong with me then? Was I nuts? Or just hallucinating? Did I have a brain tumor? And? I finally managed with a dry throat. You're perfectly fine. She gave me a studying look, relatively speaking. You're overweight, marginally obese to be frank, so you need to take better care of yourself. You need to eat less and exercise more. At your age, you shouldn't let it get out of hand. She kept going on about the obesity-related dangers of an early stroke and heart disease. Finally, I interrupted her. I'm sorry. I promise I'll watch my diet and start a healthy lifestyle. I already went for a run yesterday, and I quit smoking, but please, tell me. I pointed at my temple. Am I all right? There? Oh, absolutely fine. No problems at all. I can't see any abnormalities. Your blood pressure is a bit on the high side, but nothing you should worry about. Thank you so much. You're an angel. On impulse, I grabbed her hand and kissed the tips of her fingers. Her cheeks flushed. Your reputation with Olga, Lola, Shvedova has improved. Current reputation, indifference, 10 of 30. All right, that's enough, she said, smiling. You can go now. Without taking my eyes off her, I rose, trying to imbue my gaze with a joy I felt and all the happiness at the fact that nothing was wrong with me after all. She didn't avert her gaze, as if teasing and encouraging me. Your reputation with Olga, Lola, Shvedova has improved. Current reputation, indifference, 15 of 30. Oh, wow. I tried to pull myself together and headed for the door. As I opened it, I turned back to her. Thanks a lot, Lola. Her dropped jaw made a funny sound. I walked out. A small crowd heaved by the door outside, the same familiar patients, plus several more who must have just arrived.
There he is!
Igul shouted.
Saint Phil, glory be to thee!
The old lady enthused.
Phil! Phil!
The crowd cried out, reaching out to grab my hands, touch my shoulders, or stroke my face. It looked like I'd made a big mistake. You couldn't play with people's feelings the way I'd just done, especially not with sick or old people. And they were all either sick or old here. I raised my hands in the air. The crowd parted. You, Igul, I said in the surrounding silence, and you, Violet, and you. I peered into the crowd, calling out their names one by one. Listen to me, all of you. Hearken unto me. I could hear Olga strain her voice behind her office door, calling the next patient. You, all of you. You're all going to be happy. Yes, happiness for everybody, free. No one will go away unsatisfied. Having thus prophesied, I promptly left the building. Enough playing tricks on unsuspecting citizens. I was worse than a child, really. As I walked back home, the system kept showering me with reputation reports from Igul, Mark, Violet, and lots of other people I didn't even know. And then I received a new level. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 6. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. It was time I finally sorted out the interface. Chapter 7. Questions without answers. It makes me think of my life, my non-existent accomplishments, and my overall abilities in incompetence. Marcus Zuzek. I am the messenger.
Only level 6?
Never before had I felt so utterly worthless. Only earlier that morning I'd had the same social status as Alec, that drunken lowlife. Me, Philip Panfilov, the next great Russian author. Sarcasm intended. And Alec? He and I shared the same place in the world's food chain, while my Yana, provided she was still mine, was already level 8. I kept walking blindly until I very nearly bumped into a moving car. Followed by the driver's cussing, I hurried across the street. My head was teeming with exclamation marks. Too many shocks for one day. My sensitive psyche of gamer-turned-blogger just couldn't take it any longer. As I walked, I kept screwing my eyes, trying to locate something in my internal view that might allow me to open that wretched stats window and distribute the points I had available. No such luck. The only thing I found was an inconspicuous debuff icon. Nicotine withdrawal. Duration, 14 days. Your body is deprived of nicotine. Nicotine takes part in your body's metabolism. Minus 5% to metabolism. Warning, high probability of a spontaneous enrage. Warning, your aggro radius has increased. Minus 3% to satisfaction every 12 hours. I chuckled. My previous attempts to quit had never come with a deadline. Only 2 weeks. Before, the sheer thought of having to struggle with nicotine dependency for the rest of my life had made me panic. I might actually counter the debuff. I could drink more coffee and do more exercise. I might also try to raise my satisfaction numbers with some nice, tasty food. Having said that, wouldn't my favorite books and movies have the same effect? So basically, it was a no-brainer. I knew I could do it. I still couldn't find any character stats. Or my stats, rather. So I stopped scaring the passers-by with my wild eye movements. Pointless. I might give it another try later at home when no one could see me. As I walked along the boulevard, I noticed my first quest giver, Mr. Samuel Panikoff, busy reading a fresh copy of his newspaper. The old man was oblivious to my presence, so I decided not to disturb him. I popped into a nearby KFC restaurant and got myself a bucket of chicken wings to go. I don't like eating in public. I much prefer doing it in the comfort of my own home, hunched over a favorite book. My dad gave me this habit. I know it's not good for you, but it's my top guilty pleasure, and I'm not giving it up for the world. As I waited in line, I checked my smartphone notifications. My inboxes were groaning with missed calls and messages, mainly from fellow clan members. A couple of calls were from numbers I didn't know. They could be job offers. I called back, but no one picked up. Never mind. I'd have to check my emails once I got home. A new system message came up. Hunger. You're experiencing food deprivation. Minus 10% to metabolism. Warning. Your body lacks glucose. Warning. Your body lacks amino acids. Warning. Danger of muscle mass decreasing. Debuff received. Weakness. -1 to stamina every 24 hours. -1 to agility every 24 hours. -1 to perception every 24 hours. -1 to intellect every 24 hours. -1 to strength every 24 hours. -2% to satisfaction every 2 hours. -3% to vigor every 2 hours. That was nothing to sniff at. Even though I couldn't quite work out its mechanism, my knees felt weak, as if I had indeed received a debuff. The bucket full of wings smelled awesome. I had to really exercise my willpower not to scoff the whole lot on my way home. No wonder. Last time I'd had something to eat was dinner with Yana last night, and now it was already past midday. Yana. My chest groaned stronger than before, pushing the euphoria of my earlier clinic visit to the background of my mind. All the joy of what was happening, including the new level I just received, had faded into insignificance. I can't tell you what had prompted my next step. It could have been the desperation of losing her, or it could have been the hunger debuff affecting my judgment. In any case, instead of going home and trying to work out the mysterious game's interface as I'd planned, I turned round and headed for Yana's workplace. Her company office was only a few blocks away. Clutching the KFC bucket under one arm and the MRI envelope under the other, I hurried over there, ignoring the passers-by's surprised looks. How many movies had I seen where the hormone-driven hero, instead of saving the world or going about his own business, hurried to reunite with his loved one instead? How many books had I read which described exactly the same scenario? And how angry had I been with the author or screenwriter? How passionately had I hurled the book across the room when the sad, hormone-driven hero would reject a good job, a lump sum of money, or even the offer of superpowers simply to keep the woman he loved? "You idiot!" I'd yell at the hero. "What do you think you're doing? Go put a knot in it and do something useful." Now as I walked, I said the same thing to myself. It didn't help, though. My legs kept carrying me to her. I only stopped by the entrance to their posh business center. I needed to catch my breath. I was sweating like a pig. I wiped my face with my sleeve, dropping the MRI envelope into a puddle of rainwater in the process. I bent down to pick it up and sensed her gaze on my back. I must have looked a sight. Soaked and disheveled, standing in the middle of a filthy puddle, fumbling for my envelope in the water. Plus that damned KFC bucket in my other hand. I'd been here a few times before to pick her up, and every time she'd asked me to wait for her outside. Did I embarrass her? Had I been so dumb not to realize it? She'd never invited me to their office parties either. "It's okay. You can stay at home and play with your computer if you wish. We're not obliged to bring a spouse." And I'd so readily agreed every time she'd said it. Bracing myself, I picked up the envelope, shook the water off it, and turned round. I'd been mistaken. The person who stared at me wasn't Yana at all. It was their security guard, a bundle of muscle wrapped in a cheap black suit, who mumbled something into his radio as he gave me a hooded look. Max Boss Bosiara, age 29. Current status, security guard. Social status level, 3. Class, wrestler, level 4. Unmarried. Relationship, dislike, 15 of 30. Only level 3? Poor bastard. Even Alec had a better social status, and he was already disliking me? He didn't even know me. I was so pissed with this boss, as if it was his own fault that Yana had left me. What had the system message said about spontaneous enrage? This must have been it. The thought had calmed me down a bit. Still, I couldn't resist getting even with him. Copying his body language, I produced my cell phone and spoke into it, holding it close to my mouth. 1, 2, 3. Do you read me? Over. He gave up first, averting his gaze, then turned his back to me. Stupid, I know. Still, it distracted me for a bit. My fixation with Yana seemed to have subsided a little. I walked home, hung with debuffs like a Christmas tree. I was too tired to jog. Once home, I peeled off my sodden clothes and shoved them in the washer, then headed for the shower to remove all trace of today's legwork. I'd been rushing around like a headless chicken all day, but my stamina hadn't even budged. I had lunch listening to the monotonous dripping of the leaky tap. I couldn't even taste my food. Having finished, I made myself a cup of hot black tea. That was better. The weakness debuff was already gone. Later, I might also have some strong coffee to give my metabolism a boost. Once I cleaned up after myself, I received an optimistic message. You've consumed 378 calories. Warning, the food you've eaten contains chemicals which may be detrimental to your health. Warning, plus 0.00039% to your risk of developing cancer. Minus 0.071345% to vigor. Minus 2% to metabolism. Duration, 12 hours. Ooh, life is a bitch. I'd basically swapped one debuff for another. These days, whatever you picked up from a supermarket shelf was bound to contain some detrimental chemicals. Thanks a bunch, Mr. Game Designer. You can warn me all you want, but I'm not giving up fast food, even if you keep dishing me up debuff after debuff. I slumped into my decrepit leather chair. It groaned under my weight, creaking, then succumbed to its fate. I took a big swig of coffee, closed my eyes, and tried to concentrate. As always after a meal, I was dying for a smoke. I was too used to having a cigarette in my mouth whenever I needed to think. Still, I ignored the urge and took a few deep breaths, then focused on the task at hand. I needed to see the game's interface. My field of vision filled with blurred flashes of iridescent light. I noticed a dark shape moving in a row of amorphous spots. It was rather small, diamond-shaped, but most interestingly, it appeared to shimmer. When I concentrated on it, the spot began to come into focus. Now I could see it clearly. A black diamond bearing the sign of a red exclamation mark. I opened my eyes. The sign hadn't disappeared. It hovered in midair in front of me like a 3D movie effect. I reached out to touch it. Predictably, my hand went right through it. I tried to mentally click it. It worked. A dialog window opened. You've received a new social status level. Current social status level, 6. You've unblocked a new skill, Insight, 1. Skill type, passive. Now you can connect to the universal information field in order to see your data and that of the world around you, within the limits of your skill level. Skill points available, 1. Accept or decline. Yes, please! Accept! I shouted. Nothing happened. I focused on the accept button, mentally clicking it. The world imploded onto me. When I finally came around, I was lying on the floor in the fetal position. I must have fallen from the chair. The room was dark. I could see the night sky through the window. I tried to scramble to my feet, but my arms gave under me, sending me face first back onto the floor. I very nearly fainted again. I rolled onto my back and waited for my numb body to wake up. My eyes were itchy, as if I had sand in them. My whole body was stiff. I was drooling from the corner of my mouth. Still, my mind was crystal clear, as if I'd just had my brain formatted and a new OS installed. I rubbed my eyes until finally I realized those were no grains of sand. Those were icons and status bars. I had my interface opened. Unlike a traditional game interface, this one didn't have any of the pretty bells and whistles. The edge of my vision was lined with several gray icons covered in black symbols. They were positioned along the top border, which made them look a bit like eyelashes. In order to control them, I had to roll my eyes. Then an icon would grow and come into focus, becoming clickable. I glanced over the symbols without opening anything yet. A human silhouette, a book, a globe, an exclamation mark, and a question mark. Not much. So where was my one-size-fits-all non-dimensional inventory bag? I tried to move the icons around. It worked. I positioned them at some distance from myself. Now they looked like road signs hovering in the air a few feet away from me. The status bars were located in the lower part of my field of vision. The already familiar vitality bar, or health bar, I suppose, was red, about 3/4 full. The one next to it was yellow, only half full. I focused on it. This was satisfaction. Finally, in the lower right corner of my vision was a blue bar, full to the brim. This just had to be mana. All 100% of it. Mana. Magic. I was already envisioning myself hurling fireballs as I single-handedly battled a whole army, provided there was a war on, or stealthing into the bank vaults of some get-rich-quick scammers in order to retrieve their bankrupt old-age victims' savings, or confronting a bunch of mafia toughs and bringing them to justice. Bummer. This was a fail to end all fails. The blue bar meant vigor. Vigor, of all things. Well, what could you expect from someone who designed a red, not green, health bar? Actually, whose idea was this? Who had come up with all the system messages? Normally, game makers hired special people to write them. But this wasn't a game, was it? This was real life. I wasn't dreaming. My brain was perfectly healthy, so no chance of hallucinating either. Where did it all come from? All these gaming terms and the system itself. Who calculated my social status or my satisfaction points? If you took that guy, the security guard, boss, wasn't it? If I asked him about his purpose in life, what would he say to me? Would he say he was a level 4 wrestler? I don't think so. He might say he's a security guard, or a human being, or a bodybuilder, an athlete, an avid angler, or his mother's son. Take your pick. His answer would depend on the timing and the asker's identity. Still, according to the system, he was a wrestler. Period. And how about Yana, a level 3 office worker? Yeah. In any case, why was it happening to me, of all people? Just think of the mayhem that would have ensued in the social media if something like this would have become known. A real RPG. This wasn't some viral video of a cute cat or a celebrity wardrobe malfunction. The internet would have exploded. Still, there was no sign of any such breaking news anywhere. I'd spent the last 48 hours scouring all the news feeds and tabloid sites. I'd even posted a few questions on various forums with provocative titles like, "What would you do if?" In those posts, I described my own case as a gamer's fantasy. Admittedly, my posts had garnered a wealth of replies, but none of the commenters seemed to have taken my questions seriously. Some dude called Igor_Bogeyman even wrote that he would have leveled up soccer and finally brought Russian soccer under the spotlight. His comment was seconded by several more guys, probably enough to make Russia's new soccer team, in time for the World Cup. I tried to remember everything that had happened to me prior to this weird glitch in my perception. Still, I couldn't think of anything. I might have overdone it on World of Warcraft, that's for sure. But that wasn't how it was supposed to happen, was it? If you think of it, Bruce Banner had to suffer a blast of gamma radiation in order to become Hulk. Peter Parker became Spider-Man after he'd been bitten by a radioactive spider. Tony Stark had built a powered suit of armor which turned him into Iron Man. Virtually all superheroes had a very clear transition from before to after, while in my case... Having said that, my ability to divine other people's attitude to me was a superpower, wasn't it? In which case, I too had a before and an after. One thing I couldn't yet work out was what had actually happened in the period between the two. I'd read a book once where the MC was ported to a world that worked similarly to an RPG game. His surprise lasted for like half a paragraph. He looked around himself and immediately started leveling up, as in, look at me, I've got a level 1 observation skill. Cool, I should be leveling it. Because while you sleep, your opponents are leveling up. He then spent hours observing while lifting some weights and prancing around in order to improve his strength and agility, too. What a lot of BS. Admittedly, I too had acted stupidly at first. Just think of me hopping and skipping all the way to the newsagents to get the old man's paper. But that was understandable. I'd still been in shock. In moments like those, your brain goes into autopilot, which in my case meant switching to familiar patterns of game behavior. And as for my going on a jogging marathon after Yana had left me, well, that was an experiment of sorts. An important one, too, which had allowed me to finally work out the logic of this new game world. No, not a game world, of course, just the world the way I saw it now. How else did you expect me to do it? It wasn't as if there were any guides or manuals available. Let's take XP, for instance. How were you supposed to earn it? Where were you going to find mobs, and how were you supposed to smoke them? How about quests? I hadn't received any XP from the sole quest I'd completed, fetching the paper for Panikov. Since then, I hadn't come across anything that even marginally resembled a quest. And what was this social status thing, for Christ's sakes? Was it the same as popularity? Or fame? Hardly. Could it mean your contribution to society? My head was about to explode with all the questions. Never mind. As my granddad used to say, you should do it one step at a time. I needed to study the interface and the stats, everything that the few available icons had to offer. I had to work out their leveling scenario, but that might take some trial and error. I'd almost run out of money. New bills were coming soon. My fridge was empty. I needed to find a job. I also had to contact my clanmates, explain the situation, and take a hiatus from the game. Then, there was Yana. So basically, I had myself and my problems to sort out, relationships to mend, and a life to fix. Once that was done, I could finally afford to look into all this and decide whether it was a gift or a curse. Then, try to locate the person who bestowed it on me and why. Following that, I could always save the world if necessary. I focused on the icon depicting a human silhouette and pressed it. Chapter 8. A Noob to End All Noobs. The meeting with ourselves belongs to the more unpleasant things. Carl Gustav Jung. Agility had always been my characteristic of choice, even in the old text-based browser games. It was probably because in real life I was anything but agile, even if you pointed a crossbow at me. Klutz was my middle name. Or could it be my inner shrink telling me that I simply loved frequent crits and high dodge numbers? Whatever the reason, I'd never for one moment hesitated over my character choice. A rogue. A thief. All stealth, stun, combo, vanish, rinse, and repeat. And if by some chance my enemy had survived, I'd dart for my dear life. No wonder nobody likes the rogue. It's a mean class who likes playing dirty. Its trickster nature far removed from the noble chivalry of the paladin or the dignified integrity of the warrior. I opened the character window. Uh-oh. So much for my playing a rogue in this game. The window's modest layout matched the austere design of the rest of the interface. I couldn't see my picture anywhere. The 3D figure of my character was missing, as were the gear slots. All I could see were a few lines of text against a translucent, gray background. Philip Phil Panfilov, age 32. Current status, gamer. Social status level, 6. Class, unclassified. Married. Wife, Yanina, Yana, Orlova. Children, none. Main characteristics, strength, 6. Agility, 4. Intellect, 18. Stamina, 4. Perception, 7. Charisma, 12. Luck, 6. Secondary characteristics, vitality, 74%. Satisfaction, 48%. Vigor, 97%. Metabolism, 83%. In order to access more data, you need to level up Insight. Unclassified? Status gamer? My already plummeting megalomania took a further dive. Judging by my stats, I'd been leveling as a wizard, clumsy and charismatic. Big mistake. This world didn't have any magic, did it? I tried to click on the stats to see the meaning of each of them and hopefully work out how they were supposed to interact. Nothing. Either the interface designers were some cack-handed hack artists, or the interface owner, the game's user, was supposed to know it all. At 18, my intellect wasn't that bad, at least compared to all the other stats. Then again, it could be average, or low even, compared to other people. I was no Nobel Prize winner, that's for sure, but I can't have been that dumb, either. So if we assumed that my intellect reading was a tad above average, then all the other characteristics should have been in the 12 to 15 range, which meant that they were way below par. Then again, what did I expect? Was I fit? Hardly. So these stats seem to reflect the current state of affairs. What was their effect on my life? This, too, was pretty self-explanatory. If the elevator in our apartment block broke down, I'd never be able to climb the stairs all the way to my apartment on the 10th floor. Could I swim a few laps? Yeah, right. I might just drown halfway. And if I tried to perform a little juggling act, I might just get killed in the process. I was quite surprised at my high charisma reading. Then again, it might only mean that I didn't make other people puke on seeing me. I spent some more time staring at the stats window before finally closing it. No idea what I did wrong. Maybe I sent a wrong mental command or just blinked unintentionally, but the window simply disappeared. If I'd expected it to disintegrate into a gazillion glittering fragments or fold into a swirling vortex and be sucked back into the icon, I'd been wrong. No pretty animation, no visual effects. It was just gone. Meow. A demanding howl disrupted the silence. It was Boris, apparently suffering from nighttime munchies. She rubbed against my leg expectantly. I heaved a sigh, rose, gave her a pat on the neck, and headed for the kitchen. As I poured a generous helping of cat food into her bowl, she purred like a tractor, polishing my legs with her fluffy flank. I left her in the kitchen and returned to the room. This time I sat on the couch, just in case I zoned out again. I clicked on the icon with the book. A huge field of text opened up before me. It was a complete list of everything I'd learned in my lifetime since day one, from learning to walk to my recently acquired dart-playing skill. Skills. Playing World of Warcraft, 8. Russian speaking skills, 7. Russian reading skills, 7. PC skills, 7. Russian writing skills, 6. Empathy, 6. Online search, 5. MS Word, 5. MS Excel, 4. Vending, 4. Social skills, 4. Intuition, 4. Deception, 3. Creative writing, 3. Manners, 3. Photography, 3. Decision-making, 3. Learning new skills, 3. English, 3. Seduction, 3. Cooking, 3. Self-discipline, 3. Driving, 2. Self-control, 2. Plan-making, 2. Marketing, 2. Leadership, 2. Perseverance, 2. Push-bike riding, 2. Public speaking, 2. Map reading, 2. Walking, 2. DIY skills, 1. First aid skills, 1. Singing, 1. Insight, 1. I spent some quality time going through the list, which unfolded in the best to worst order. I had so many skills still at level 1. I kept scrolling through them, but the list seemed interminable. It looked like the system took meticulous stock of everything I'd ever tried in my life. For instance, I even had a knife-handling skill. That must have had something to do with our childhood games of throwing knives at the shed wall. Couldn't be anything else. The only thing I'd ever used a knife for was to cut myself a slice of bread. I also had a level 1 agriculture skill. Of course. Hadn't I helped my parents with their cottage garden? I used to weed it and dig it up. I'd even planted some potatoes for them at some point. Running, swimming, skiing, skating, all level 1. Plus playing soccer, poker, and chess, and dozens of half-forgotten computer games which I used to passionately play in the past. Most likely, a skills level dropped when it fell out of use. I even had level 1 in poetry. I had indeed dabbled in it once. And sewing, probably from my college attempts to fix a hole in a t-shirt. Also, wrestling. Back at school, my father had signed me up for a judo class where I'd lasted all of 2 months. That wasn't what pissed me off. According to the list, the area of my biggest expertise was game playing. Logical, of course. I'd spent at least 150,000 hours mastering the wretched thing. No wonder its level was comparatively so high. So that's who I was then. I wasn't an author at all. I was a deceptive World of Warcraft user with decent Googling skills and a good working knowledge of Microsoft Word. In everything else in life, I was a total noob. A useless noob who could only get through life by trailing in Yana's powerful slipstream. My reading and writing skills were worse than my game playing. That was all you needed to know about my life over the past 12 years. 12 years! I only had another 30 left till my retirement. How very nice of you, Blizzard guys. Thanks a bunch. Oh. My vision blurred again. I felt weak. A new debuff message appeared before me. Apathy. Duration, 18 hours. You're emotionally drained. Your central nervous system needs some rest. We recommend that you get some quality sleep, a balanced diet, and some exercise. Warning! The state of apathy can easily escalate to depression. -5% to satisfaction every 6 hours. -1% to vitality every 5 hours. -6% to vigor every 6 hours. -2% to metabolism every 6 hours. -5% to confidence every 6 hours. -2% to willpower every 6 hours. What a nasty debuff. As if the nicotine withdrawal wasn't enough. This way, I might not live to see the weekend. I just drop on my back on the floor like a beetle and expire. Which was something I couldn't do. My old parents needed help. My sister was a single mother who could use my support too. I had to fight to win Yana back, damn it. Plus, I had so many projects. Apathy, they said. I didn't give a damn. What did they want me to do? I couldn't get quality sleep at the moment, not until I was finished with that wretched interface. A healthy diet? The only healthy foods I had in the house were an onion and a box of green tea. The remaining half bucket of KFC wings hardly counted as a balanced meal, let alone a healthy one. That left exercise. I cast a doubtful glance at the clock. It was past 2 in the morning. Chuckling, I peeled myself off the couch, started my favorite playlist, and began warming up like they'd taught us to in that long-forgotten judo class. All the bending, stretching, and rotating, wrists, arms, knees, and hips. Now 10 sit-ups. My head went round. I had to stop to catch my breath. Then did 10 more. I was lightheaded again. I walked into the kitchen and put the kettle on. Should I do another 10? My legs were rubbery, my knees weak. My hands were shaking. My teeth began to ache. I poured some boiling water over a tea bag, leaned against a stool, and did 5, 6. Come on, just one more. 7 push-ups. I hurried to peel and slice the remaining onion and made myself a quick cheese and onion sandwich with some dry rye bread. I left it on the table next to my tea and walked out onto the balcony to catch my breath. Then I returned, dropped to the floor, hooked my feet under the edge of the couch, and tried to do a few crunches. These proved to be the trickiest. I couldn't do a single one. In the end, I just lifted my feet off the floor and tried to keep my legs up for as long as I could. Which wasn't for very long. I tried again. And again. My abs were killing me. I was sweating buckets. Enough. Shower time. I lingered under its hot and cold jets, getting rid of all the sweat and grime. Finally, I received a new buff. My metabolism was on the rise. Both vigor and satisfaction were in the black. A new message arrived, informing me that my apathy debuff had been reduced to 12 hours. Excellent. I ate my sandwich, making sure I chewed properly, washed it down with some tea, then returned to the couch and continued my research. Strange that my creative writing skills were so high, though. 3 points. Could it have been all the countless blog posts I'd written? Wait a sec. Where was my finance? I'd spent 5 years in college studying that. I had a degree, for Christ's sakes. And it wasn't even level 2. I'd studied hard enough. I'd taken all the exams and had very decent grades throughout. Admittedly, my professional experience had been limited to a 1-month internship at a major engineering plant, where I'd registered the incoming email and helped the bookkeeper girls replace printer cartridges and create user profiles at various dating sites. That had been the extent of it. Whatever experience I had afterward was limited to online buying and selling. No wonder my vending skills were so high. If you applied RPG rules to real life, I was entitled to a 15% discount everywhere I went. What a shame this wasn't virtual reality. My high empathy levels weren't a surprise to me, though. I'd always had this ability to divine what other people were feeling. The moment Yana walked through the front door, I knew what kind of day she'd had. I could tell my dad's mood just by the way he was breathing, and knew what Mom was feeling just by looking into her eyes. I didn't even need to see the person. Show me a text message, and I'll tell you what the person was feeling while writing it. Most of the time, anyway. The emoji culture has a lot to answer for. The fact that the mysterious game system so effortlessly listed the names of certain programs, like MS Word and Excel for instance, made me think that the generation of those system messages actually took place in the user's head. It was as if someone had scanned my character's brain, my brain, then analyzed and classified its entire database. I yawned. I needed some sleep. I clicked through some of the skills without much effect, then closed the window and went back into the kitchen to get some coffee. As the kettle was boiling, I opened the next icon, the one with the globe. A map opened. It was surprisingly clear, too. No dark spots, no unavailable areas concealed in the mist of war. It looked rather like an aerial view taken from a satellite or something. A golden dot shimmered at its center. That just had to be me. I recognized my apartment block and the area around it. I zoomed in on the scene. Now I was looking at our courtyard from a height of about 100 feet. I could even make out a few human figures still lounging about in the playground. Heh! Fancy seeing you here, guys. This was crazy. I could even tell precisely who they were thanks to the name tags which hovered over their heads. Yagoza, my friend Alec, and all the others, Sprat, Vasily, Fatso. Alec was marked with a green dot, and all the others with yellow ones. I zoomed out to see the entire city. It was flooded with hundreds of shimmering dots, red, green, orange, emerald, blue, and turquoise. Some of them were bigger than the rest, others considerably smaller. I focused on two especially large blue dots. A prompt popped up. Mom and Dad. Aha! So the system indeed used my brain as a starting point. I was the only person in the world who referred to my dad as Dad. To all the others, he was either Oleg Igorovich Panfilov or simply Oleg. Wow. Just wow. How's that for an app? Compared to this, the Marauders map was child's play. Harry Potter, eat your heart out. I scanned all the other dots. These weren't just my friends and acquaintances. No, they were actually all the people I'd ever come into contact with. That amber dot over there was Lola, or should I say Dr. Shvedova, whom I'd consulted at the clinic earlier today. And one of the red dots turned out to be Kostya, my ex-co-trainee at an advertising agency a few years back. He used to hate me with a vengeance. You could cut the office air with a knife. And that orange dot over there, that was Yana. I zoomed in. She was at her parents'. Relief flooded over me. Only now had I realized how much tension, bred from jealousy and the feeling of loss, I'd suffered over the last 24 hours. No matter how hard I'd been trying to blank them out, these thoughts kept growing like cancer cells, multiplying and assaulting my brain with vivid pictures of Yana's supposed infidelity. I zoomed out again until the map shrank back to the size of a globe. I was now looking at a view of planet Earth from space, with me still at its center. The continent's outlines were dimmed, as it was nighttime in our hemisphere. I could see more dots scattered all over the planet's surface. I discovered one of my school dates, the popular Maya Abramovich in Australia, no less. Another dot shimmered in the south of Africa, and this one was my 6th grade pal Pasha Pashkovsky. I was surprised I still remembered his name. We used to go to the chess class together. Memories flooded over me. My school friends, fellow college students, my ex-coworkers. What a shame I couldn't access any more information about them. Only their names, and some of the names didn't even say anything to me anymore. It looked like I certainly needed the insight skill in order to do that. I began to experiment. I turned the virtual globe around, trying various commands. Finally, I managed to sort the dots by their reputation with me, removing all those whose status was below amicability. I kept fiddling with the globe until I could find certain locations, countries, cities, or objects, by merely willing to see them. Had the real Earth been able to rotate that fast, it would have long shaken everything off its surface, trees included. I kept traveling across the map. London, Hollywood, the legendary Lake Baikal, the Kremlin, my primary school love Veronica, the Camp Nou Stadium in Barcelona, Phuket Island, the Niagara Falls, Beijing, my parents, Yana, the President of the United States. Warning: the current level of your insight skill is insufficient to access the information you've requested. Okay. So Mr. Trump was off limits for me, then. Never mind. Did that mean that once I'd leveled up insight, I could find any person on planet Earth? Anyone at all? My breathing seized. The possibilities it opened were mind-boggling. I could search for missing people. I could locate terrorists. I could track down every movement of every millionaire and top politician I wanted. Ready or not, here I come! You can't hide! And what if I could locate objects as well? All the secret stashes, the hidden treasures, the Aztec gold. Cool down, man. Get a grip. I closed the map and walked out onto the balcony for a breath of fresh air. I stared into the night sky. Somewhere up there coursed the super-powerful satellite built by whoever had created my new abilities. The satellite which could rush to any location at my slightest whim just to show it to me. But what if the satellite didn't even exist? What if I'd been accessing the information from... what was it called now? The Universal Information Field? I gulped in the fresh air of May, unable to get enough of it. Leaning against the railing, I opened my interface and clicked the icon with the exclamation mark. Just as I expected, it was a quest list. But contrary to my expectations, it wasn't empty. Tasks available. Make up with Yana and move back in with her. Master the augmented reality control interface. Work out how to level up skills and other stats and come up with a leveling strategy. Find a stable job. Check emails. Check the freelance sites for any new jobs and apply for them. Call parents and ask if they need anything. Update the blog. Apologize to clanmates for my silence. Buy groceries. Give Boris a brush. They had to be kidding me. These were all snippets of various to-do lists which I'd occasionally made on either my phone or computer. Nothing was clickable. I couldn't open the tasks to read their descriptions or see the rewards. Then again, what kinds of rewards did I expect? Quest name: find a stable job. Reward: a regular paycheck. Yeah, right. Quest name: update the blog. Reward: a new blog post. How stupid was that? Having said that, admittedly, it was quite convenient. This was every time management freak's dream, an automated logging in and prioritizing system. Wait a sec. What was that now? The window I was looking at was entitled Tasks Available. I hadn't even noticed that it indeed had another empty tab, marked Quests. And? How was I supposed to get them? Was I supposed to walk around town looking for any quest givers? Never mind, that could wait. I'd deal with it some other time. The only remaining icon was the one with a question mark. I had a funny feeling this was some kind of wiki. I was right. Dawn was breaking. It didn't look as if I was going to get any sleep tonight. Chapter 9. The crazier the explanation, the closer the truth. You aren't a failure until you start blaming others for your mistakes. John Wooden. Every RPG player is used to the conventions of online games. If you take such a basic thing as a health bar, which is a prerequisite in most of them, it allows players to always know their own health levels. Quite often, they might also know those of certain other players, too. This is so normal that a player takes it for granted. Logical, really. If your care's DPS is a meager couple of thousand, you'd think twice before attacking a monster whose HP is measured in millions. Now let's imagine that this characteristic becomes available in real life. Just think how many deaths from terminal diseases that could prevent. Think of a person who's going happily about his or her life, considering themselves perfectly healthy, while their health numbers are slowly dwindling. And once they see that, they go to the doctor for a check. And indeed, this turns out to be the early stages of cancer, which are perfectly treatable and have a very favorable prognosis. How's that for a good life? This also means that any magicless level 1 noob in possession of a non-dimensional inventory, a built-in map, and a number of status bars could automatically become the next Forbes sensation in the real world. All he'd have to do was open a medical diagnostic center. And even if medicine wasn't his vocation, he could always use his inventory to make a living pinching vodka in supermarkets. The possibilities were legion. Those were the kinds of ideas I was contemplating while studying my interface. The built-in wiki had given me answers to quite a few questions. I still didn't understand what had prevented the game's mysterious creators from uploading all the data directly to my head. That could have been a simple solution for someone that powerful. Then again, it could have been technically or biologically impossible. Probably the information had to be acquired organically via normal channels, such as eyesight and hearing. The tab contained a standard brief menu. About the program. Wiki. Settings. Available updates. Technical support. I can't even tell you how relieved I felt staring at these lines, which looked so familiar to me from the countless other pieces of software I'd used before. Even though the first 3 entries were rather nondescript, the last 2 spoke for themselves. I'd somehow ended up with a computer program installed in my brain, which meant that someone must have built it. Do you know what I did first thing? Checked the available updates, of course. Impossible to establish connection with the update server. It might be unavailable. Check your Universal Information Field connection settings. The same thing happened when I tried to contact support. Ignoring the wiki and settings buttons, I opened About the Program. My jaw dropped to the floor. Augmented Reality 7.2, Home Edition. Copyright First Martian Company Limited. 2101 to 2118. All rights reserved. Registered owner, Philip Panfilov. Serial number, C4R-7702D-210270. 1 year, single-user license. Account type, premium. Activation date, May 16, 2018, 9 o'clock. Expiration date, May 16, 2019, 8:59. I don't know how long I spent just sitting there staring at the copyright line. When I'd been a kid, I'd read my fair share of time travel books where a humble student like myself somehow ended up in the future. How many times had I wished it had been me? I'd have loved to have seen our planet's future and hopefully even travel to Mars. At the time, I'd have given anything for a peek at the awesome world of the future. As I grew up, I'd switched to dystopias and post-apoc. Add to this all the zombie apocalypse blockbusters and my infatuation with Fallout games, and you'll understand why I wasn't so eager to see the future anymore. Still, even then I wouldn't have said no to Gray's Sports Almanac 2000 to 2050, or some such artifact. And now it looked like my pipe dream had finally come true. I just received a big, tangible kick in the butt compliments of the 22nd century. I crawled back in bed and lay there buried under the sheets like a snail trying to retreat into its shell. The super ability freebie I just received weighed heavy on me. It felt very much like stumbling across a briefcase containing $1 million in a dark alley. On one hand, it made you deliriously happy. On the other, a find like that bode nothing good. No one was stupid enough to leave $1 million in a dark alley, which meant someone was already looking for it. The expiration date did nothing to improve my plummeting mood, either. What was going to happen to me and my brain once the license expired? Would they just unplug me? Or offer an extension, in which case, how did they expect me to pay? If, at some later date, I decided to write a book describing these events, I would have to omit this moment of weakness entirely. I'd begin the book with me working hard. I'd sign up for all kinds of courses and classes and start leveling everything from archery to cooking to online marketing. Reality wasn't as simple as that. Unable to sleep, I stayed in bed till midday, making all kinds of plans. Then, envisioning their sinister consequences. This fabulous gift from the future definitely came with strings attached. As a result, I received 2 mutually exclusive debuffs: insomnia, duration 12 hours, and lack of sleep. Between themselves, they decimated my vigor, satisfaction, perception, intellect, agility, and all the other stats for good measure. Whatever. I didn't care anymore. All I wanted to do was continue researching this game system. I actually discovered that all the eye-rolling wasn't really necessary. I could very easily control the interface by sending mental commands. I opened Settings. It allowed me to set up my system messages preferences, play with colors and the interface layout by moving around bars and buttons, add a clock and a minimap, set up an alarm, and change the task logging parameters. I could also enable the auto-accept quest option, whatever that was supposed to mean, and activate some thingy which blasted an alarm whenever a certain person came within direct line of sight, etc., etc. I could deal with all of that later. Now, I had the best course of this digital feast staring me in the face. Wiki. Someone else might have opened it first, ignoring all the other tabs. It's just like kindergarten kids who eat their dessert first, then move to the more boring dishes. Me, I'd always left the dessert for last. It was the only thing that could motivate me to finish my carrots and gulp down the sickening milk soup which Russian nutrition authorities believed beneficial for children's growing bodies. The wiki turned out to be very helpful. It was a proper virtual assistant. The moment I thought of something, it offered me a page with answers, then read its contents to me out loud. Eventually, that became a problem, because I kept thinking of new things as I read, which prompted an avalanche of new windows overlapping each other. Each time I thought of something, my virtual assistant would stop mid-word and switch to my new inquiry, which in the end became admittedly chaotic. At first, the assistant's voice was devoid of emotion, and even gender. It was too high for a man and too low for a woman. It spoke Russian with just a hint of an accent. Not that I paid any attention to it. I was too busy learning how stats were calculated. They actually turned out to be quite simple. I'd been right. The system adapted to the user's understanding. Had I been some clueless noob, without any gaming experience, I might have received the following system message. Congratulations. Even though you're not that strong, 2, you're very smart, 14, and have enviable intuition, 16. You're quite observant, but unfortunately, not too enduring, 4. To make up for it, you're agile and supple, 11. And you have tons of luck, 15. Mind you, this was only my conjecture. Numbers would be no use to a clueless noob. He or she wouldn't know what to do with them. One thing I'd managed to work out was that the stats numbers were in keeping with some average values, probably, shared by all human beings. How the mysterious game creators accessed those numbers was a different question entirely. Most likely, they extracted them from the universal information field they'd already mentioned. An average human being's stats seemed to hover around level 10. In any case, what exactly did the system mean by strength, perception, or agility? How were they supposed to work, and what were they supposed to affect? Strength stood for a user's brute physical force. Using weightlifters' language, it was the number of weights a person could lift using any given muscle group. The system summed up the numbers of all human beings on planet Earth in order to work out an average, which was then divided by 10 to calculate the value of 1 point. Which meant I was 40% weaker than an average Terran. Sigh. The good news was, strength was one of the easiest stats for a noob to level, thanks to the so-called beginner's effect. Agility, according to Wiki, was the ability to learn complex coordinated movements and use these acquired skills continuously in constantly changing environments. Unlike strength, it was calculated using some arcane chart of complex movements and their performance times. I had a funny feeling that the chart listed cartwheels and leg splits, which I'd never mastered at school. Otherwise, why would I only have 4 points agility? Luckily, it too could be leveled up with various exercises and gym practice. As for intellect, it wasn't as simple as one's IQ reading. In fact, the game had its own IQ test, which also calculated the person's creativity and their ability to think out of the box. There were other contributing factors too, like erudition, which was calculated as the percentage of the user's knowledge of the planet's entire information database, or the ability to generate new knowledge, which figured heavily in the IQ calculation formula. There were also life experience, problem-solving, and other such factors. I indeed proved to have high intellect numbers. Finally, something I could be proud of. I could level it up even higher by studying, through learning the existing knowledge and generating new data. For instance, via my writing. Now, stamina. Here, the wiki flooded me with data about my lung volume, respiratory metabolism, and ventilation rates. I stared at columns of digits depicting my CO2 rates and metabolic heat production, trying to come up with questions which could explain it in layman's language. Finally, I worked out that all those numbers could be improved upon by performing extended periods of certain types of physical activity, such as jogging, swimming, uphill walking, jumping, making love, or pull-ups. Getting the right answer from my virtual assistant was a job and a half. I showered it with questions, trying to work my way through lists of scientific terms and make my questions as straightforward as possible. Does sex count? Yes. The time spent in the active position can be used as a variable, which would allow you to calculate the average. The assistant would go on until I interrupted it with my next question. Perception was another complex characteristic which included eyesight, hearing, taste, smell, intuition, rapid memory, attention to detail, and foresight. Even though I hadn't quite managed to work out their calculation principle, I could see they were all interrelated. As for leveling it, I decided to leave it till later. Charisma included attractiveness, credibility, and charm. No idea how the system was supposed to calculate the latter. Apparently, it had performed a virtual simulation of each and every legally capable human being on Earth in order to see how many people he or she could attract and influence. Finally, the calculation of luck. That's where I thought I must have been losing it. We have analyzed every day of every person's life from the moment of his or her conception, taking into consideration all key life events which have affected his or her existence, the assistant said matter-of-factly. Then we used the good-to-bad life choices ratio in order to produce the average luck reading. How? How did you access the data? It was provided by a particular local segment of the Universal Information Field. God bless their information field. And its local segment, whatever that was supposed to mean. In order to level up luck, you had to make correct, life-changing choices. One thing I couldn't work out was the effect it was supposed to have on your life. This parameter is involved in all processes, the assistant replied evasively. What, all of them? Oh, yes. Luck affects all stats. It has a decisive influence on a user's life. The assistant dissolved in a wordy explanation. According to it, even the probability of a lethal blood clot entering my bloodstream was determined by luck. Having studied all the characteristics, I moved over to skills. Their number wasn't limited. Their levels depended on the number of hours spent practicing them. Each consequent skill point required more hours, or reps, than the one before it. Sometimes loads more. If you took gaming, I'd apparently spent over 15,000 hours playing online, but I was still only level 8. This system was actually quite predictable, and not that different from the one used in gaming. In any given game, you could make level 1 in a matter of hours. Then you sometimes had to spend hundreds of hours just to reach level 2. To give you some idea, Bringing one's skill to level 5 required about 10,000 hours of practice, and anything beyond level 10 was considered top expertise, which required a minimum of 21,000 hours of training and practice. Still, those were only the basic numbers, which didn't take into consideration the cumulative effect of other skills, which was indeed a problem. The time required to make the next level of any given skill depended on the combined value of all the others. You just couldn't become a munchkin by leveling everything in sight. The explanation of this phenomenon lay in our brain's capacity. Logical, really. Once you've used up some brain space by leveling, say, chess skills, there'll be less space left to learn cooking. Having said that, today's scientists seem to question this theory. Then again, what did I know? The experts of the future seem to have studied this problem extensively. Was there any way I could delete useless skills from my memory? Why would I need all those early Mortal Kombat tricks, like remembering the correct button order for each combo and memorizing all the fatalities, as well as each warrior's special abilities, all those back, forward, press X? That was a veritable mine of useless information which encroached on my brain space. Some skills required spirit points, too. I hadn't yet worked out what exactly they were. Apparently, they required a higher level of insight, which could only be leveled through constant use. All I managed to work out was that it, too, directly depended on stat readings. That made sense. My agility was admittedly low, which meant that I couldn't succeed in leveling any agility-heavy athletic skill, no matter how hard I practiced. By the same token, practicing a skill could improve its respective characteristics. The good news was, my improved insight meant that now I didn't need to make eye contact with other people in order to see their stats. When I'd finally finished going through the charts, I heard a melodious jingle, followed by a news system message. Task status: Master the augmented reality control interface. Task completed. XP received, 5 points, plus 1% to satisfaction. That was nice of them. Shame I couldn't see the XP bar. I might need to ask the assistant about it. I spent some more time in the settings. I temporarily disabled the mental command function, changed the assistant's voice to female, and called her Martha. Martha spoke in a husky, old Hollywood kind of voice.
Welcome to Augmented Reality System.
Hi, Martha.
How do you do, Mr. Panfilov?
Oh, please call me Phil.
Request accepted.
Who are you?
I'm your virtual assistant for the home edition of Augmented Reality 7.2.
Who made this game?
First Martian Company Limited.
Which is where?
Please be more specific.
What's the company's office address?
The offices of First Martian Company Limited are located in Georgetown, Schiaparelli, Mars.
Were they really? Did that mean that we'd colonize Mars after all? When would that have happened? Was its atmosphere okay? What other planets would we have colonized? It was a good job I disabled the mental command option. The answers to all those questions would be no good to me at the moment. So I posed another question, which admittedly had strings attached. Who was the company founder?
The company was started by Zoran Savage.
Is he a human being? What planet is he from?
He is originally from Earth, born in the Eurasian Union in 2058.
I committed the name to memory. If I live to see him, it might not be a bad idea to stock up on his company shares. And what year is it now, Martha?
It is 2018 by the Gregorian calendar. This is your default chronology option, based on the results of your brain scan.
In that case, can you explain to me how on earth could it have happened?
Please be more specific.
When exactly was the game's current version released?
In 2118 by the Gregorian calendar. This is your default chronology option based on the results of your...
Okay. Can you just tell me how on earth did it end up 100 years earlier?
Sending request to server. Please wait.
Martha temporarily zoned out.
Server connection timeout. Impossible to establish connection with the server.
Forget it.
Please be more specific.
I mean, you can cancel the server query.
Request accepted.
Where is the server anyway?
The server is located along the Lagrangian points within the solar system.
You have any idea why you can't connect to it?
Sending request to server. Please wait. Server connection timeout. Impossible to establish connection with the server.
That's because there's no flippin' server in those wretched Lagrangian points at the moment, I snapped. Never mind. But if the server's not available, can you tell me how come I can still access other people's data?
The data is extracted from the local segment of the Universal Information Field.
The local segment? What exactly is it?
The local segment of this sector of the galaxy contains all the information on the human race as well as one other sentient species.
Which sentient species?
Unauthorized query. Your access level is insufficient. Your license is limited to your personal use only.
And this Universal Information Field, what exactly is it?
It is the sum total of all knowledge accrued by all sentient species in the universe.
How many sentient species are there in the universe? We aren't alone, are we?
Apart from you, this location contains a creature belonging to the species of Felis domesticus, which is a small, typically furry, carnivorous mammal. Would you like me to mark the creature's location on your mini-map? She's not a creature. Her name is Boris. Information surplus to requirements. Your brain scan data contains the creature's name.
I did a mental facepalm. Martha?
Yes, Phil?
How many sentient species are there in the universe?
Unauthorized query. Your access level is insufficient. Your license is limited to your personal use only.
I thought I had a premium account.
This is class AAA plus access level. This kind of privileged information is not covered by premium accounts.
What kind of privileges do they cover, then?
The only privilege the premium accounts offer is a triple bonus after having calculated your levels and stats such as characteristics, skills, XP points, reputation, and social level.
I knew it. This was a leveling booster. How cool was that? I'd hit the jackpot. This was every paying player's wet dream. I did a quick mental calculation. If I decided to become the next soccer star, like, say, Lionel Messi, at 32 years old, yeah, right, I'd have to practice for 12 hours a day, every day. I'd need 21,000 hours to reach the top expert level. Without the booster, it would have taken me about 5 years, but now it was going to take me just over a year and a half. Which still wasn't too good, really. My license expired in a year, which meant I wasn't likely to achieve anything spectacular. It also meant that my initial idea to level up every stat I had wasn't really viable. I had to come up with a good leveling plan. And I had to think fast, because every day mattered now. Martha, how do I get the access level I need?
Please be more specific.
How do I get the access level required in order to find out how many sentient species there are in the universe?
You need to purchase Augmented Reality Professional Edition. Would you like to place an order?
Absolutely.
Sending request to server. Please wait. Server connection timeout. Impossible to establish connection with the server.
I see. Mind telling me how much the professional version costs?
Please specify purchase currency.
Russian rubles.
Unfortunately, we only accept Martian credits, Eurasian yuans, or Federate dollars.
Okay. Martian credits.
Your upgrade will cost 199,900 Martian credits. Would you like to proceed to checkout?
Yes, please.
Error. Insufficient funds on your account balance.
Can I see my account?
Your account balance is negative. You have minus 49,000 Martian credits on your account. Allow me to remind you that your financial commitments should be honored.
Failure to fulfill financial obligations is a basis for initiating court proceedings which might seize your property and make you compensate damages by doing hard labor. Okay. One last question. 49,000 Martian credits. How much would that be in rubles? I expected another server connection timeout message. Still, this time Martha replied promptly. Based on the evaluation of the planet's strategic energy resources in 2018 as compared to those of the solar system in 2118, the going rate is 22,730 rubles. At the 2018 conversion rate, 49,000 Martian credits equals 1,113,770,000 Russian rubles. How much? I stared blindly at the number Martha had just read out to me. Did I really owe 1 billion rubles? To whom? What for? Was it the price of the game license I was currently using? Without saying a word, I closed the interface. By then, I was yawning nonstop. I couldn't keep my eyes open. Between the apathy and lack of sleep debuffs, both my vigor and metabolism were already in the red. The system kept showering me with alert messages, warning me against the dangers of lack of sleep. And this last bit of news had completely put me off any further conversation with her. Still, masochist that I was, I couldn't resist the temptation of summoning Martha one last time. You mentioned damage compensation. What exactly did you mean? Any incurred damages are compensated by doing hard labor, namely mining uranium on one of Jupiter's moons. There's a 83.71% chance of the said moon being Io. I smiled sadly. In this case, I had every chance of becoming the first man on Io. Martha? Yes, Phil. How much time do I have to pay for my license? Your license has been paid in full. It is valid for 1 year from activation. The license expires on May 16, 2019. You know who paid for it? Sending request to server. Please wait. Server connection timeout. Impossible to establish connection with the server. Oh, great, I muttered, before passing out. I slept through the rest of Friday and the following night. I awoke with a jolt. Before even opening my eyes, I could see a new system message hovering in my mental view. Good morning, Phil. You wanted to wake up at 7 o'clock. It is 6:42 a.m. now, which is the best awakening time based upon your sleep cycle. That's right. Hadn't I set the system alarm for 7 a.m.? I couldn't find the alarm tone options at the time, wondering how on earth it was supposed to wake me up. And it just had. I simply woke up in the best of moods, feeling refreshed and energized. Don't get me wrong, I could still remember every word of my last night's conversation with Martha. Still, I looked at it all differently now for some reason. Hard labor? Uranium mines? They didn't even exist yet. Not for another 100 years or so. Without getting out of bed, I summoned Martha. Good morning, Phil. Morning. Remember you told me something about my duty to honor my financial commitments? When exactly is the deadline? The deadline for honoring your payments to First Martian Company Limited is December 31, 2118. Thanks, sweetheart, I said, suppressing a triumphant scream. Thanks a bunch. You be a good girl. I'll be back soon, and then we can talk some more. This time, we're going to discuss the leveling options of that so-called social status of yours. I spent half the day straightening the place up. Now that both the lack of sleep and apathy debuffs had expired, I'd finally seen our apartment in a truly unadulterated light. I didn't like it. The sight gave me a desperate desire to scrub the place clean. So, I had to walk the talk. I scooped out all the junk from all the drawers and cupboards, shined the fridge inside out, fixed that wretched kitchen tap, washed the windows, then sorted through my wardrobe, discarding everything I'd never had the heart to part with before. In all these tasks, I was greatly assisted by the object identification skill, courtesy of my insight.
Like a child who just learned to read and now scrutinized everything she set her eyes on, I studied the stats of all of our household items. Even though I couldn't see much with my current level, not even the brand's name, the program identified all the items correctly, adding a brief description. For instance, an LCD television set, 32 inches, a long-distance device allowing for the reception and display of visual and audio signals, a table fork, stainless steel, part of a set, a t-shirt, white, 100% cotton, an item of clothing. The simpler the item, the shorter the description was. Some displayed their durability numbers, others didn't. All items with durability below 20% went straight in the trash. Interestingly, some of the items of clothing had stat bonuses. Quite impressive ones sometimes. For instance, my reading glasses gave my perception a considerable boost. Or maybe it was just me with my admittedly ruined eyesight. My only pair of good shoes offered +1 to charisma, while my old track bottoms did exactly the opposite. Armed with this knowledge, I unhesitantly discarded my torn sneakers with -1 to charisma, replacing them with a pair of black derbies I'd unearthed in the depths of the wardrobe. Those were actually my wedding shoes. The only time I'd worn them was when I'd married Yana. How did I know they were derbies? Simple. Their tag had told me as much. Black derby shoes, material, leather, all-purpose open-faced footwear, worn with both casual and special occasion outfits. +1 to charisma. Durability, 17 of 20. I'd had them for ages without actually knowing what they were. I just loved my new abilities. Having finished cleaning, I booted up the computer. First of all, I wrote back to my clanmates. Just think of all the sleepless hours we'd spent together. All the days and nights, years even. We'd been playing together since vanilla. I let them all know I was leaving the game. I thanked them for the great time and wished them luck on Argus. Just a down-to-earth message devoid of sentimental crap. I'd met quite a few of them in real life anyway, which meant we weren't parting ways for good. Task status. Apologize to clanmates for my silence. Task completed. XP received, 5 points. +3% to satisfaction. I donated all my gear and resources to the clan bank. I sifted through all my legendaries one last time, thinking how much time and effort each of them had cost me. I gave the empty Stormwind one last check, then took the Deep Run tram to Ironforge. There, nostalgia got the better of me. I took a screenshot of my rogue Care, exited the game, and deleted him together with all the alts. I didn't even consider selling him. It just didn't feel right. I uninstalled the game and heaved a sigh. Fare thee well, Azeroth. Task status. Stop playing World of Warcraft. Task completed. XP received, 50. +10% to satisfaction. Stop playing World of Warcraft? I didn't remember seeing this task on the list. It must have added itself when I'd made that decision. Still, its results were impressive. I could use more of the same. The jump in satisfaction gave me a feeling of incredible relief, the kind of sensation you get when you remove uncomfortable shoes after a day spent walking. The number of XP points was also considerably higher. Martha had been right saying that the system awarded them depending on a task's difficulty for a particular user. True, it hadn't been easy for me to erase almost 12 years of my life. I didn't stop there. I deleted Steam and all the remaining games, followed by gigabytes of guides, TV series, graphic novels, meme collections, and other such junk. I sorted through my work files, cleared the computer desktop, and checked the email. Apart from spam, it also contained 2 very welcome letters. The first one was an appointment for a job interview from some packaging factory in need of a sales rep. They said they'd phoned me earlier, but I hadn't picked up. The interview was for Monday morning. I'd have to spend some time preparing for it, The other letter was from some Siberian pine nut distribution company. They'd contacted me via a freelance portal asking if I'd be interested in writing content for their corporate website. I immediately replied. Despite the weekend, one of their workers answered almost instantly. After we'd agreed on fees and deadlines, I set to work straight away. Task status. Check the email. Task completed. XP received, 1. Plus 1% to satisfaction. The more time I spent closing the unfinished tasks, the more I liked it. It wasn't even about all the system buffs. It was more about my newly acquired feeling of accomplishment. I wasn't wasting my time playing or watching TV series. Instead, I was being useful. I was so hyped up that I used the short breaks from pine nut content writing to finalize some other tasks. I gave Boris a good brush, did a quick grocery shopping, wrote a blog post about me quitting the game, and called my parents. I spent the rest of Sunday finishing the content assignment and preparing for the next day's interview. I went to bed early. As I was falling asleep, I realized I'd completely forgotten to look into my social status, which I'd already begun leveling. I even had an available stat point to show for it. I really needed to invest it into something useful. Chapter 10. An Undocumented Feature. If at first you don't succeed, failure may be your style. Quentin Crisp. Hi, my name's Phil Panfilov. I've got a job interview at 9:30. The pretty receptionist ignored me entirely, too busy scrolling through an Instagram page. She yawned, covering her mouth with her smartphone, then finally looked up at me. Her fake eyelashes were so long she could probably fan herself on a hot day by fluttering them. Sorry. What is it? She yawned again. She must have had one hell of a weekend. Monday mornings in an office inevitably resemble a disturbed anthill. But this particular company gave me the impression of an ant revolution in progress, with furious worker ants rushing around about to dethrone the queen. Telephones rang non-stop. The air was blue with cussing. Printers rattled, doors slammed. The coffee machine gurgled. Martinov, get off your ass and mail the proposal to Butcher's Market. They're begging to be closed. Which one? To the Armenians, you dimwit. Who's taking my coffee? Which part of cash before delivery don't you understand? Who's got the Virgil file? Cyril, do you mind? This is my spoon. Kindly put it back once you're finished with it. No, we don't do cash after delivery, only before, which means we need their money first. Max, the accountant girls are looking for you everywhere. Their printer is down. They can't process the invoices. How do you do, sir? Yes, I can most surely mark it down. They're out of printer ink, that's all. Normal. Business as usual. I looked around me. The spacious office was heaped high with boxes and product samples. The desks groaned under tons of paperwork. The management area looked like an island of tranquility in a raging sea of sales reps who occasionally tried to breach its calm waters. Excuse me. I squinted at the girl's name tag hovering over her head. Daria, isn't it? I have a job interview at. Down that corridor, last door to the right. It's marked HR. Thank you, Daria. With a nod, she turned her attention back to her phone. I found the HR department. The corridor in front of it was quite crowded. It looked like I would be there for quite a while. Hi, I said. Are you all interviewing for the job? We are indeed. A small and lively young guy grinned at me. Don't tell me you two have a 9:30 appointment. You're interviewing for sales rep, aren't you? Well, you're late, man. It's 9:40 now. He squinted his bright blue eyes at me, chatting nonstop. Only joking. We all have the same time. What's your name? I'm Greg. I used to sell windows. That bastard of a boss of ours stopped paying our bonuses, and my wife's pregnant, so I need the money real bad. I haven't quit my current job yet, though. I told them I have a meeting with a customer. Clever, eh? And you? What do you do? A bit of everything. I shook his proffered hand. I'm Phil. The guy was a born sales rep. Talk about skill. He could sell windows for a submarine if he really had to. He was also a born bullshitter. He wasn't married at all. I could see his stats, couldn't I? Gregory, bullshit artist, Boyko. Age 25. Current status, sales rep. Social status level, 7. Class, vendor. Level, 5. Unmarried. No children. Criminal record, yes. Current reputation, indifference. 0 of 30. Then again, so what if he wasn't married? He might have a live-in girlfriend. Losing all interest in me, Greg B.S. returned his attention to a quiet girl standing next to him, resuming the conversation apparently disrupted by my arrival. Her age and clothes betrayed her as a college student. Was I right? I most surely was. Marina Tishenko, age 19, current status, college student. I peered at all the others. Almost all of the job applicants were younger than me. All of them were wearing office clothes and even ties. I'd very nearly done the same. I, too, had a business suit gathering dust in the back of the wardrobe. Still, reality proved quite harsh. No matter how hard I tried to tuck my stomach in, I just couldn't button up the trousers. So in the end, I'd had to make do with a pair of jeans and the suit jacket worn over a clean white shirt. I curiously studied their product samples, which littered the office, peering at their stats. Rolls and rolls of cling film, thermoforming film, anti-corrosion film, water-soluble film, shrink film, and air bubble film. Air bubble film? Yes! I just love popping it. Who doesn't? My insight skill could identify anything within direct line of sight, saving me the trouble of actually approaching or handling any of the items. Phil? What do you think? Greg demanded. I stared blankly at him. What's the easiest product to sell? He repeated. Everyone's eyes turned to me. Apparently, Greg had been the heart of the unfolding discussion. I didn't have to think hard. The easiest product to sell is the one your customer needs. You don't even need to sell it to him. He'll buy it anyway. Exactly, he's right, the others chimed. My reputation with some of them, including the Marina girl, had grown a little. Now it was indifference, 5 out of 30. So easy? They didn't mean it. Aha! You see? Marina grinned victoriously at Greg. So much for your windows. She wasn't as timid as I initially thought. In fact, she was very much like Yana used to be at her age. I took another look. She was quite pretty, actually. A delicate face with rather thick eyebrows, under which sparkled a pair of emerald eyes, amazing in their purity. She met my gaze and gave me a wink. Embarrassed, I looked away, suppressing a smile. I don't think so, Greg insisted. How do you know what your customer needs? And you don't need just one, you need loads of them. And they don't give a damn that you have a quota to meet. They don't care if you lose your bonuses or if your product is out of season. And this, he pointed at the rolls of packaging film, who needs these things? Shops? Supermarkets? Farmers markets? Cling film suppliers are one big mafia, man. He nodded at the office, seething with workers. I froze. He had a point. I opened the map and sent a mental search request. Nothing happened. I tried to reword my query several times until finally I had every shop and market in town marked on the map. Fingers crossed. I told the system to sort the shops, leaving only those in need of a packaging supplier. So windows are big, trust me, Greg concluded. They're something everybody needs. The current level of your insight skill is insufficient to access the information you've requested. Bummer. The HR door opened, letting out a disheveled job applicant. Frowning, he looked over at us, then left. Next, please, a male voice called from behind the door. They spent no more than 5 minutes with each applicant. The company's turnover must have been huge, forcing them to hire everyone who'd agreed to work for a minimum wage with a prospect of bonuses. Finally, Greg walked in. He stayed in the room longer than everybody else and walked out grinning from ear to ear, utterly pleased with himself. "I'm good, and I don't care. If they don't hire me, it's their loss. See you guys. I've got windows to sell." He shook hands with everyone, gave Marina a wink, and left. Marina walked through the HR door. I was next. After a while, she walked out with an embarrassed smile. "I think they've hired me," she whispered. I walked in. "Good luck," she said behind my back. "Thanks, girl." I left the packaging office feeling good. I had a funny feeling I'd made it. They said they'd call me. Same thing as they'd said to everyone else, I suppose. In any case, the day was so good the air filled with the bountiful aromas of summer blossoms. The sun touched my face, heating my shoulders. I removed the jacket and slung it over my back. I turned my head this way and that, identifying everything in sight just to level up a little. I was curious, too. A concrete trash can. A Porfiry Govorov, age 12, middle grade student. A curb. A car. A Lyudmila Voronina, age 72, retired. A LED street lamp. A Vita Balashova, age 24, a fortune teller. Wait a sec. Age 24? The person looked like an old woman. I took another look. A street beggar, most likely a Roma, judging by her traditional gypsy garb. Several frilly floral skirts worn on top of each other, and a matching flounced blouse peeking from under a filthy woolen cardigan. A torn, knitted shawl was wrapped over her shoulders for a bit of extra warmth. She indeed appeared ancient. The likes of her, whether begging, selling counterfeited goods, or simply offering to tell your fortune, were a common sight on Russian streets. I couldn't see her face from under the black headscarf. Still, her hands betrayed her. Filthy, but smooth. Definitely not the hands of an old woman. I knew, of course, that not all of them were genuine Roma. Many of them were rip-off merchants of any nationality, making good money on people's sympathy to the underprivileged. But posing as an old woman? What an actress! A skeletal dog lay on the soiled tarmac next to her, resting his filthy head on his paws. A dirty washing line was tied to the collar, constricting his neck. Richie, a German shepherd. Age, 6. Current status, pet. Owner, Svetlana Sveta Messerschmidt. I stopped next to them. Without raising her eyes, the fake gypsy mumbled monotonously.
"Cross my palm with a few coins, dearie. Just for a crust of bread for me, but mostly for the dog. He needs feeding. Cross my palm with a few coins, dearie. Just for a crust of bread."
"Excuse me," I said, not knowing how to begin. She kept mumbling, ignoring me. "Excuse me, is this your dog?"
"Of course it is. Spare a few coins for the dog, dearie. He needs feeding."
I chuckled. Her dog. Yeah, right. "Richie? Richie, my boy!" The dog raised his ear. He opened his eyes and lifted his head, looking at me curiously with his intelligent eyes. He was a handsome dog with an off-white patch on his chest. "Richie, good boy, come." I slapped my leg. The dog scrambled to his feet, intending to walk over to me. His short leash pulled tight. The fake gypsy tugged at it sharply. Whimpering in pain, the dog dropped to his side. Panting heavily, he kept staring at me. His tearful eyes were caked in some filthy goo. That was the last drop. I loved all cats and dogs indiscriminately, Yana's departed Chihuahua being the only honorable exception. I couldn't watch them being hurt. "Stop torturing the dog now," I said. "This isn't your dog. I know who it belongs to. I'm calling the police." I pulled out the phone, pretending I was dialing the number. The fake gypsy exploded into some desperate screaming. Heavy footsteps resounded behind me. A god-awful whack on the head sent me to the ground. Damage taken, 93. A punch. Current vitality, 77.64501%. The edges of the system message turned crimson. A new warning appeared. You've received a bleed debuff. Duration, 30 minutes. Minus 0.01151% to vitality per second. Current vitality, 77.53350%. The fake gypsy stopped screaming. I clutched at my head. My fingers touched something wet and sticky. My attacker must have had a signet ring or something on his hand. I tried to scramble back to my feet. Immediately, I received an almighty kick in the ribs, which knocked the wind out of me. My throat seized with an agonizing pain. Damage taken, 126. A kick. Current vitality, 76.17388%. Holding my stomach, I rolled onto my side to see my attacker. The gypsy was busy dragging the struggling dog away, followed by a man in track pants and a leather jacket. Georgy Balashov, age 29. Current status, unemployed. I submitted this data to memory. Gradually, the pain began to release me. My vitality began to rise. That was good news, meaning I hadn't received any internal damage. What a bastard! He'd stripped me of nearly 2.5% health with just 2 hits. Staggering, I climbed to my feet and brushed the dirt off my jeans and my good jacket. The street was quite busy, but no one had approached me offering help. That was all right. How many times had I ignored people lying unconscious in the past, thinking it must have been some useless homeless drunk? Oh well, welcome to the club. Wonder if it had something to do with my low social status, some sort of karma effect. And how many times had I myself attacked people from behind in the game, shamelessly raising my honor, or should I say, dishonor point count? What a shame I'd lost the dog, though. To pay my attacker back in kind would have been nice, too, but it looked like their wrongs would never be avenged. Still, there was something I could do. I opened the map and submitted a query. Immediately, I saw all 3 of them: the dog, the fake gypsy, and her backstabbing sidekick. They seemed to be back at the farmer's market, which is usually the center of petty criminal activity in most Russian towns. What a shame I didn't have a single combat skill on my list. Just to get even with him, you understand. Having said that, he wouldn't be alone. And I just wasn't good enough to single-handedly take on an entire gang. Which is why I used the map to lay the route to the nearest urgent care center. It was only half a mile away, so I walked there. I didn't skip and hop around anymore. This was real life, after all. The human body was very different from a digital cartoon. Here, stat building required some dedicated training and the proverbial second wind. The urgent care doctor studied my head wound as if it was the most normal thing in the world. He administered first aid by applying some medication to the wound and dressing it properly. His actions removed the bleed debuff entirely. Finally, he wrote a statement for the police and sent me on my way. The station was just next door. Desk Sergeant Kravitz listened to my complaint with a skeptical look on his face. Another cold case was the last thing they needed. So I embellished it a little, telling him the dog was mine and that it had been missing for a while, and today I came across it in the street accompanying a street beggar. You sure it was your dog? How did you know? It's my dog. His name's Richie, a German Shepherd, 6 years old. He has an off-white patch on his chest. There aren't many dogs like that around. Maybe there aren't, but I've seen a few, the sergeant replied, hesitating. I called him and he reacted to his name. I see. And then what happened? I wanted to take him from her when someone attacked me from behind. They hit me on the head, then kicked me in the ribs. Here's a statement from the first aid place. Here's my bandaged head, and here's the bruise under my ribs." I attempted to describe the fake old woman and my attacker. On second thoughts, I also mentioned a young girl who was allegedly with them, in case the fake gypsy had already shed her old woman disguise. Finally, I told him I knew their current location. "They're at the north entrance to the farmer's market." "How do you know?" "I followed them." I inconspicuously checked the map. "I think they're still there." "Yeah, right. Why didn't you tell me at once? They must be miles away by now." The sergeant sent a patrol to the market, armed with the description of all four: the dog, the goon, and the two women, one old, the other young. Then he returned to his desk and motioned me to a bench along the wall. I wasn't born yesterday. I doubted very much they could help me. Had it happened before my involvement with the game, I'd have just turned round and walked back home to nurse both my wounds and my injured pride. I'd never filed a complaint with the authorities before. Ever. I'd been in a scuffle or two in my lifetime. I'd had my nose broken in a bar brawl. Another time, a couple of large individuals who hadn't liked the way I'd looked at them decided to punch my lights out. I'd also had my phone taken from me by a gang of local kids. Still, I'd never reported any of this to the police. I just suffered in silence, refusing to believe they could actually do anything about it. Criminals and lowlifes always get their own way in life, don't they? As I waited, I switched to my mental interface and summoned Martha. "Hi." "Greetings, Phil." Her voice echoed in my head, seemingly reverberating through the room. "I need to inform you that you need to have some bed rest ASAP. Go home and spend at least several— Sorry, I can't, I interrupted her. "If you don't mind me asking, do you have any visualization options?" Talking to a voice in my head isn't very healthy, is it? "Yes, I do have the option you require. Please specify the details." The details, well, a female, 18 to 35 years old, dark-haired. A shapeless blob comprised of various colors filled my interface. "Martha? What's that?" "There's 482,352,941 matches. Would you like to narrow your search?" That was 500 million pixels. Talk about too much of a good thing. I don't think I'm physically able to check them all. I need your help. I can create an image which will have a 97% probability of matching your personal taste in ladies. Yeah, right. You just want to show off your knowledge of my brain scan results. Go ahead, then. Do it. Holy Jesus! I jumped, suppressing a much stronger word. "Keep quiet, you," Sergeant Kravitz grumbled. It was easy for him to say. A stunningly beautiful young lady stood but a couple paces away from me. Almost 6 foot tall, she was wearing some ripped denim shorts, a pair of Converse sneakers, and a white t-shirt hugging her bronze body. Her gorgeous dark hair flowed down her back, not a trace of makeup. The girl was chewing gum, grinning at me. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. She gave me a wink. "Hi. You okay?" I realized I was still sitting. I hurried to stand up to answer her greeting. "Are you Martha?" "Good. You're not hopeless after all." Was she teasing me? Even her voice was different, melodious and cheerful. But still... "What's wrong with you?" Sergeant Kravitz snapped. "Are you hearing things? Sit down and stop your nonsense." Martha brought a finger to her lips. "Be quiet." "Got it," I replied mentally. "But you're so different." "I'm sorry. I did indeed study your brain scan results. According to them, a girl's appearance wasn't the only thing that mattered. I had to build a new person with her own character, voice, and behavioral patterns. I had to analyze your dreams as well as your favorite books and video games in order to isolate the most common objects of
self-gratification. I jumped to my feet. What? Enough! Sergeant Kravitz snapped. Out, you! Go and wait outside. Fap, 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 Martha mouthed teasingly. I knew better than to argue with a police officer. I headed for the door. Martha hooked her arm through mine and followed. I could feel her touch. I could smell her, a fresh, briny scent of some vaguely familiar perfume. I tried to remember what it was called, but couldn't. How was that for a full immersion experience? This was better than Dolby Atmos in 3D. Once outside, I pulled out the phone, turned the camera on, and tried to take a picture of the two of us. Predictably, I was alone on the screen. Phil, give it a break, man. I'm in your head. Do what Sergeant Kravitz just told you and stop your nonsense. But how did you do it? How do you think you can see the interface and all the messages? Her voice betrayed some emotion. Do you remember what the program is called? Augmented Reality 7.2 Home Edition, wasn't it? Exactly. Augmented being the operative word. Are you now going to stay like this? Phil, use your brain. You wanted an embodied assistant, and that's exactly what you got. You still can summon or unsummon me at your convenience. Oh, yes, she was embodied, all right. I thought she'd be some sort of cartoon head in the corner of my interface window, a bit like the MS Office talking paperclip. A 3D animation, maybe, but this was mind-boggling. It wasn't just the fact that she was so beautiful. No, I did like her cheekiness, her sarcasm, her girl-next-door friendliness. I might need to ask her to replace this avatar with something less provocative. Otherwise, I might never look at a human woman again. Not even Yana. A patrol van pulled up by the station. I sent Martha a mental command to disappear. She popped a gum bubble and dematerialized, licking the bits of gum from her lips. The patrol officer called me, then opened the back door of his van. Your dog? You need to get him to the vet. He's in a bad way. Richie was lying in the back with his tongue stuck out, panting heavily. Come on, boy, don't let me down. Richie! I was just so happy they'd found him. Richie, come! Reluctantly wagging his tail, the dog rose and sniffed my proffered hand. I used my other hand to stroke the scruff of his neck and scratch behind his ears, all the while telling him he was such a good boy, that we were back together now and that everything was going to be all right. Good, the officer said. Take him, we don't have all day. How about the gypsy woman and the other one? They were gone. We searched the market but didn't see them anywhere. We found the dog lying by the market fence. He answered the description, so we took him. You should be grateful. I am. Thanks a lot. Thanks don't pay bills, he said pointedly. I pulled out my wallet, opened it, and showed it to him. I'm broke, sir. He heaved a sigh. Shame. How about some cigarettes? I don't smoke. I turned to go. Wait, he said, averting his gaze. The sergeant wants to see you. I took the dog and walked back inside. Happy, Kravitz said. Good. It would be better if you revoke your complaint now. Why? You've got the dog, haven't you? And we'll never be able to locate those two. And we have quotas to meet. You understand that, don't you? Oh, yes, I did. They'd already gotten their backsheesh from the two crooks, who must have paid the patrol officers off, given them the dog, and disappeared. He was right. It was pointless looking for them now. My complaint was only going to add to their cold case statistics. Justice as usual. Not a problem, I said. Then left the station. Richie staggered along on his shaking legs.
We stopped in a small park under an old maple tree. I fed him a bread roll and gave him some water from a plastic cup I'd bought from a street vendor on our way there. Richie lapped the water greedily, splashing it around and grazing my fingers with his rough tongue. Having finished, I opened Facebook. The search wasn't long. We had only one 14-year-old Svetlana Messerschmidt in our town. I left her a message saying that if she'd lost her dog lately, I might have found it. I gave her my cell number and decided to wait a little. If she didn't reply soon, I might need to take Richie to the vet myself. What little money I had should be enough for some first aid, and by then I should have received the payment for my last night content writing gig, provided the customer didn't request any edits. I summoned Martha. I needed to sort out a few things. Might as well do it now. Hi, Martha. We've seen each other today, haven't we? True. Mind telling me how the social status thing works? Also, how do you gain XP points? How many of them do I need to make the next level? Martha spat her gum into the trash can and turned serious. The social status basically shows a person's value to society. The higher the level, the more important their voice is in global decision-making. Think of things like elections, passing new laws, or the abolition of the death penalty. Any person below level 10 has no say in such matters. The higher one's social status level, the more privileges they receive. Their lives are more valuable in terms of human civilization. In your historical period— What did you say? I interrupted her. Do you see now? Phil, I'm not stupid. I just didn't understand anything anymore. This was surreal. She couldn't be an AI. I jumped off the bench. Richie raised his head warily. Martha, only 2 days ago you kept trying to connect to a non-existent server. Phil, please sit down. No good getting so upset. Okay. Come and sit next to me. I made an inviting gesture. Now tell me. That wasn't me. That was a bot. Highly sophisticated, but still a bot. When you decided to summon me, you authorized the system to allocate bigger resources on your assistant. That allowed me to activate the dialogue function. It's an undocumented feature, very useful. Had I been back in our time, the system would have contacted the server and engaged an available AI. But seeing as there's no server in your time, I made the decision to initiate myself. Her mention of resources was what worried me the most. What kind of resources? Did she mean my brain? What are the resources required for the system to work? Sorry, that's classified information. Come on, give me a hint. You've no idea how far technology will go by the 22nd century. Human beings are capable of working wonders you can't even imagine. That's all I can tell you. If you want to find out more, you'll have to level up insight. Never mind, just forget it. Now, XP points. How do you earn them? Phil. The only reason I created a game-like interface was because that was what you were used to seeing in games. But this is real life. This isn't computer simulation. The social status level has nothing to do with cartoon avatars and their stats. You can't level up here just by farming XP and smoking mob packs. Yes, sure, you could go to war, provided there is a war, and become a hero by killing thousands of enemy soldiers. But even in that case, you might become a hero in your own country, but not for the whole of humanity. Every word and action which is beneficial for the human race will cause your XP to grow. My phone rang. Martha tactfully fell silent. I picked up the phone. A girl's voice asked, "Did you find Richie?" Chapter 11. Cat and Dog. In fact, no relationship should be taken for granted. They are what life is about. The whole point. Gary Vaynerchuk. The Thank You Economy. Kira was my big sister. I wouldn't exactly call our relationship cordial. We normally only saw each other during family reunions. She used to boss me around a lot when we were little. As long as I remembered myself, I'd always been the object of her petty criticisms. She'd been 9 years old when I was born, so she took the brunt of the childcare in our parents' absence. Looking back now, I realized it can't have been easy for her. She'd had to babysit me while all her friends were out having fun. She also had to do the bulk of housework. Dad rotated on and off an oil rig, while Mom worked as a hospital nurse on a 24-hour shift basis. Kira done a good job, though, even if I say so myself. I'd never hurt myself, counting the only time I fell from the window, but luckily I was already 6 years old and the window was only a few feet from the ground. Still, she must have been thoroughly fed up with the experience, so much so that she hadn't even gotten married until she was nearly 40. Instead, she'd concentrated on her banking career. Then she met some sleazy pickup artist 10 years her younger who treated her to a couple of mind-boggling dates, and that had put the lid on her professional life. A wedding, a pregnancy, a baby, a house, a family, a spoilt and abusive husband, and 2 years of constant fighting, crying, cheating, and making up. Finally, a divorce. Kira had never been known for her tact and consideration. Knowing her, the decision to terminate her marriage must have been entirely her initiative. But when it had finally happened, both me and our parents had finally heaved a sigh of relief. Leo, her husband, was a classic gigolo with ambitions bigger than his stomach. All of us could see it straight away. All but Kira, that is. Now she was back at the banking helm, raising the 5-year-old Cyril and finding the time to take care of our parents. She'd always considered me a failure, an irresponsible loser who'd wasted the best years of his life on useless things. And she didn't even know about Yana dumping me yet. So when I heard her voice on the phone, I tensed inside, readying myself to withstand a new flood of accusations peppered with a liberal dose of F-words. I pressed the reply button. "Oh, hi there," I said into the phone, faking cheerfulness. "So great to hear your voice. How's it going?"
"Philly, are you flippin' mad? You've had it this time, haven't you? What happened between you and Yana?"
Philly. That was another problem I had with her. No matter how many times I'd begged, I'd always be Philly to her. What was wrong with my parents? Couldn't they have given me a normal name? Something safe like Sergei or Alexander? I'd even agree to Afonzi. Anything's better than being called Philly in front of everyone. Her shrill voice seemed to slice through all of my sore spots like a laser. I brought the phone away from my ear. I almost envied her ex-husband at this point. For him, the torture was already over.
"You really are going to drive our parents into an early grave, aren't you? As if my divorce wasn't enough for them. Now it's you and your nonsense. You flippin' idiot. They've been waiting all this time for you to finally get your ass in gear. They hoped you'd get a job and a family, a proper family. They want grandchildren, for Christ's sakes. And you...
Kira.
Listen. No! You listen. Her parents have just called me. They said she means it this time. She's filing for divorce. And what they don't understand is why you're sitting on your fat ass doing nothing. She's just walked out on you, for Christ's sake. And you haven't even called her. You didn't even try to make up with her. Have you been drinking or something? Or are you so engrossed in your computer games you haven't even noticed she's been gone?
Okay. Which question am I supposed to answer first?
Don't you get fresh with me. Where are you now?
I'm at home. I was just going to go to bed.
I'm coming now. I want you to wait for me, and none of that game nonsense. No raids, or whatever you call them.
She slammed the phone down. I gave the room one last check. It looked clean and tidy. Except for a big, scraggy dog, black as the devil, lying on the floor by the couch, staring at me with his tongue hanging out. My reputation with Richie had already grown to amicability. His owner, Sveta Messerschmidt, had resorted to sobbing when I'd sent her the dog's picture. a grinning head with a moist black nose taking up half the screen. That way, she couldn't see how gaunt he really was. I'd made sure his wounds weren't visible either. As it turned out, she was away on vacation with her parents, due to return in 2 weeks' time. As soon as we'd finished talking, Richie and I shuffled off to the nearest vet. He might have to stay with me for a while. The vet had given Richie a thorough wash with flea shampoo, treated and dressed his wounds, cleaned up his eyes, given him a few injections, and fed him a vermifuge pill. I paid unhesitantly, using up most of whatever was left on my card and spending the rest of it on some meat scraps from the market butchers. I also bought a packet of spaghetti for myself. It was a good job I quit smoking, otherwise I might have bought some cigarettes instead. I just hoped that the Siberian pine nut producers had already transferred their payment to my bank account. Boris, the she-cat, had greeted the canine newcomer from the strategic height of the back of the couch. The sound she'd made upon our arrival resembled the hissing of a boiling kettle rising to the wailing of a banshee. She hadn't yet realized that a fully grown German shepherd was a far cry from a chihuahua. At first, Richie watched her curiously, tilting his head to one side. Then he sneezed and stood up, resting his front legs on the couch. Reaching out, he attempted to sniff the cat. Boris gave him a hearty slap on the muzzle, then clung to the couch, her ears lowered, her tail swishing around. She was making weird guttural sounds reminiscent of the growling of the walking dead. The dog opened his jaws and gingerly grabbed Boris by the scruff of her neck. Tilting his head high, he carried the cat toward the front door. Boris hung in his grasp obediently, like a newborn kitten. "Richie, no!" I snapped. Richie spat the cat out and looked at me inquiringly. Covered in the dog's saliva, Boris darted off, climbed up the curtains, and jumped onto the wardrobe. From its relative safety, she warily watched the new enemy's movements while zealously licking herself clean. She stayed there for the rest of the day and even ignored her dinner. I spent the afternoon contemplating my leveling strategy. I had to stop in the evening to take Richie out. The dog had turned out to be remarkably smart. He knew all the commands. As I had neither a leash nor a muzzle for him to wear, I had to walk next to him, holding onto his collar until we reached the park. There, I took a look around to make sure there was nobody nearby, and set the impatient, whimpering dog free to do his business. I bet he received plus 100% dissatisfaction for his patience. As for my leveling, I decided to concentrate on my urgent needs for the time being. I needed to earn some quick money in order to pay the bills and decide what I was going to do about Yana. Yes, you heard it right. In the last few days, I seemed to have calmed down a bit. My heart still clenched with the memory of the loss, but how sure was I that I really needed all this? Were we happy? I mean, really happy? Or was it just the convenience of having a female attendant in my life? So far, I didn't have the answers to that. The news about her planning to divorce me hadn't changed much. We'd still have to sit down and talk. Even if we parted ways, we needed to do it properly, to make sure we didn't have to turn away every time we ran across each other on the street. You couldn't really call this a leveling plan. Honestly, I hadn't yet decided which stats I should concentrate on. Logically, it would be a good idea to start with physical characteristics, if only to bring them up to average. That would positively affect lots of things, my health, as well as appearance, and probably even self-confidence. As for improving such arcane characteristics as intellect and perception, I still had no idea what benefits it might garner. The job of a sales rep requires charisma, perception, and empathy, as well as vending skills. You have to be able to feel your client. Question was whether I still wanted to do it. Not at the moment, but as a career choice. I didn't have the answer to that either. As for luck, I had no idea how to level it up. I remember reading some lit-RPG book where the MC had managed to level up luck by betting recklessly in a casino. Unfortunately, the lamentable state of my wallet prevented me from trying that out. which was a good thing. Probably. My common sense, or should I say my inner greedy pig, prevented me from going down that route. Should I go out and start collecting quests from all and sundry? Firstly, I still had no idea how I was supposed to receive them. And secondly, what would it give me? It could probably improve my social networking skills, or even help build a few connections by raising my reputation with a large number of useful or influential people. Beggars can't be choosers, can they? Still, the idea gave me a bad taste in my mouth. It was a bit like helping an old lady across the street simply to impress the girl you're with. I may be a smarmy bastard, but all my smarm resulted from the several years spent trying to sell junk. And you can't sell junk to people without sacrificing your integrity. But you still have to do it in order to put food on the table. You need to pay for modern-day luxuries, which make the base of our consumer pyramid, such as quality food, fast internet connection, and flat-rate gaming plans. In my case, at least. So this was the outcome of my hectic day. My leveling plan for the next month, a dog sleeping on the floor by my bed, and Boris howling her fury from the safety of the wardrobe. Early next morning, I received a small but urgent job offer to edit a graduation thesis. The offered fee of 2,000 rubles was enough to last us a couple of days. I agreed unhesitantly, and spent until lunch working on it. The client paid straight away, followed by an online transfer from my Siberian pine nut customers. Time for the beggars to party. Richie and I went to the pet shop and bought him a new leash and a muzzle, which consumed most of the thesis payment. Then we popped into the nearest budget supermarket and got ourselves some groceries. I also bought a pair of the cheapest Chinese sneakers I could find. They stank, but at least they added 1 point to agility and were much more comfortable to jog in than the wretched derby shoes. Later that night, Richie and I walked out into the backyard for a bit of practice. I had strength and agility to level. I tied Richie to the kids' monkey bars and, much to the excited encouragement of our local gutter intellectuals in the face of Yagoza, Sprat, and Alec, performed a free routine of parallel bars, wall bars, and pull-ups. I must have looked pathetic. Squirming and swaying, I performed 0 pull-ups, 0 bar dips, and another 0 leg raises. Yagoza was laughing so hard he fell off the bench. That wouldn't have been so bad, but Richie immediately decided that the old jailbird was trying to aggro us and critted him with a dose of stun bark. Our audience was suitably impressed and tried to tone down its excitement. Afterward, Richie and I headed for the park. I left him to do his business and went for a run. I ran till my teeth started to ache, and only left when the evening air began swarming with mosquitoes. I needed to buy a gym membership with my first available earnings, as well as some gym clothes and a pair of running shoes. I had a funny feeling that running was going to seriously improve agility, stamina, and sprint speed, and probably also relieve my constant knee pain caused by having to lug around tons of excess weight. My vigor might stop plummeting every 5 minutes, too. When we came home, Boris habitually trotted out to greet me, but barged right into Richie's aura of fear. With a panicky howl, the cat scrambled back to the safety of the wardrobe, where she stayed, watchfully eyeing the demonic hellhound. Before going to bed, I decided to check out the latest heavily hyped flick. It turned out to be pure trash. My satisfaction dropped to 3% halfway through it, forcing me to switch it off. Then Kira rang. As I awaited for her to arrive, I started reading a marketing tutorial. I was curious to see if it could have any effect on my stats. I'd made my way through a couple of chapters when Kira rang. I answered the door, then promptly jumped out of her way as she barged in like a furious harpy. Is there even such a thing as a harpy that's not furious? Bang! She gave me a hearty slap across the head. Grrr, said Richie.
Doggy!
Kira's 5-year-old son Cyril hurried to give Richie a bear hug. Richie froze in bewilderment, drooling nervously but suffering my nephew's familiarity in silence, Rich? No, I exclaimed, worried about the boy.
Cyril, no! Kira screamed.
Boris glared at the scene from the heights of the wardrobe top. I scooped Cyril up in my arms. Richie retired into a corner to recuperate from the penny damage he'd received. Kira rushed around the apartment like a hurricane searching for evidence, any evidence, of my moral degradation. Stacks of empty vodka bottles, overflowing ashtrays, bagfuls of dope, traces of lipstick on coffee cups, a call girl in my bed, a dead body in the closet. She'd found nothing, apart from a gaunt, scruffy dog, that is.
I shouldn't have called you, should I? She finally said. I can see you got rid of the bottles.
Sure. Thanks for the tip-off, I replied, peering at her name tag. Kira Panfilova. Age 42. Current status, bank manager. Social status level 21. Class, financial expert, level 13. Divorced. Ex-husband, Leo Zosimov. Children, Cyril, son, age 5. Reputation, love. 1 of 1. I froze, open-mouthed, refusing to believe my eyes. Kira's social and professional levels were indeed impressive, but reputation? I reread the line several times. Reputation. Love. 1 out of 1. Kira loved me? This Kira here? She who'd never once commended me or shown her affection to me? Kira the sourpuss who'd never had any compassion for my childhood tears or complaints? Philly, what's with this loony look on your face? She kept nitpicking. Mind shutting your mouth? That's it. Much better.
Let me go, Uncle Philly,
little Cyril demanded. I lowered him onto the floor. Go to the bathroom, Kira told him, and wash your hands with antiseptic. What a terrible dog! Where did you get him from? I told her Richie's story, reassuring her that the dog was here only temporarily. Thank God for that. You can't look after yourself, let alone a big dog like that. This isn't the kind of dog you keep in a city apartment anyway. Are you even sure his owners want him back? Finally, we sat down. Or rather, Cyril and I did. Kira fussed around the kitchen, laying the table. She expertly kicked the broken-over door shut as she rushed about, all the while showering me with questions. She wanted to know whether I was okay on my own. She demanded to hear my plans for the future. She asked, matter-of-factly, whether I was considering getting a job and a family. I could see she wasn't in a hurry to bring the issue to a head. This was our family tradition. No problems discussed at the dining table. I looked at her affectionately. Stern and rigid, often too blunt for her own good. But she did love me, idiot that I was, with all the force of her sisterly love. Love. 1 out of 1. It meant that this feeling couldn't be leveled. You either loved or you didn't. The kind of love didn't matter. It could be your husband, your parents, or your sibling. Unable to hold it any longer, I rose from the table and gave her a hug. Are you nuts? She demanded without rejecting my embrace. Thank you. What for? For raising me, for supporting me, for always being there for me. I wish I understood that at the time. She didn't say anything. I want to see the doggy, Cyril announced. Kira didn't reply. Her shoulders shook. She was crying. We spent a long time just standing there, locked in a hug. She was a good head below me, my tiny sis, who was nevertheless so brave and ballsy. I didn't need a better role model. When she finally calmed down, she sat us all down to a quick dinner she'd cooked with whatever groceries she'd brought along. Cyril had finished his food first, so I found some kiddie channel on YouTube for him. With him thus immobilized, at least temporarily, we had tea in silence. Finally, Kira sighed. Tomorrow morning, she'll come around to get her stuff. She'll probably have someone with her. She didn't want to call you, so she asked her mother to give you a ring. Apparently her mother wasn't too keen on talking with you either, so she called me instead and put me in the picture. There's one thing I want to ask you. Please don't start another argument with her. Be a man. Try and talk it over. Ask her to come back and give you another chance. Tell her you're a different man now. Tell her you're looking for a job, and if she doesn't, she won't. In that case, just let her go. Give her some time. You might try again after a while, and if it still doesn't work, well, then it just wasn't meant to happen. Very well. I won't pick another argument, I promise. I'll talk to her. By then, she'd already cleaned the table and done the washing up. Cyril was fast asleep in front of the computer. Gingerly, I scooped him up in my arms and carried him to the car. We said our goodbyes and gave each other one last hug. The car left. I paused outside, enjoying the fresh air. Alec's drunken voice disrupted the silence. Phil! Dude, I can see you found yourself a new one. A single mother? What? That was my sister. Oops, he said, visibly embarrassed. Sorry, dude. Spare a smoke? I quit. Back home, I climbed into bed and read a couple more chapters of the marketing tutorial. Finally, I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. I couldn't stop thinking about Yana coming the next morning. Who was she going to come with? How was I supposed to talk to her? What if she continued to ignore me? I was almost asleep when the familiar, small, diamond-shaped black icon appeared in my fading mental view. I opened it. You have one characteristic point available. In order to add it to a characteristic of your choice, open your profile window. That was the point I'd received for making a new level. I'd forgotten all about it. I opened my profile, but saw nowhere to add it to. How are you supposed to invest it? Having said that, I mentally focused on luck. Immediately, a new window popped up. Accept or decline. My mind raced. Luck affects all stats, Martha had said. Logically, it should be the one to invest into. In any case, there was no other way of leveling luck apart from making the right life choices. Then again, how were you supposed to know whether you'd made the right choice? Some people lived their entire lives without knowing how their life would have come out had they made a different choice. They were simply unable to think several moves ahead. Then again, leveling luck might improve decision-making, too. And crits. Crits were essential, weren't they? They were a must. Very well, then. Let's invest it in luck. Half asleep, I felt my wobbly upper arm and the hollow chest. Didn't they say that Lady Luck favored the strong? I deselected luck and chose strength. Just as I zonked out, a red system warning popped up. Chapter 12. Optimization. Her gaze was begging, mournful, wet, hateful, defeated, anxious, disappointed, naive, proud, contemptuous. But still, it stayed blue. Frederic Begbede. Love lasts 3 years. I awoke in the dead of night, driven by inhuman hunger. I needed to find some food. This seemed to be the sole driving force behind my existence, my body's single quest and purpose. My field of vision was littered with alerts and debuff messages. Extreme hunger. You're starving. Minus 30% to metabolism. Warning, your glucose reading is critically low. Warning, your amino acids reading is critically low. Warning, critical threat of losing muscle mass. Debuff received. Weakness 2. Minus 2 to stamina every 24 hours. Minus 2 to agility every 24 hours. Minus 2 to perception every 24 hours. -2 to intellect every 24 hours, -2 to strength every 24 hours, -5% to satisfaction every 2 hours, -5% to vigor every 2 hours, -1% to vitality every 4 hours, extreme thirst. You're parched. -20% to metabolism. Warning, your body fluids reading is critically low. Debuff received. Weakness 3. -3 to stamina every 24 hours, -3 to agility every 24 hours, -3 to perception every 24 hours, -3 to intellect every 24 hours, -3 to strength every 24 hours, -10% to satisfaction every 2 hours, -5% to vigor every 2 hours, -2% to vitality every 4 hours. My mouth was so dry that my tongue grated against my palate. My throat rasped. It took me a good 10 minutes to literally crawl the 40 feet to the kitchen, taking frequent breaks. Richie pranced around me in concern, dropping to his front legs and looking me in the eye as if asking, "You okay, boss?" Even Boris left the wardrobe and rubbed against my dragging legs, pushing them forward with her large forehead. Scrambling back to my feet in order to reach for the sink tap proved to be the difficult bit. Leaning against a stool, I finally did it. I opened the tap and took a long, luxurious drink, enjoying every mouthful. I must have drunk at least a couple of quarts. I'd never been so thirsty in my life. Finally, the thirst debuff disappeared. I could move around again. I opened the fridge and wolfed down everything that was left from Kira's cooking. I then grabbed the large chunk of cheese she'd brought last night and gobbled it like an apple. And then I found her oatmeal cookies. I boiled some water, made myself a large mug of tea, and attacked the cookies. Oh, Kira, they're so good. Thank you so much. What was wrong with me? I'd never liked cookies, especially not oatmeal ones. After about 20 minutes, the weakness debuff was finally gone. Now I was sleepy. As I finished the tea, I noticed the familiar black diamond icon with a red exclamation mark. Wasn't it the same one I'd glimpsed before falling asleep? The black icon expanded into a message. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your strength characteristic. +1 point. Your body will be restructured in keeping with the new reading, 7, to comply with your new metabolism and chronotropy values. Changes required. Development of new muscle tissue and the strengthening of sinews, ligaments, and tendons. It went on and on, telling me about the changes made to my glycogen and intramuscular phosphocreatine levels, intramuscular and intermuscular coordination, etc., etc. But it all paled into insignificance next to a small notice at the end. It was written in big fat letters and framed in red, which, in my opinion, they should have shown me even before offering me the accept-decline button. Warning! The restructuring of your body functions requires a considerable amount of nutrients. In order to avoid danger to your life, you're strongly encouraged to consume a minimum of 10 ounces animal protein, 3 pounds of carbohydrates, and 3 ounces of animal fats. A shortage of nutrients may result in bodily function failure. Warning! Artificial characteristic boosting of more than 1 point at a time is strictly forbidden. Strong chance of fatality. Oh, great. Just what I wanted to hear. And what if I'd left it till next level when I'd have 2 points to distribute? Would I have just dropped dead on the spot, with no hope of ever being rezzed? The mere thought of this outcome made me break out in a cold sweat. I was desperate for a smoke, so much so that I very nearly made a dash for a nearby 24/7. The only thing that stopped me was the nicotine withdrawal debuff still hovering in my mental view. I had only 8 days of it left. I could do it. Instead, I summoned Martha, greeting her with a liberal amount of F-words. She'd replied that she'd have had no authority to intervene, even if she'd been activated. I unsummoned the useless wench and went back to bed. Before falling asleep, I did check my stats. I had indeed grown stronger, judging by my strength 7 reading. My arm muscles, too, felt slightly harder. My chest seemed to be bulging just a tad more. But that was the extent of it. I awoke from Richie's desperate barking. The doorbell was about to shake itself loose. I glanced at the phone. 7:30. Who the heck could that be so early? I stumbled to my feet, threw some clothes on, and hurried for the door. Someone was already banging on it, kicking it impatiently. They shouldn't, really. I hated this kind of aggressive behavior. There were 3 things I couldn't stand: road ragers honking at me, a phone that won't stop ringing when you can't pick it up, and someone kicking the door before you can even answer it. "Open the door, now!" Yana's voice came from outside. "Coming!" I snapped over Richie's barking. I locked him in the bathroom so he didn't scare her. The banging stopped. I could hear her whispering something to somebody she'd apparently brought along. I opened the door. Ignoring me, my mother-in-law barged into the apartment, loaded with empty bags. "Hi," I said to her back. Yana stood in the doorway, looking good and dressed in a neat business suit with a white shirt, a light blazer, and a skirt which ended just above her knees. She was wearing a gold watch and a matching bangle I'd never seen before. The heavy, seductive scent of an expensive perfume hung around her. "Hi, Yana," I said as calmly as I could, trying to level my heartbeat. She didn't reply. For a split second, she lingered in the doorway, then walked directly into the bedroom, looking appraisingly around. "I can see you've got a dog now," she said without turning. "I thought you didn't like them." "It's not my dog," I said. "I'm taking care of it for a while." She wasn't listening. She walked into the bedroom and locked the door behind her. I seethed. She couldn't have shown her lack of respect for me any clearer. This used to be our home, our love nest. And I'd cleaned it. The least she could do was wipe her feet by the door. I suppressed the desire to barge into the bedroom and tell them everything I thought about them. Then I reconsidered. Yana was her mommy's little girl. Between the 2 of them, they'd make quick work of me. So I walked into the bathroom instead and began brushing my teeth. Let them do their packing in peace. I had no desire to speak to Yana in her mother's presence. I brushed my teeth angrily, realizing I'd never been comfortable around the older woman. Although outwardly supportive of her daughter's choice, in reality, her mother had always been against it. I could sense it in her constant sarcasms and in the contemptuous way Yana treated me whenever she came back from visiting them. The old lady seemed to despise me with abandon, barely deigning to notice me. When Yana and I had still been dating, every time I'd come around with a bunch of flowers, my future mother-in-law would answer the door and shout, "Yana, it's what's-his-name. He's got some twigs with him this time." She never called me by my name. She'd chuck the twigs nonchalantly onto the shoe rack without ever inviting me in. I had to wait for Yana on the landing every time. Until we finally got married. The wedding had been rather modest. We didn't even have a honeymoon. I was pretty sure that her mother, or even Yana herself maybe, blamed this on me too. I was ravenous again. My body was probably still restructuring itself. "Wait here," I told Richie, then walked out of the bathroom. Both Yana and her mother were already busy in the kitchen packing stuff. They rummaged through the cupboards, scooping out pots, skillets, mugs, and plates. "Look, this is the kettle I gave you as a wedding gift." The older woman held a running commentary. "It's still new. And a packet of buckwheat. Is it expired? No. Excellent. Take it." I didn't know what to say. I suppressed my desire to shower them with sarcasms about their petty greed. Let them take whatever they wanted. Just as I was thinking about it, Yana's mother opened the fridge and pulled out some meatballs and a carton of eggs Kira had brought me yesterday. She brought the box up to her eyes, squinting at the expiry date. "Excuse me?" I raised my voice. "These meatballs are mine." I immediately regretted saying anything, because Yana felt obliged to chime in.
You've never had any balls, you. Stop kidding yourself. We're only taking what's ours, her mother said magnanimously, hurling the box back into the fridge. Thank you very much, I said. You're most kind. I focused on her stats, just to keep my mind off the scene. Natalia Sergeyevna Orlova. Age 49. Current status, housewife. Social status level, 13. Class, office worker, level 7. Married. Husband, Sergey Orlov. Children, Yanina, daughter, age 24. Reputation, animosity, 15 of 30. I picked up an old pot she discarded, as not having passed her quality control. Do you mind? She ignored my question. I filled the pot with water, placed 6 eggs into it, and put it on the burner. Mrs. Orlova scooped up the blender and the toaster and hurled them into one of the bags. Her appraising gaze alighted on the microwave. Is it ours? No, it's not, Yana said. It came with a flat. Very well, then. Losing all interest, Mrs. Orlova staggered out of the kitchen into the lounge, dragging the heavy bags behind her. Mom, wait, Yana called, holding a bottle of dishwashing liquid. I bought this. Her mother's face brightened. Come on, chuck it in. It's always useful. By then, I was beyond flabbergasted. I knew Yana was the frugal type, stingy even, but this was a bit too much. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I answered it. Yes? Yes, it's me. How can I help you? I could sense them freeze in the lounge, pricking up their ears. Phil, it's Daria. A girl's voice rattled off in the receiver. You saw me during the interview you had with our company, UltraPack, the other day. I'm very happy to tell you that you've been accepted for a trial period. You think you could start tomorrow? Hey! Yana shouted from the lounge. Mind getting your mutt out of the bathroom? We need to check it out. Oh, absolutely, I replied into the phone, then covered it with my hand and shouted to Yana, Coming! Very well, Daria's voice said. You know the address, don't you? We start at 8 a.m. We'd like you to bring... Mrs. Orlova barged into the kitchen. Take the dog out now. We don't have all day. I gestured for her to wait till I'd finished. Stepping back, I very nearly stumbled over a hungry Boris rubbing against my feet, as in, What's up, boss? It's breakfast time. Where's my chow? I rummaged through the cupboards for the cat food, but couldn't locate it in the mess. Never mind. I grabbed a carton of milk and poured some into his bowl. That one was sorted. Mrs. Orlova opened her mouth to speak. I hurried to switch off the phone's microphone. Phil, are you there? Daria's voice asked. I cussed and switched the mic back on. Yes, sure. What do you want me to bring? Get the dog out now, Mrs. Orlova growled. Oh, just a recent photo of yourself. Sorry, what did you say? No, nothing. Yes, a photo for your name tag. A digital one will do, and... Hey! Yana's voice rang with hysterical notes, so familiar to me. Mrs. Orlova stood hands on hips in the doorway, boring me with her impatient stare. I clenched my teeth and went to the bathroom. Richie dashed out and went for the older woman, who scrambled to safety just in time. I grabbed at his collar and led him out onto the balcony. Heel, Richie, heel. He was straining on the collar, wheezing and pulling me along, his paws slipping on the lino. Off, I shouted to him. What a monster! Mrs. Orlova sobbed. She was dripping with cold sweat. Please make sure you take your paperwork to the HP department before you start working. Daria finished, nonplussed. Yes, absolutely. See you tomorrow. Thanks a lot. I cradled the phone on my shoulder in order to lock the balcony door. See you tomorrow, Phil. We're looking forward to working with you. I switched the phone off. I had a job. A tidal wave of relief and pleasure flooded over me.
Task status. Find a stable job. Task completed. XP received, 50 points, plus 10% to satisfaction. I dropped onto the couch, savoring the moment. It felt so good I might even get used to it. So this was the feeling which turned people into workaholics and time management freaks. I needed to see my XP bar really badly. I just hoped it would sooner or later appear in my interface. A god-awful crashing noise came from the bathroom, followed by a torrent of F-words courtesy of Mrs. Orlova. Richie outside leaned his front paws against the balcony door, whimpering. I hurried to the bathroom to assess the damage. "Mom? Are you crazy?" Yana fussed around her. "You could have hurt yourself." "It's all right," the older woman said, rubbing her forehead. "That's what happens when you don't have a handyman in the house. Things are held together with spit and a prayer." The bathroom cabinet lay shattered on the floor, its contents spilled all over the place. Shower gels, shampoos, my shaving foam, our 2 razors, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, as well as a broken tumbler. It looked like my mother-in-law had at some point leaned her 200-pound-plus weight against the cabinet, which had collapsed, unable to sustain the extra pressure. Mrs. Orlova scooped everything into a plastic bag, only leaving me my toothbrush. "Hey, that's my razor," I attempted to protest. "You don't need the shaving foam either, do you?" "I bought it with my money," Yana announced. "I use both anyway. You can buy your own. You don't even need them, do you? It's not as if you shave very often." I smiled. Their attempts to provoke me were truly pathetic. This final quip had actually become the last straw. Now I didn't feel anything. They could take what they wanted. I didn't care. All I needed was my computer and the mattress to sleep on. So they were very welcome to take the bed frame if they wanted, too. They could strip the whole house bare, be my guest. What did hurt was this petty attempt at revenge from a woman I used to love so much right until this morning. Her hatred was so blatantly obvious that I really didn't feel like talking to her, let alone trying to kiss and make up. Actually, I was happy it had happened now, and not after a lifetime of living together. It was a good job we didn't have children. I knew it wasn't a good thing to say, but that's the way it was. First, she'd been too busy graduating. Then, we'd had to settle down and wait for me to start earning, until at some point, we'd simply stopped thinking about kids. At least I had. Yana seemed to be reading my mind. "Oh, and by the way," she said matter-of-factly, "we need to go to the registry office and file for divorce. I can't do it this week. I have too much work, so it's going to be next Tuesday. I'll text you when." "Please do," I said. "I'll have to take time off work." She raised a quizzical eyebrow, but refused to comment. Finally, Mrs. Orlova was done plundering. Yana dialed her phone. "Vlad, you can come up now. We're finished. What did you say?" "It's okay, we can wait." "It's all right," I said. "I can help you." Showing no reaction, they picked up a bag each and walked out of the flat. I lifted all the remaining bags and staggered out of the apartment. I actually did feel stronger. The bags were still heavy, but at least my fingers didn't slacken on the handles as they would have before. As I walked onto the landing, I remembered the eggs, cussed, trotted back in, and turned off the gas. Then I carried the bags downstairs, not bothering to wait for the elevator. Strangely enough, I didn't give a damn about Vlad, whoever he was. They could do what they wanted. Even though formally Yana and I were still married, I didn't feel any pangs of jealousy or whatever a male ape was supposed to feel having lost his female to a stronger opponent. I just didn't care. I immediately recognized the Jeep which had picked up Yana the night she'd left. Vlad stood next to it. A tall, fit guy with short, slicked-back hair. I sort of remembered him. He was Yana's workmate. He was wearing a hugging blue shirt and a fancy belt in his dark pants. His polished shoes reflected the sunshine. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to help them with the bags, though. He just stood there, staring at the two women staggering under the weight of their ill-gotten gains. He simply opened the trunk and turned away, talking into his phone. Grunting like a weightlifter, Mrs. Orlova hauled the bags into the trunk. She never stopped panting and complaining how tired she really was. I put the remaining bags in, too. Still, one last plastic bag didn't fit in the trunk. "Do you want it in the car?" I asked Yana. She shrugged, then took the passenger seat in front. I was getting a bit fed up with all this. I swung the back door open and sat the bag onto the seat. "Are you nuts? What do you think you're doing?" came from behind as I was brushing my hands. "Get your crap out now. This is leather, you dimwit." "You mean it's not shark skin? That would suit you better." I slammed the Jeep's door shut and walked back to the house. "Hey, you!" Vlad raved behind me. "Come back here now, I tell you!" I'd had enough. I couldn't control myself any longer. I swung round and walked back, all the while studying his profile. Vladimir Korolov. Age, 30. Current status, manager. Social status level, 13. Class, administrator. Level, 6. Not married. Children, Radomir, son. Age, 2. Reputation, indifference, 0 of 30. I walked over to him. So close I'd very nearly stepped on his polished shoes and locked my gaze with his. Admittedly, I had to tilt my head up to do that. "What's your problem, dude?" I asked, investing all my anger into the question. He wasn't impressed. "This isn't an internet chat, dude. You'd better behave yourself." He grinned, enjoying Yana's attention. He was clearly winding me up. "Take your junk out, get a protection cover from the trunk, spread it on the seat, then put the stuff back in." "Really?" I faked surprise. "What the fuck? If you're Yana's new—" "Leave him, Vlad," Mrs. Orlova intervened. "Just go." "What do you mean, just go? This is leather. I really don't want him to—" "Hi, Phil." Alex's unmannered voice resounded next to us. "Problems?" He stood behind Vlad in a relaxed, slightly stooping pose, hands in his sweatpant pockets, cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. His eyes squinting predatorily, his lower lip slightly bulging. He looked like the epitome of a street thug, if ever I'd seen one. "Your reputation with Vladimir Korolov has decreased. Current reputation, dislike, 15 of 30. Vlad cast a nervous glance around him. "Get in the car," he snapped at Yana's mother. He jumped into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and stepped on the gas. Yana leaned out of the open window. "Tonight, Dad will come to collect the TV. Make sure you're at home." "Tell him to call me first," I began. "I might be out." I fell silent, realizing no one was listening to me. "Is she gone?" Alec asked. "Like, gone? I nodded. He offered me a pack of cigarettes. "Have a smoke." I took one and turned it over in my fingers for a while, then gave it back to him. "No, thanks. I haven't smoked for a week. I want to keep it that way." "Nice job," he said. "Wish I could quit too. Cost me an arm and a leg." "It does, doesn't it?" I agreed. "Thanks for helping me out. It would have been a shame to have had my lights punched out by my ex's new acquisition." I paused. "If you don't mind me asking, you're not following me, are you? It's just that every time I come out into the courtyard, you're always around." Alec's face darkened. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and chuckled, chewing his lips. He heaved a sigh and prepared to speak. A yellow exclamation mark appeared above his head. He was a quest giver. "You could say that," he admitted. "I don't have a place to stay, do I? So I just take it one day at a time. Sometimes I sleep in the basement, or at one of the guys. And when it's warm like this, I just sleep on a bench in the yard." "No way. I thought you had a home." "I did," he faltered. Basically, my dad took out a payday loan just to celebrate his 50th birthday in style, if you know what I mean. He kept up with his payments at first, and then he got fired, and we still had to pay off the loan. So, we're subletting our flat to some migrant workers. My parents have moved to their allotment shed in the country. We have a garden allotment, you know. So, they live there now. Mother is really sick now. Worse than before. And Dad just drinks all day. I have to handle the bailiffs. Why don't you find a job? Or just move in with them? You could help them with a garden. There isn't much to help, man. Also, it's a shed, as I told you. Normally, we keep garden tools in it. And as for finding a job, nobody wants me. I worked at a building site for a while, but their foreman, the bastard, fired me for being on the bottle. He never paid me. He turned away. We stood there for a while, each thinking his own thoughts. The yard was getting busy with people leaving for work. The sound of starting motors filled the air as cars began pulling out of their parking spaces. The day was slipping into gear. I had lots of things to do. "Is there any way I can help you?" I asked Alec, point blank. "I don't think so. I know you're broke. Crashing out at your place isn't an option either, but if you hear of a job..." "Help Alec find a job. Your neighbor, Romuald, Alec Zukov, is in bad need of regular employment. Rewards, XP, 400 points. Reputation with Romuald, Alec Zukov, 30 points. Current reputation, amicability, 10 of 60. No accept decline buttons anywhere, just like it had been the last time with old Mr. Panikoff and his sports newspaper quest. Apparently, the only way to accept the quest was by saying it out loud. "I'll see what I can do, man," I said. The quest window disappeared. "Thanks." Alec proffered me his hand. "It means a lot to me." I went back home, had breakfast, and began cleaning up. Having finished, I picked up the full trash bag and took Richie for a walk. We headed for the park so I could put in a bit of jogging, too. As I jogged, Sveta Messerschmidt called me. "Hi, Phil. How's Richie?" "Like a dog with two tails," I replied, panting. "He's actually running next to me. Richie, speak." "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you." "That's all right. You don't need to worry about him. Thank you. Dad wanted me to tell you that he'll make sure you get the reward for finding him." That was good. I could use some monetary reinforcement. Having said that, no. It just felt wrong. "Sorry, Sveta." I stopped to catch my breath. "I didn't do it for the reward. Just promise me that when he fathers some puppies, I can buy one." "You can have one. Of course." Deal. I suppressed an involuntary smile. "I'll be off then." "Thank you so much. Can you please send me some more pictures of him?" "Absolutely. Bye." I took a few more pics of Richie, sent them to her, and resumed my jogging. My vitality bar caught my eye. I knew for sure it used to be red, but now it was yellow. Yellow. I focused on it. I had 80.00173% vitality. Did that mean that anything below 80% was in the red? In which case, everything over 90% was probably green. Oh well. That was something to work towards. Having finished my run, I dropped onto a bench. I really needed to check my stats. It had been exactly a week since I discovered the interface. I opened the stats window. Philip Phil Panfilov, age 32. Current status, unemployed. Social status level, 6. Unclassified. Married. Wife, Yanina Yana Orlova. Children, none. Main characteristics, strength, 7. Agility, 4. +1 bonus from the stinky Chinese sneakers of nimbleness. Intellect, 18. Stamina, 4. Perception, 7. Charisma, 12. Luck, 6. Secondary characteristics: vitality, 80%. Satisfaction, 78%. Vigor, 47%. Metabolism, 103%. In order to access more data, you need to level up insight. Aha! My gamer status was gone, replaced by unemployed. Hopefully not for long. The sneakers bonus to agility was quite impressive. I just loved their name-generating engine. Luckily, it didn't seem to have any negative readings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if the word stinky detracted 1 point from charisma and the word Chinese from durability. The rest was more or less clear. I brought up strength by investing the available point I'd had. As for stamina, I'd leveled it up by running non-stop the night Yana had walked out on me. That was the extent of my last week's accomplishments. Never mind. I'd spent a lot of time working out the interface. Now I had to concentrate on insight as well as social status, all the while improving the main levelable stats and whatever skills could make a difference in real life. Just out of curiosity, I checked my skill list. It would be a good idea to copy them all to an Excel file and ponder over them. I scrolled through the list until I came to a weird line at the very bottom, written in pale gray ink. Optimization, 0. What was that? Some yet unblocked skill the system had bestowed on me? I tried to open it. Pointless. A message popped up. In order to access more data, you need to level up insight. I summoned Martha. This time she was glitchy as hell, answering all my questions in a grave tone. In order to access more data, you need to level up insight. This insight seemed to be increasingly important. Almost as important as the new debuff I then received on my way back home. Sexual frustration. You're suffering from lack of sex. It negatively affects your general health. Continuous sexual frustration and arousal may lead to prostate problems and neurotic disorders. Warning: high probability of spontaneous erections. Warning: your aggro radius has increased. Warning: high probability of receiving a depression debuff. Warning: the sexual frustration debuff cannot be disabled by self-gratification. -5% to satisfaction every 12 hours. As if to please, the street seemed to be packed with girls in skimpy summer clothes. Trying to blank them out, I hurried to my front door. Just as I crossed the doorway, I got the mother of all spontaneous erections. Chapter 13. A Box of Chocolates. Of course I don't believe the lucky horseshoe superstition, but I understand it works, whether you believe it or not. Niels Bohr. Charisma is something you're born into. Victor Chernomyrdin. People have a habit of starting a new life now and again. The only difference is in how they do it. You can turn a new leaf by quitting smoking and drinking on a New Year's Eve. Or you could buy a gym membership starting next Monday. You could even get a new lease of life on your favorite internet forum by registering a new account. You could delete your old game care and create a new one from scratch, then level it up using the knowledge and experience you already have. You could do it in real life, too, by changing your job, your appearance, your habits, and even your lifestyle. The older we get, the stronger our desire to rewrite our lives, deleting all our failed relationships, expired contacts, and stupid actions. It's probably why readers love the stories of characters going back to their youth and reliving their old lives by taking a different, mistake-free route. Today was the perfect chance for me to turn a new leaf. Everything seemed to fall into this pattern. My final decision to break up with Yana, my first day at work, and the mysterious gift from the future whose boosting mechanism allowed me to compensate for some of the wasted time. As soon as I walked back in through the door, I gave Kira a call and told her about Yana and her mother's visit. I'm afraid it's the end. I said. "Next Tuesday, we're meeting up to file for divorce." My sister heaved a sigh. "I see. Never mind. Just one of those things. Keep your chin up, lil' bro. It's not the end of the world, is it?" "It's not. I'm starting a new job tomorrow, in sales. I got a funny feeling they're going to give me a run for my money. I just won't have the time to be depressed." "Did they hire you?" "No way! Excellent, well done. Listen, what if we all have dinner at our parents'? Would you like that?" "Good idea. How about Friday?" "Okay. I need to go now. See you on Friday." I smiled. My heart felt strangely warm. While still inspired, I concentrated and made a new task list. This was how it looked like now. Tasks available. Visit parents. Level up insight. Get accepted for the Ultra Pack job. Finance my new start in life. Downsize. Finish reading the marketing book. Buy some decent work clothes. Buy some workout clothes and gear. Buy a gym membership. Return Richie to his owner, Ms. Svetlana Sveta Messerschmidt. Remove the sexual frustration debuff. Meet up with Yana and file for divorce. The old task, make up with Yana and move back in with her, had disappeared from the list, replaced by exactly the opposite. Interestingly, the program had classified the divorce application task as the least important, giving top priority to my upcoming family dinner. The thing that worried me the most, however, was how to get some money without having to borrow it. Least of all from those close to me. Still, subconsciously I must have missed my parents a lot, realizing the importance of some quality family time. I also needed to move into a smaller apartment. Another important step in my quest for a new life which required more cash injections. Unhesitantly, I put my state-of-the-art gaming computer up for sale, widescreen monitor and all. I priced it at 25% less than its analogs. I needed the money pronto. By my estimation, it should fetch me enough to rent a studio, buy some clothes, and guarantee a month or two of Spartan life, including gym membership. I had some ideas about starting to level up combat skills and even signing up for various classes and seminars that might improve my professional skills, but that would depend on my first sales results. Ultra Pack's earnings were bonus-oriented, so I had to work hard to earn a decent wage. I called my landlady to tell her I'd move out as soon as the rent ran out. She wasn't pleased. I listened to her anxious objections about me not having warned them a month in advance, as the contract required. Still, I explained the situation to her and managed to solve the problem in my favor. People like it when you're honest with them, and the mention of a divorce invariably stirs up their sympathies. It's almost as if they project your situation onto themselves, feeling sorry for you and empathizing with yet another broken dream. Immediately afterward, I received a phone call from some stuttering guy asking about my computer. When I told him that yes, it was still available, and yes, it was indeed the latest mega machine good enough to launch shuttles into space, he wanted to come straight away to take a look and possibly to buy it on the spot. I started copying all my personal files onto an external disk, preparing the computer for sale. It took quite a while, long enough for me to rustle up a proper pasta meal. Just as I was about to sit down to lunch, the potential buyer finally arrived. It was a puny guy wearing a pair of shorts and a hugging t-shirt one size too small. He looked a bit jumpy and restless. He spent about 10 minutes checking the computer's characteristics, ran some sort of performance test, then reached for the money and started thumbing through it without even trying to haggle over the price. What? Just like that? Wait a sec, I said, trying to keep up appearances. It's been a while since I cleaned it. I won't be long. Doesn't matter, he interrupted me. I can do it later. He was so impatient to get away and start using the machine, he even forgot to stutter. Mind if I format it? I asked. He heaved a doomed sigh. I took time off from work to come over here. Just a quick one, I said, to delete all the data and restore it to factory settings. He nodded and started pacing the room, casting impatient glances at the formatting progress bar and giving Richie a wide berth. What a fidgety individual. I checked out his stats. Maxim Travkin, age 24, social status, level 3, criminal record, yes. Just out of curiosity, I looked him up on social media. By the time I scrolled through his feed, the computer had almost finished formatting. I took the money and counted it, focusing on each note. The mysterious game system obligingly identified them. 5,000 rubles. A banknote issued by the Bank of Russia. Nominal value, 5,000 rubles. Issue date, 1997. Last modified, 2010. I thumbed through the wad until I came to a note whose stats were different. A piece of paper covered in artistic design, size 6.1811 inches by 2.71654 inches. Excuse me? A fake? I felt it in my fingers, then peered at it against the light. It seemed to be perfectly genuine, watermarks and all. Only apparently, it wasn't. I set it aside for the time being. You wouldn't tell the difference, would you? I said matter-of-factly to my buyer. He got even more fidgety. I turned to the dog. Richie. Watch him.
You know,
he began, stuttering.
You know what?
I must be on my way. I need to get back to work. They've just called me. He showed me his phone, making sure not to expose the screen. Then rose and reached for the money. I'm almost finished, I insisted. It's 97% done. Look. Sorry, I really got to go, he squeaked. I'm off now. Wait a sec, I said, investing all the 12 points charisma into my voice. Had I had my derby shoes on, it would have been 13 points. Could you tell your dog to keep away, please? I'm a bit scared of dogs. He didn't lie this time. I could hear it in his voice. Well, so much the better. He's not aggressive, don't worry, I said. If you don't make any sudden movements, he won't attack you. Leaving him with the dog, I walked over to the front door and locked it. Having returned, I studied the remaining notes. I found 3 more identified as pieces of paper covered in artistic design. Now, Maxim, I said, here's what we're going to do. His eyes widened. He hadn't told me his name, had he? I plucked up whatever courage I had, whatever Yana might think of my non-existent cojones, and continued to speak in a level voice. 4 of these 5,000 notes are fake, I said. That's a rip-off of 20,000 rubles, even though I'm already selling it at 30,000 below its market price. Do you agree with me? I didn't know, he began. Of course you didn't, so you won't mind if I call the police. Please, don't. That's when I knew for sure he'd known about the fakes all along. An honest person would have been surprised at my discovery, probably upset, but hardly scared of the police. Still, I already knew from his profile that he was a petty crook. Apparently, even the likes of him enjoyed a good gaming computer. In that case, I said, we'll make an agreement. You're buying the computer for the price we agreed upon. Yes, of course, and that's not all. I took in a big gulp of air, braced myself, and tried to add some weight to my words. You're going to compensate me for my emotional suffering induced by your little scheme for the same money as you tried to rip me off. He zoned out, making some mental calculations. It's a lot of money for me, he finally said. How about we scrap compensation? I have 2 little girls, Tanya and Masha. My wife is nursing the 3rd. He wasn't stuttering anymore, was he? Did he feel safe already? Never mind. I knew how to make him nervous. You're not married, I said. You don't have children either. All right, I've had enough of this. I'm calling the police. I don't have so much money on me. I can go and fetch it if you... I don't think so. I think you've got enough money on you. You just want to get out of here, don't you? In which case, I just might tell you what I know about you. Your name is Max Travkin, 24, and you have a serious gambling problem. You bet on sports, don't you? You're also a convicted felon. That was Boris, who'd unsheathed her long, untrimmed claws and began clawing the couch with a dreadful ripping sound. No idea whether it was her claws, Richie's fangs, or my high charisma figures, but Max dialed a number on his phone and spoke to someone, asking them to bring the money. I looked out the window. A young guy got out of a car parked next to the playground and headed for my house. I paused, weighing up the risks, then decided to play it safe. "Alec!" I called out of the window. "Alec!" Hearing my voice, Alec woke up and sprang from his bench in the pavilion, looking around himself. Finally, he saw me. "Mind coming up for a second?" I shouted. "I'm at number 204, 8th floor." "I'm on my way," he shouted back. Soon I heard the sound of the elevator door opening on the landing outside. The doorbell rang. I motioned Max to follow me and went to answer the door. The guy from the car stood outside. Alec hovered behind his back, scratching his belly under his wife-beater vest. "What's up, Phil?" he asked. "Problems?" "Nah. Come in. Need to talk." The guy from the car, Rustam Abdullayev, age 19, social status student, looked around anxiously. Alec shouldered him out of his way and walked in. I turned to the student. "So, Rustam, you've got the money?" The student looked askance at Max, who nodded his affirmation. "Here." He handed me the banknotes. "Excellent. To the left." I slammed the door in his face and counted the money. "That's right. 40 grand as agreed. The computer is yours. Alec, come to the kitchen, man. Let's have lunch together. You like pasta, Navy style?" Alec perked up. "I like pasta in any shape or form, especially Navy style." I helped Max collect the cables and pack them into a plastic bag, adding the headset, the Kargath Blade Fist mousepad, and the multi-button gaming mouse for good measure. "Chin up, man," I said, opening the door. "You'll still get a good profit on it." "See you." Max handed the heavy 50-pound desktop tower to his student partner. The student staggered toward the elevator with Max in his wake, lugging the monitor and the plastic bag. They climbed into the cabin. The elevator door closed. How strange. I wasn't at all sorry to see the last of my trusty old PC. When I'd bought it a year and a half ago, I was happy as the proverbial pig. Its out-of-this-world settings turned any game into a breeze, even with maxed-out graphics. No more slideshows on a raid. I remembered an old PC I used to have, when I'd force myself to look down at the floor whenever the graphics card lagged, trying to visualize all the colorful paraphernalia of VFX emitted by a couple of dozen wizards, warlocks, shamans, paladins, priests, and other such spellcasting folk. And now, I wasn't even upset. Later I might buy myself a laptop. In the meantime, it wouldn't do me any harm to stay computer-free for a while. Why would I even need it? I had cutting-edge 22nd century wetware uploaded to my brain. Also, it made the task of moving house much easier. I didn't have to lug a 50-pound monster around anymore. I slid the wad of money into my pocket. Good riddance. Immediately, a new message popped up. "Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, vending. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. 500 XP per level. Was it a lot? I needed the XP status bar really badly now. I was desperate to find out how much I had left till next level. Task status. Finance my new start in life. Task completed. XP received, 20 points, plus 5% to satisfaction. I lingered, reveling in the moment. I wouldn't mind more of the same. Actually, things had worked out really well. The prompt sale, the fact that I hadn't been ripped off, even my leveling of vending just in time for my first day working as a sales rep. Was I really sure I'd invested the extra point into strength and not luck? Finally, I awoke from my reverie. I had Alec to take care of, I walked into the kitchen. He'd already poured the pasta and the sauce into the large, heavy skillet my mother-in-law had rejected, and was busy warming it up. We ate in silence. Alec shoveled mouthfuls of pasta into his mouth with one hand, using the other to soak up oil from the skillet with a piece of bread. After a while, he leaned against the back of his chair and emitted a contented sigh. Phew! Have you had enough? He pricked up his ear. Why? Have you got something else? Only tea and cookies. Why didn't you say so? Cookies and tea? Far out! You don't have any milk by any chance? Why, do you like milk with your tea? Of course! Alec sprang back to his feet, eager to put the kettle on, but I forced him back down. You're my guest, I said. I'll make the tea now. Only, I don't have any milk. Sorry about that. We drank our tea to the accompaniment of his army stories and tales of his failed wedding. In the end, I laid 4 banknotes of $5,000 each on the table in front of him. The compensation I'd received from Sneaky Max. It's $20,000, I said. Take it. You pay it back when you can, if you can. I didn't count on him paying it back to me. Easy come, easy go. But to him, it could make all the difference. He stared at the money in disbelief, afraid of even touching it. Are you serious? Of course. I can't help you find a job, so I thought I'd do this instead. And now, I'm really sorry, but I have things to do. He's sorry? Alec roared, springing to his feet and giving me a crushing hug. Your reputation with Romuald Alec Zukov has improved. Current reputation, respect, 10 of 120. Another message followed the first one. You've received +1 to charisma. Current charisma, 13. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Oh, wow. I hadn't expected that at all. How cool was that? I must have done something truly special today if the game system had decided to shower me with enough XP to make the next charisma level. My improved reputation must have had something to do with it, too. And the mysterious stat booster. Strangely enough, I was happier now than I'd ever been playing the game. Which was understandable. These stats would be with me for life. I wasn't going to lose them as a result of some stupid system update. I saw Alec to the door. He shook my hand long and hard before leaving. Finally, I closed the door behind him. And then, bang! Hidden quest alert. A friend in need. Quest completed. XP received, 300. Plus 15% to satisfaction. It felt so good. I could barely stand on my feet. It only lasted a couple of seconds, but my brain had already processed this pleasure fix and was craving more of the same. I really needed to capitalize on my lucky streak. Time to find myself a new home. I started checking the classified ads, marking down those that sounded interesting, and copying the owner's phone numbers. I wasn't in the mood to go and view them now. Not quite yet. I still had time to move out. Today, I had work clothes to buy, workout gear to choose, and a decent gym to locate. I still had to finish the book I'd been reading, give the TV to Yana's father, walk Richie. How was I supposed to do all that in one day? If my workday started at 8 a.m., I'd have to get up at 6, 5 even, if I wanted to fit some running in, which meant I had to be in bed by 10 p.m. I set some money aside, enough to rent a new place and last me until my first paycheck. Boris, I leave you in charge, I said, getting ready to go out to the mall. Richie, you're the security guard tonight. The two were already lying within a couple feet of each other, following me with their gazes. Apparently, they'd come to some sort of compromise. Richie had gained quite a bit of weight. Very soon his greedy chops wouldn't fit on my smartphone screen. All this time he kept finishing off Boris' food and never stopped begging. Whenever I sat down to eat, he was there, looking at me with those miserable eyes as if saying, "Please, spare a scrap for a hungry old mutt."
Thanks to my generous offerings, but hopefully not only thanks to them, my reputation with him had already risen to reverence. I took a minibus to the mall. As I rode, I tried to identify everything my gaze chanced upon: cars and passers-by, cats, birds, and inanimate objects. It served two purposes: leveling insight and adding to my people database. You never knew when it might come in handy. I spent some quality time in boutiques, looking for clothes with decent stat bonuses. I lingered next to an expensive business suit by one of the famous makes. The full set gave you +6 to charisma, as well as considerable bonuses to communication skills, vending, seduction, and leadership. The price tag was absolutely exorbitant. I could, in fact, go back home and use the money I'd set aside. But then what? What was I supposed to do afterward? Seductive, charismatic, and broke? Chat up single ladies in sleazy bars hoping to find a place to crash for the night? In the perfume store, I couldn't help myself any longer. I bought myself aftershave offering +1 to both charisma and seduction. Very befitting, considering my newly acquired debuff. Having said that, the tasks I'd completed had more than made up for its downsides. I finally bought a tracksuit and matching running shoes by a well-known brand name. The set gave +1 to all physical stats, as well as charisma. Okay, +1 to agility or even stamina I could understand. But strength? How on earth would wearing this undoubtedly functional set of gear make me stronger? Apart from its cooling and self-ventilating properties, did it also affect my self-confidence or motivation? No idea. I also bought 2 nice shirts for work, a pair of light summer pants, and a belt. Their bonuses were negligible, some package of charisma, vending, and communication skills, but combined with my own stats, even these crumbs began to add up. I also took a chance to stock up on socks and underwear. As I continued shopping around, I'd make a remarkable discovery. In the long run, there was no difference in stats between mass-market items and expensive brand names. What did make a difference was how the item looked on me. The same shirt, in 2 different sizes, could either add or detract charisma points, which was logical, really. Could anyone look charismatic in a shirt 3 sizes too big? As a clown, yeah, maybe. Then again, a clown was supposed to be funny. Or sad. Or cute. Was there even such a thing as a charismatic clown? Probably not. Unless your name was Vladimir Zhirinovsky. Also, it went without saying that clothes stats had to match the wearer's identity. This wasn't a game. The bonuses coming with a miniskirt wouldn't do a male owner any favors. Finally, I left the mall. The system paused, making sure I was done with my purchases, then rewarded me with 10 XP and +2% to satisfaction for completing the task. I took a minibus home, once again trying to ID everything in sight. Yana's dad had already called me, asking when he could come to collect the proverbial idiot box. We agreed to meet up at my place a bit later. I still had to pop into the gym to buy a membership. I was itching to close the task and start leveling up as early as next morning. The gym membership turned out to be more expensive than I'd thought. Still, it included a free trial and a consultation with a coach. Also, I could always pay on a pay-per-visit basis without having to shell out for a monthly plan, which was probably a better option if I failed to find a new place in the same neighborhood. Despite this minor hiccup, the system duly closed the task, rewarding me with 10 XP. No satisfaction bonuses this time. I came back home just in time. My father-in-law was already waiting in front of my apartment. Richie behind the door was barking in short, weighty bursts, very believably impersonating Gandalf's, "You shall not pass." Yana's father was a regular, hard-working guy, balding and on the brink of retirement. You could always count on him to join you for a drink and a heart-to-heart. Whenever Yana and I had had a falling out, I sensed his silent support behind my back. As a fellow man, he understood me,
but as a father, he was obliged to take his daughter's side. He just loved her too much and didn't seem to mind his wife's bossing ways. Also, he wanted grandchildren. Shame it hadn't quite worked out.
"Ah, Phil,"
he said, noticing me. I shook his proffered hand.
"Hi, Mr. Orloff." "I'm sorry it came to this."
"So am I said, opening the door. For a brief moment, I meant it. I was sorry it had come to this. Really. I unplugged the TV from the cable, lifted it from its stand, and helped Mr. Orloff to wrap it in a blanket and tie it up with a piece of string. He was a provident guy. I would never have thought of bringing that sort of thing along. I helped him to carry the TV to the elevator and pressed the button. Entering the elevator, he shrugged, sort of apologetically.
"Don't get mad at them. Women. I'll see you around."
I took Richie out for a quick walk, then cooked a humble bachelor's dinner of jacket potatoes and meatballs with some sliced cucumbers on the side. Now the apartment looked completely empty. I only had the dog and the cat to keep me company. Both were with me now in the kitchen. As I cooked the meatballs, I curiously studied the stats on each of them. What a shame I couldn't see their contents. Were they really beef 50%, pork 35%, as the packaging claimed? Just as I'd finished cooking them, I was blinded with an abundance of new messages. Bang! 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 Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, cooking, current level, 3. XP received, 500. You've received a new system skill level. Skill name, insight, current level, 2. XP received, 1000. You've unblocked new emotional characteristics. Emotional characteristics available, mood, spirit, willpower, confidence. Task status, level up insight. Task completed. XP received, 200 points, plus 15% to satisfaction. Would you like to see the skill's full details? Just as I heaved a gasp of ecstasy, a new buff message appeared. Happiness 1. Your satisfaction levels have exceeded 100%, plus 50% to vigor, plus 1 to all main characteristics. Duration, as long as satisfaction levels exceed 100%. Now I began to understand what people felt when they said they could fly with joy. I'd never experienced anything like that, not after my first sex, not even when I'd attained my highest World of Warcraft achievements. Even when Yana and I had begun dating, it hadn't felt like this, despite me being madly and happily in love. The excitement had completely put me off my food. I munched mechanically on my meatballs simply to avoid getting the hunger debuff. As I ate, I studied the detailed description for Insight 2. Insight 2, skill type, passive. Allows you to receive advanced information about your characteristics and skills, including XP, characteristic, and skill progress bars. Allows you to register and enter the following additional secondary characteristics: mood, spirit, willpower, confidence, and self-control. Allows you to receive advanced item information, including their composition, production history, and approximate monetary evaluation. Allows you to receive advanced information about other people and living beings, including their main characteristics and primary skills. When interacting with others, allows you to see their mood and interest levels. Provides information on any available skills which are currently blocked. Marks the location of people and other living beings on your map, provided your knowledge of them is equal or exceeds 5 KID points. Displays your heart rate, current date, and time and a minimap. I temporarily zoned out, not knowing where to begin. I must have dropped a meatball from my fork, judging by the scuffle that ensued, which Richie predictably won. I was even oblivious of Boris' sneaky paw reaching for my plate. My subconscious must have duly registered my pet's insolent behavior, but my brain was in overdrive. I summoned Martha, hoping to receive an explanation of the mysterious KID points. Martha leaned her lithe back on the wall, pressing the sole of the foot against it. Exactly what I didn't need with my newly acquired debuff. My body reacted to her presence without my consent. Martha, could you please change your avatar? Request denied. Insufficient resource. Could you at least change into something more presentable? She immediately changed into a skimpy evening dress. Oh, great. This was getting worse. Never mind, I said. Mind telling me what KID is? KID is Key ID Data. One KID point contains one key property of an object which allows for its repeated successful identification. Could you give me an example, please? For human beings, it can be a close-up photograph of a person's face, their full name or date of birth, their place of birth, place of current employment, or any such information about their family members, among other things. How can knowing someone's place of birth help you to find them? Martha shook her head in silent amazement. Phil. Compare the planet's entire population to that of even its biggest city. Okay, I got it. Now, please get lost. I'm not in a good way. That wretched debuff. Request accepted. Allow me to bring to your attention that you are recommended to enter into a sexual Piss off! She disappeared. I opened the skill tab, scrolled it all the way to the end, and focused on the yet inactive optimization. After a short while, I walked out onto the balcony and looked up, gazing at the stars. Today had just turned out to be the best day of my life. In any known RPG, optimization would be a perfectly legit skill. Well, almost. But in real life, goodness me, this was a cheat to end all cheats. If you put it in a book, no one would believe such a deus ex freaking machina. But there I was, having it courtesy of the mysterious game system. Optimization 1. Allows you to select primary and secondary skills. The development of primary skills will take 50% less time than average. The development of secondary skills will take 50% longer than average. Allows you to convert secondary skill points to primary ones at a rate of 2-to-1, with a consequent deletion of the secondary skill. Cooldown, 30 days. Warning! In order to activate the skill, an undisturbed 12-hour period of sleep is required. Please ensure your location is safe. You are recommended to adopt a prone position. I desperately needed a skill point. And to get it, I had to keep leveling. Chapter 14. The Dog-Eat-Dog World. Accomplishing the impossible means only that the boss will add it to your regular duties. Doug Larson. There you go. A pretty gym receptionist handed me a towel and a magnetic locker key on a bracelet. Your personal coach is Alexander over there. Once you've changed, you need to go and speak to him. Enjoy your workout. Thanks, I replied, suppressing a big yawn. I'd gotten up before 5 a.m. Waking up hadn't been such a problem thanks to my smart internal alarm clock. Still, I couldn't fool my own body. I simply hadn't had enough sleep. At least I hadn't received the lack of sleep debuff this time. No matter how hard I'd tried to force myself asleep, I tossed and turned through the best part of the night, deciding on what I should do next. Two things that were virtually guaranteed to satisfy most of one's needs were money and power. Also, money could lead to power just as power could lead to money, which meant that acquiring one of the two was probably enough to get the other, plus all the perks one could think of. Would you like to make this world a better place? In this case, you should invest in science and medicine, help the poor, and support nonprofits. Or would you rather indulge in the most unthinkable debauchery? In which case, you were more than welcome to an unlimited list of pleasures delivered directly to your presidential suite. And if it was vanity you were after, why not buy a top soccer club, pack it chock full of stars, and enjoy the world's standing ovations and TV appearances. You could make your childhood dreams come true by becoming a space tourist or investing in space exploration. You could enjoy the privacy of a tropical island, complete with white beaches and picturesque vistas. You could finance and lead a revolution in some remote banana republic. Or you could shoot a blockbuster movie about dinosaurs and beautiful androids in skimpy bikinis. You could do lots of things. Your imagination and the size of your wallet were the limits. As for power, that was something I'd never been interested in. But money didn't earn itself. I had less than a year left until my paid membership ran out. I'd have to make the most of this time. This was the proverbial crossroads. I was 32, with nothing to show for it. What was normal for my peers, a stable income, a family, a place of their own, decent cars, and frequent overseas vacation, was still out of reach for me. So, whatever decision I made now would gradually, over months, take me further away from any alternative routes. What should I invest my time and effort in? Should I pursue my writing career, or become an advertising expert? Persevere with sales, or start my own business while I gained enough experience? This kind of choice was still academic. I was too busy trying to survive for the time being. But my other goal, to bring my main characteristics up to average, was pretty obvious. Whatever I decided to do, I couldn't afford to be worse than the average Joe. Not when I had this premium augmented reality account to help me. This was my chance. If I used it right, then by the end of the year, I'd be able to live a new life unassisted by the interface. I'd be strong, agile, intelligent, charismatic, and lucky enough. I really should have invested into intellect, luck, or perception. Had I known that these characteristics were more than just numbers. It looked like they really could affect your life with every level you gained. Crazy, I know, but would I have really become smarter had I invested in intellect? How about luck? Would I have started making better decisions? I also had a funny feeling that an improved perception might have restructured my vision. Naturally, I had to concentrate on important stats, clearing my head from all the worthless extras. Optimization had a month's cooldown, after all. According to Martha, this wasn't just some arbitrary limitation. Apparently, the human brain couldn't be rebuilt overnight. The artificial rerouting of neural paths was a time-consuming and highly delicate procedure, especially if the skill required introducing new data to the brain. I'd already made up my mind to get rid of my World of Warcraft skills. That would give me 4 extra points for level 1 of some other skill. But what was going to happen if I did that? Would I forget that the game even existed? Would I still be able to remember my guild and the names of my clan members? According to Martha, I'd be able to remember all of it, only that the memory would become weak and blurred, as if it were something that had happened decades ago. A bit like I remembered my childhood games in my grandparents' village. We had this game of throwing pocket knives at targets. I could vaguely recall us drawing some circles on the ground and dividing them into sectors depending on the number of players. But that was the extent of it. I couldn't remember the rules nor the faces of my playmates. I didn't even know anymore if I'd been any good at it. The knife we'd used, had it been a pocket or a kitchen knife? Had its handle been made of wood or held together with a length of tape? I just didn't remember. I still don't know how many skills I could select as primary for use with optimization. Were there any restrictions? And which ones should I really level? Unfortunately, system skills such as insight could only be leveled up through repeated use. So if I thought strategically, not just about this year, but about my life as a whole, I really had to improve learning skills, which gave 10% to learning rate with its first level gained. In this light, making the next social status level was becoming a priority. I needed this skill point in order to activate optimization.
Then, by the time the license ran out, I would have converted 10 or 11 worthless skills into something useful. Leveling social status was also important for another reason. Even though I still didn't understand what exactly I gained from it, I now knew that each level gained gave me an extra system point to invest into characteristics and skills. Now that I could finally see all the stat bars, my progress had ceased to be guesswork. Each new level required 1,000 XP more than the one before it. Skill bars were calibrated in percent. Currently, I was level 6. In order to make level 7, I had to amass 7,000 XP. At the moment, the XP bar was filled a little more than a half. Current level, 6. XP gained, 3,760 of 7,000. Interestingly, I'd earned most of that XP last night, by leveling Charisma, Insight, and Cooking, and by having helped Alec out. I already knew that I received no XP for any system leveling of my stats, but I did receive 1 point for each reputation point, as well as for each point earned for completing self-assigned tasks. True, you couldn't earn much XP by setting your own tasks. The game could read my mind, so it knew which things were hard for me to do and which ones were easy-peasy. At first, I'd had this idea of making a to-do list of 100 entries for the next morning. Get out of bed, walk into the bathroom, open the tap. Yeah, right. It hadn't worked, had it? The tasks hadn't even added to my to-do log. I'd love to know how Mr. Panikoff, my age-old pensioner, had managed to level his social status to level 27. That was over 300,000 XP. Hadn't he said he used to be a university lecturer? Could it have been all the respect his students had for him? That could explain it. That way, he could have earned 1 level a year easily, even without any boosters. I could only imagine the numbers achieved by medical workers. Having said that, some so-called doctors could be mere quacks who didn't give a damn about their negative karma as long as they could line their pockets. I smiled, remembering Olga, the cute shrink from the clinic. Should I visit her again, maybe? I toyed with the idea for a bit, until I realized it must have been my wretched sexual debuff putting thoughts into my head. No, I'd better give this one a miss. I was curious to check out celebrities' levels, just to see if their fame affected their real reputation. Questions, questions. The more answers I discovered, the more new questions I had. Then, there was money, of course. I had to become my own boss. I could already see that this new job in Ultra Pack wasn't going to pay millions, even if I owned the company itself, which I didn't. I was a humble sales rep on a trial period, and in order to come up with any money-making ideas, I might need to experiment. I had to find out which kid points counted and which didn't. I equipped my brand-new workout gear and walked out of the locker room. Considering this was still early morning, the place was heaving. I had no idea we had so many health freaks in our country. My debuff-ridden gaze seemed to gravitate to all the shapely gym babes. In a way, this was actually motivational, encouraging me to lose weight, gain muscle, and improve stamina. All of that might considerably improve my standing with the fairer sex. I spent the next hour working out with my coach, Alexander, age 28, married, social level 9. He asked me about my objectives, strength and stamina, and began trying me on all sorts of machines. We started with a warm-up on a treadmill, followed by sit-ups, bench presses, cable rows, hyperextensions, and a few other exercises, all of them with a minimum weight. First, we need to teach you technique, he explained. It might take us a couple of weeks. We'll be doing it nice and slow, gradually adding more weights. As I worked out, I received several system warnings about my heart rate exceeding safe parameters. I was so out of shape, my heart was pounding after every set. But I had to start a new one before I even had a chance to catch my breath. I walked back to the locker room on rubbery legs, soaked in sweat. My towel was dripping wet. Much to my surprise, my strength numbers hadn't changed. It was still level 7, the progress bar frozen at 18%. I checked it on purpose before I'd started working out.
Alexander's last words seemed to shed some light on this mystery.
At the moment, it's better that you take a full day's rest between sessions,
he said as he parted with me, with a suggestion I had a protein shake.
Muscle tissue requires a 48-hour recovery period in order to enter the supercompensation stage.
The effects of his training session manifested themselves in a totally different way. Once I got out of the shower, I received a message informing me of my increased metabolism, satisfaction, and vigor. My mood, spirit, willpower, and confidence had also received a bit of a nudge. I couldn't complain, really. Benefit was apparent. Seeing as my happiness buff was about to expire, I went to the gym bar and had a delicious protein shake. Was this how people became addicted to exercise? As soon as I walked into the UltraPack office, I noticed a few familiar faces. Both Marina and Greg, bullshit artist Boyko, were there too. The guys I'd met at the job interview 3 days previously. Only 3 days. So many things had happened since, mainly in my head, though, that it felt like an eternity. We hung in the sales department, not knowing what to do with ourselves. There was nowhere to sit down, anyway. All 6 of us, myself, Greg, Marina, and 3 other guys of various ages, stood in a tight group by the water cooler. No one seemed to be paying any attention to us. Either they viewed us as competition, or they'd already seen loads of hopeless wannabes like ourselves. We spent a quarter of an hour shooting the breeze and listening to Greg's half-baked stories. Today he'd arrived dressed all in white. He admitted he hadn't had the guts to quit his old job. He'd just taken some time off without pay. Finally, the door opened, letting in the company's commercial director. A grim man of about 30. I remembered him. He'd been present at my earlier interview. He walked through the room, dishing out orders left and right while talking on his phone and drinking coffee. He motioned us to follow him. We trotted in his wake through a maze of office corridors until finally we came to the conference room with a projector mounted on a large oval table. Still busy arguing with someone on his phone, he motioned us to sit down. I checked his profile. Pavel Garyalov, 31 years old, corporate leader, a level 11 vendor, married with 3 kids. Social status level, 18. I remembered what Martha had earlier said about having children. Apparently, children were considered society's future, so raising them could positively affect one's social status too. I checked his primary skills and main characteristics. Predictably, he had high levels of sales skills, leadership, and boxing, of all things. Oh, wow! Strength, 15, agility, 14, charisma, 16. This was one hell of a dude. And I was a year his senior. The moment I thought this, I received a debuff message. A pang of envy. You're experiencing jealousy of another person's success. -5% to confidence, -5% to satisfaction, -10% to self-control, -5% to willpower. There you go, Phil. You're a jealous bastard, aren't you? Admittedly, I had every reason to be. My future boss cut a fine figure with his crew cut, his fit body, his expensive suit, and megawatt smile. He projected confidence and well-being. We took our seats, waiting for him to finish his conversation. Finally, he switched the phone off. Without sitting down, he leaned both hands against the back of a chair.
Morning, everyone. We've already met. Still, for those who might have forgotten me, my name's Pavel, and I'm the sales director here at UltraPack. I can see there's 6 of you here, even though I specifically told the HR that I only needed 5 people. One of you will be going home now. By the end of next week, there will be only 3 of you left. And by the end of your trial period, only 1 person will join us as a new sales manager. If you're not sure you can do it, I suggest you don't waste my time. Or your own. You'd better leave now. His searching gaze lingered upon each of us as he studied our reactions. No volunteers. Very well. In which case, allow me to take my pick.
Then, I kid you not, he began reciting a children's counting rhyme, pointing his finger at each of us in turn. Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor, wizard, warrior, rogue, or gambler, dwarf or druid, friend or foe, one of us will have to go. His finger alighted on my chest. You're free to go. All eyes were upon me. One of the guys grinned triumphantly, not bothering to conceal his relief. My ears were burning. My throat seized. I received a high pulse rate system message. I stared at his groomed, manicured finger poking my chest, then looked up at him. You can go now, he repeated. I feverishly rummaged through all my available options. Finally, I braced myself and rose from my seat. If I may. He raised a protesting hand. Oh, no, please stop. Should I call security? He seemed to be losing his patience with me. This guy valued every minute of his time. Please don't, I said. I'm going now. I just wanted to make a counteroffer. You won't be losing anything by accepting it. Make it quick. I'm going to close a sale before the end of the working day. If I fail, you won't see me again. Do you need an extra sale? Absolutely. You can sit down, he faltered. I'm Phil. I helpfully offered. I know your name. You can sit down, Phil. And you, he turned to the guy with a smug grin, you can go now. Now I knew what it looked like when someone wiped a smile off your face. The guy turned crimson. Stuttering, he mumbled something in his defense, which met with Pavel's cold, disdainful glare. The guy beat a dignified retreat, slamming the door behind him. A new quest message followed. A one-day chance. You must close a sales deal for packaging products produced by UltraPack Limited. Deadline. End of the workday. Rewards. A chance to win a sales rep's position with the company. XP. 1,500 points. Reputation with the company's commercial director, Pavel Garyalov, plus 10 points. Current reputation. Indifference. 0 of 30. Penalties. Loss of your chance to work with UltraPack Limited. Reputation with the company's commercial director, Pavel Garyalov, minus 30 points. Current reputation. Indifference. 0 of 30. Now, where were we? The director continued. Today, I'm going to introduce you to our products and give you a quick guided tour of the company. Then, I'll assign each of you to one of our managers so you can watch them sell. He turned to me. That doesn't apply to you, Phil. I suggest you don't waste your time and start selling as soon as you acquaint yourself with a list of our products. Biaxially oriented polystyrene, or BOPS for short, stands for those clear plastic containers used by supermarkets, restaurants, and fast food joints to sell salads, prepackaged foods, cream cakes, and other goodies. It can't be reused, which means that the demand for it is just as high as for the foods themselves. This particular type of packaging had caught my attention, especially when I compared the price charged by UltraPack with its real price, which I could see in my mental interface. Its market price was 6 rubles apiece, peanuts. Still, UltraPack sold it at 324 rubles apiece. What was the catch? Once we'd finished familiarizing ourselves with the company's produce, Pavel sent me directly to the sales department, where he found me a spare desk with a telephone. A dog-eared business phone directory sat on the desk next to it, covered with its previous owner's scribbles. Not to call. Speak to Svetlana, the company buyer. They're all idiots. No one had shown me the client base. I could understand them. I was still a nobody here. I spent the next hour copying the names of all of the city's markets and fast food chains, then walked around the room with the list to make sure I didn't call someone who was already a client. Other reps stared at me like I was some kind of idiot. Still, they didn't tell me as much. Instead, they glanced over my list, ticking off the name of their own clients. One of the managers, the fat Cyril Cyrilenko, took me aside. Assaulting me with a strong tobacco breath, he told me to follow him into the smoking room. I agreed unhesitantly. In my situation, any information was precious.
"You don't need to call Pesco Market," he said. "I work with them."
He drew hard on his cigarette, then wheezed, exhaling.
"How did you manage to get a sale? Normally, he wouldn't let trainees anywhere near sales for a week at least. How did you do it?"
Dunno. I didn't feel like lying to a potential workmate. He wanted to fire me straight away. He said we were one too many, so what he did, he
recited a counting rhyme.
Cyril grinned and immediately exploded in a bout of coughing.
"Isn't that typical? He always uses the same rhyme. Was it the one about wizards and rogues? I'll tell you something. He didn't like you from the start. He already knew how to recite the rhyme so that it ended with you."
What was the point? They could simply fail my interview.
Oh no, they couldn't. If he fired someone now, the others would give up hope and become desperate. So how come he didn't give you the boot?
I promised him a sale. If I failed to close a deal by the end of the day, then he can fire me.
You're not shy, are you?
He laughed, then exploded in another bout of coughing. I peered at his health numbers. 62.6%. Should I say something? Or ask about his health? He might think I was prying. A new task message appeared in my view. Ask about Mr. Cyrilenko's health and suggest he makes an appointment with a doctor. I waited for his coughing bout to subside. What do I have to lose? It's not as if I have another job, I said. Maybe you could give me some advice. Tell me which places are best to avoid.
I shouldn't count too much on our advice if I were you. Competition is tough here. Everyone has mouths to feed and mortgages to pay, rents, children, vacations, wives and mistresses to support. He paused. If I can be brutally honest, you don't have a chance in hell. All the big clients are already taken. If not by us, then by other firms. And the small fry are just not worth it. You'll spend months trying to close them and haggling over the bottom line. They count every cent and won't just sign up because you're there. I see, I replied, wondering if I should ask him about the difference in market price. If you don't mind me asking, what's with the high profit margin? His interest bar began to shrink. I had to be more open and persuasive. I didn't lose anything by trying, anyway. Oh, come on, I said. I just need this job real bad, you know? I haven't got a pot to piss in. My wife left me the other day. I don't need advice, just some information. Your wife left you? Oh. I've just got divorced myself. Not the best feeling, I have to admit. He heaved a sigh and lit another cigarette. Just between you and me. We have our own production line, you know? And marginality is virtually non-existent. The bosses prefer to work by volume. We already sell at wholesale prices, while all these shops just whack on the price of the packaging on top of their own product price. And thirdly, the kickbacks. All buyers charge them. They buy in bulk at deflated prices and split the difference. Pavel is quite scrupulous about it. He has respect for the market, even though we have to deal with this problem every month. The most we can do is invite a buyer to a good restaurant or give him a nice birthday present. But that's the extent of it. You personally, what would you choose? A bottle of good brandy for your birthday? Or a few $1,000s under the table every month? But this is... I know. That's why we do it like we do. Our price is the lowest on the market simply because it doesn't include kickbacks, black cash conversions, and higher profits. Come on, let's go now. Thanks. I proffered him my hand. Mechanically, he shook it and walked out. I followed in his wake, mulling over what I just heard. Back at my desk, I opened my phone and Googled the list of all the biggest supermarket chains. Then I spent some quality time studying each of them, their logos, the brands they carried, the number of stores and their respective locations, stocks,
and the names of their top management. Then I opened my own map and highlighted all their offices all over the country. I took a deep sigh, crossed my fingers, and entered a new search filter. Delete all those who are not UltraPAC's clients. A couple of dots disappeared from the map. Bingo. The rest was the database I could work with. I ran a few more queries, narrowing my search by the type of packaging ordered and excluding all those who bought our products for more than 50% over the wholesale price. A few more dots expired, leaving me with 4 chains out of the original 10. I went back to Google and began looking up the company's owners, shareholders, and beneficiaries. I perused their biographies and interviews and copied all the data into a fat agenda I'd bought the night before. By lunchtime, I was done. It had taken me a while, but now I had plenty of kid points to play with. All my fellow trainees and their coaches had already left for lunch and a bit of a get-together with their mentors and future workmates. No one had bothered to invite me along. I hurried out of the building and bought myself a quick shawarma in the nearest underground passage. Strangely enough, this prime example of street food so popular in Russia didn't result in any health alert messages. I wolfed my lunch down and returned to my desk. As I walked into the living room, I saw the stooping figure of a girl by the window. Seeing me, she turned away. "Hi, Marina," I said. "Everything's okay?" "Everything's fine, thank you," she replied without turning. Was it my imagination, or had she been crying? I checked her status. Her mood was really low. Still, I decided to give her some space for a while. No good me trying to intrude on her feelings. I took my place at the desk and sent a request to see the locations of my shortlisted candidates. Much to my disappointment, all of them were either in a different town or abroad. My crazy initial idea of visiting them in person had failed miserably. Or had it? As I zoomed in on the map, I saw that I'd been wrong. One of the markers must have overlapped with that of my own town, which was why I hadn't noticed it at first. It belonged to a certain Nicholas Valiadis, the owner of one of the supermarket chains. Valiadis? Wait a second. Wasn't that the guy whom the old boy with the newspaper had mentioned? At the time, he'd suggested I remember the name. One day you might be happy you did. I sent another search request to see his current location. Valiadis was in the gym, of all places. Was it my luck kicking in? Had he been at home or in the office, my crazy idea wouldn't have worked at all. Very well. Let's go to the gym. It wasn't a humble budget affair like my own, but a top fitness club, where a year membership cost the price of a new car. I gave them a call and booked a guest visit. "I'm out to see a client," I told Marina, and rushed out. Ignoring the elevator, I took the steps 3 at a time, calling Uber as I hurried out. I had no idea how I was supposed to approach him, let alone talk to him. That was something I'd have to think about on my way there. As I rode an Uber cab, I kept an eye on his map marker. According to it, he must have been in the swimming pool. Where else can you spend half an hour just moving to and fro? His path through the weight room would have been much more complex. Which meant I needed some swim shorts. Finally, we were there. I took a deep breath and walked inside. Immediately, I saw a small shop selling all sorts of training gear. I bought myself a pair of swimming trunks, which cost the same as a decent business suit, and that was with the club discount. Several young receptionists smiled to me from their desk. I explained the purpose of my visit, showed them my ID, paid for the guest's 3-session subscription, and received a silicone guest bracelet, a pair of disposable slippers, a towel, a bathing cap, and a bathrobe. My crazy idea had already cost me much more than I could afford. All the money I'd set aside for the next 2 weeks was already gone. Never mind. I could always use a new pair of swim trunks. Ditto for the 3-session ticket. That was, in fact, an excellent leveling opportunity. So I'd better relax and enjoy the educational foray into the life of the rich and beautiful. The locker room was empty. Excellent. I undressed, took a quick shower, and walked out into the pool. The place was nice and clean. Soft, upbeat music bubbled in the speakers. The walls were lined with deck chairs. Athletic lifeguards kept watch poolside. Bar servers froze by the walls, ready to take your order at your slightest sign. A group of pretty girls with legs which went on forever were chatting and laughing in the corner, drinking their herbal teas. Herbal? I wasn't even sure it was tea at all. Whatever. Valiatis was still busy doing his laps. I couldn't see his bodyguards anywhere. Or could those lifeguards actually be his bodyguards? I'd hate to have to find that out. The more natural and accidental our conversation, the better. I left the bathrobe, the slippers, and the towel next to an available deck chair and entered the water. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't very warm either. Trying not to splash, I swam slowly in the opposite direction. My swimming skills had always left a lot to be desired. My lung capacity was way below average, so after a couple of laps, I flipped onto my back and relaxed, watching Valiatis out of the corner of my eye. Finally, I sensed it was now or never. He'd been here for an hour already. I would only have 2 opportunities to talk to him, either in the locker room or in the sauna. The latter option was even better. In the locker room, he'd probably be already thinking about work, while in the sauna, he might relax and lower his guard. I got out of the water, toweled myself dry, removed the cap, and headed for the sauna. That turned out to be another puzzle. They didn't just have one sauna. They also had a Russian steam bath and a Turkish hammam. Which one should I choose? I finally decided on the sauna. Its glass door, in the absence of steam, offered an excellent view of the entire pool and the locker room door. If Valiatis headed there instead, I could catch up with him in no time. I lasted the first 10 minutes just fine, albeit sweating all over. Still, the longer I remained there, the more I wished I could run out and throw my overheated body into the welcoming freshness of the pool. By the time Valiatis finally climbed out of the pool and headed for the Russian steam bath next door, the thirst debuff was killing me. I rushed out of the sauna and headed for the cooler, gulping water down by the bucket. Once the debuff icon was gone, I toweled the sweat off and walked into the steam bath. Valiatis was sitting there with his eyes closed, wearing a felt cap. He pried his eyes open and nodded, greeting me. I did the same. He was in excellent shape, sinewy and fit, with broad shoulders and a six-pack. I took a seat some distance away from him, respecting his personal space, from where I could finally study his profile and stats. Nicholas the Duke Valiatis, age 47, current status, tycoon, social status level, 29, class, businessman, level, 33, married, wife, Arena Valiatis, age 38, children, Sergey, son, age 16, Paulina, daughter, age 11, criminal record, yes, reputation, indifference, 0 of 30, interest, 0%. I was quite happy that his interest to me was at 0. I was afraid that by disturbing his privacy, I might have alienated him. Mr. Valiatis? I tried to strike up a conversation. He tensed ever so slightly. His watchful stare sized me up. He must have decided I was no threat to him. Have we met before? I don't think so. Still, it would be stranger if I stressed the last word, didn't know you. Why not? Our company provides packaging materials for supermarket chains, so it's my job to know everyone who's anyone in our line of business. He nodded, apparently satisfied with the answer. I don't think you've come here by accident. I haven't, I admitted. One of the staff must have sold me, I suppose. Oh, well, shame about the pool. I liked it. He removed the felt cap and used it to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Are you the company owner? Not at all. I'm not even their commercial director. If the truth were known, I'm just a trainee sales rep. Are you really? So what is it you want from me, Mr. Trainee Sales Rep? I want nothing from you, Mr. Valiatis. On the contrary, I'd like to help you lower your packaging costs. I paused, watching his interest bar grow out of the red zone and stopping at 11% in the orange sector. Keep talking, he said. I don't know the conditions your suppliers offer, but I'm absolutely sure we can offer you 50% less. That caught his interest. It soared, reaching 50%. The sight gave me wings. If we take bops, for instance, we can supply it to you for 3.24 rubles. I'm pretty sure you're now buying it for 4 something, or 5 even. He gestured to me to stop, opened the door, and shouted, Misha! After the briefest of delays, his assistant appeared in the sauna. Sir? I want you to call Herman and tell him to come now. It's urgent. Misha made himself scarce. Valiatis rose. I suggest we move to the bar. They make good detox cocktails here. He looked at me askance. I'm Phil, sir. Nice to meet you, Phil. Come on, then. Your reputation with Nicholas the Duke Valiatis has improved. Current reputation, indifference, 5 out of 30. Soon, a certain Alex Herman arrived at the club. He blushed, shifting from one foot to the other, as Valiatis showered him with insults, wresting from him the admission that, yes, their suppliers indeed charged them extra for packaging materials. Valiatis turned to me. You think you can supply our demand? Absolutely, I replied, praying it was so. Very well. He glanced at his watch. I need to be going. Alex and Phil, please exchange your details. Alex, I'm pretty sure the company's CEO would like to see you personally, but I'd like you to speak with them in his presence. He nodded at me. Our eyes met. Mr. Valiatis, may I asked, jumping at the opportunity. He leaned toward me. I just wondered, I whispered, if the name of Mr. Samuel Panikoff rings any bells. Valiatis startled ever so slightly. He gulped, but didn't reply. As he stepped back, I noticed a barely discernible nod. Finally, the big boss was gone, leaving me with Alex. I could see he was pretty pissed off. He didn't like me. Still, you wouldn't be able to tell it by the way he spoke. Phil, here's my card. When can I meet your employers? I took a cab back to the office. As I rode, a new system message was bestowed on me. Your luck has improved. Current luck, 7. Experience points received for improving a main characteristic, 1,000. Thanks to the message, I now felt I was moving in the right direction. I was bursting with confidence. The workday was nearly over. I absolutely had to see Pavel or the company's CEO before my deadline expired. I was in luck. Pavel was still there. May I speak with you? I asked. He shook a dismissive head, preempting my possible excuses. Please, spare me the details. I won't give you one more chance, nor another day. I don't need another day. I've just sold us to J-Mart. A long-term contract on our entire range. They want to meet up with you and the CEO now. They've just fired their previous supplier. They expect us to start deliveries tomorrow morning. If you beach a shark, it'll be just as helpless as some humble small fry. It'll be squirming on the shore, opening its toothy jaws and moving its gills, but despite its predatory fame, it'll still remain a fish out of water. I watched Pavel open and close his mouth, gulping for air. His interest bar had soared to a full 100%. Still, he recovered quickly. Follow me, He rose, put on his business jacket, and strode toward the CEO's office. I walked closely behind, followed by the workers' and trainees' stares. Cyril gave me a wink. I winked back at him. Pavel took me to the CEO's office and gave him a brief rundown of the situation. He finished by saying, "I think you should be the one talking to them. It's your level." "With whom did you speak?" the fit, sinewy CEO asked me. "I first spoke to Valiadis, who then introduced me to Herman. I heard him tell Herman to make out a contract with you." "Just look at him," Pavel enthused. "How on earth did you meet Valiadis?" I shrugged. "Pure luck, I suppose." Pavel tensed. "Are you sure? You're not making this up, are you?" I gave him Herman's business card. New system messages promptly informed me of my improved reputation with both. It was still indifference, but quite close to amicability. "Point taken," the CEO chuckled. "Well done. Should I give him a call, then?" He picked up his phone, then gave me a long look. "I could call them myself," I said, "but I think Herman wants to discuss all the details with you." Squinting short-sightedly, the man, name, Mr. Peter Ivanov, age 48, current status, Chief Executive Officer at UltraPack Limited, began dialing Herman's number. Then we went to meet Herman and two more execs at the J-Mart HQ. There were three of us, Pavel, Mr. Ivanov, and myself. An hour into the talks, the parties shook hands on the deal. I very much doubted they normally closed new contracts with such speed, or the fact that Herman's presence would normally be required. He must have been there on personal orders from Valiadis. I could almost see him ask Herman at their meeting the next morning, "How was that thing with the packaging deal?" And Herman would reply, "It's all done, sir. We've signed the contract and received the first delivery already. That'll give us a saving of hundreds of millions a year. Our security team is currently investigating the old buyers. Two-timing rats." Everybody was happy, with the exception of the bribe-taking buyers and their associates, of course. Two teams of company lawyers worked on the contract until late at night. None of the workers and trainees dared leave before the top brass. I was starving. I wanted to pop out to grab something quick to eat, but Pavel didn't let me. He wanted me to stay in the office. He probably wanted me to watch every stage of the contract making, learning from the pros. It was already past 10 p.m. when Mr. Ivanov walked out of his office, holding 2 bottles of good, single-malt whiskey. Pavel joined him. "May I have your attention, please? Phil, will you come over here?" Can't say I was pleased. I hate being the center of attention. "Tonight, we celebrate," Pavel announced. "Let's have a quick drink, and then we'll go to a restaurant for a nice meal. It's on the company. Mr. Ivanov, your turn to speak." "Dear colleagues and friends," the CEO paused and cleared his throat. "Our company has just arrived at a new level by getting an exclusive contract with J-Mart. I don't need to tell you what it means to us all. And what's even funnier, the person who closed it is our new trainee. It's his first day at work. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Phil." I'd have loved to say that his last words were drowned out by a standing ovation. They weren't. A few unenthusiastic claps was all I received, and even that was probably because I'd earned them all a free dinner. "Pavel, where are those bottles?" Mr. Ivanov concluded. Everybody sprang into action, lining up with plastic cups in their hands. What worried me was that I hadn't yet received a quest completed message. According to the game, the one-day chance quest was still active. I asked Pavel if my trial period was over. He faltered, then replied cheerfully, "Well, what do you think? Tomorrow we'll put you on the payroll." Why tomorrow? I wondered. All the HR people were here, congratulating Mr. Ivanov and toasting their success. Pavel left me. I stood, whiskey in hand, not knowing what to do with myself. Finally, I saw Marina sulking in the far corner. I walked over to her. "Hi," I said. "Why aren't you celebrating?"
"Ah, it's you," she mouthed. "Congratulations. Well done. Wish I could say the same."
"Why? What's up?" She sighed, ignoring my question. Both her mood and her interest in the conversation were nearing zero. I left her alone. I could see she would have loved to have gone home, but felt obliged to stick with the crowd and keep the corporate spirit. Greg left his group of sales reps and walked over to me. "So, how was your day?" I asked him.
"Congratulations,"
he said dryly, overcoming his jealousy. We clinked our plastic cups. I thanked him, and he returned to his group. His group? He hadn't even quit his old job yet. Selling those windows or whatever it was, and he was already friends with everybody else. I caught their sideways glances and overheard a few whispers. My boss, Praise, had done its job, alienating everybody against me. I received a chain of warning messages informing me of loss of reputation with virtually all of my new workmates. How were you supposed to work in a team whose every member envied and despised you? And what bonuses could I expect from today's sale if I wasn't even officially hired? "Hello," Pavel called, attracting everybody's attention. "We're all going to the Tsar's Grill now. Dinner's on the firm." Everybody got their stuff and began leaving the office in small groups. I walked down the stairs with them and waited outside as they got into their cars and left. 5 minutes later, I was standing on the street, alone. Chapter 15. Only Human. Late last night and the night before, Tommyknockers, knocking at my door. I want to go out. Don't know if I can, 'cause I'm so afraid of the Tommyknocker man. Stephen King, The Tommyknockers. In a game, a character's main and secondary characteristics have a very discriminatory relationship. Intellect can affect one's magic and mana numbers. Strength can add to one's damage and load capacity, while agility improves your attack speed and dodging chances. But in a game, there's no way strength can affect intellect. Neither can stamina improve agility. You just can't do it. Life is different. You don't need an interface to know that. In real life, a person's body and their personality have a much more intimate bond than a player's avatar and the actual person controlling it. In life, good perception skills depend on one's health. Smoking prevents you from enjoying the entire plethora of tastes and smells that surround you. Good eyesight allows you to notice things unavailable to a bespectacled geek. You can't have good health if your stamina is low, but here, stamina isn't just a number on the life bar. It's your heart and your blood vessels, strong and sufficiently leveled up. A healthy mind in a healthy body indeed. Apart from several honorable exceptions, most inventions and works of art in human history have been created by healthy people between 30 and 40, that is to say, at the peak of their brain activity. And now I could see it all in my own interface. A 100% full self-control bar allowed one to remain cool under pressure. Ditto for the confidence bar. At 100%, you just didn't question your own actions and decisions. Now, however, my self-control was deep in the yellow. What had just happened to me was so unfair. Low self-control numbers logically resulted in low confidence. So should I even go to that restaurant? What was the point? Could they have left me behind on purpose? Maybe they'd already lost all interest in me. Funny, really. I had a piece of state-of-the-art software uploaded to my head, with all the knowledge of and insight into people's actions and their attitude towards me. And still, there I was, standing alone in the rain like some starved loser from an old movie, while my workmates were stuffing their faces in the warmth of an expensive restaurant celebrating my sale. They weren't even my workmates, come to think about it. All the other trainees had already signed their work contracts, albeit for a trial period. Everyone but me. I didn't have to join them, of course. I could always wallow in self-pity, feeling sorry for myself. Look at me. I'd done the impossible. Where was my well-deserved work contract and a seat in the CEO's limousine? Oh, no. Whining wouldn't get me anywhere. I should stop suspecting them of trying to rip me off. Pointless seeing enemies in my future coworkers. Life isn't fair. Yeah, right. Enough. As Martha would have said, this wasn't a productive tactic. A productive tactic would be to switch my overworked imagination off and go to the restaurant. So they'd left me behind. Big deal. They weren't obliged to chaperone me around. They'd been all pretty drunk already anyway. I was invited. I knew the address. What was my problem then? Joining them or not was entirely my choice. I suppressed my uneasiness, feeling pretty foul as I did so. My wounded pride wouldn't get me anywhere. I left the safety of the doorway and offered my face to the rain. With my arms spread wide, I enjoyed the moment. I didn't give a damn about my workmates' jealousy. I couldn't care less about my boss's lack of consideration. Right, so I hadn't made any friends today. But at least I'd done what I'd said I would. I'd made it. Never mind I hadn't closed the quest. And even if I lost today's bonus, what did that matter? If I'd done it today, I could do it again. I smiled to the rain, which at the moment epitomized the entire world to me. Good and bad, kind and evil, ugly and beautiful. Suddenly I realized it wasn't me against the world. The world wasn't against me either. My confidence soared. My self-control hit the 100% mark. I was alive. I was in good health. I was happy. Everything would work out just fine. It wasn't as if I'd always made the right choices in the past. Often, I'd selected my own selfish desires over what was really important. Like when Yana had needed help cleaning the house and I'd had a raid to do. Or when my parents had invited us over for a meal and I was like, sorry, some other time, because I'd had a raid to do. Or when I hadn't delivered a file to a client, oh, sorry, I'm in sick, you get it Monday, because... No, I hadn't had a raid to do. I was just too lazy to do it. You didn't need an analyst to see where this strategy had taken me. Unhesitantly, I hailed a cab and went back home. I knew I was making the right decision, because whenever you're faced with a tough choice, you should always choose family above everything else. And I had Richie waiting for me back home, desperate for his walk. In fact, it was a rational decision. I had loads of time. My workmates had to get to the restaurant first. Then they'd have to wait for their tables, pour over their menus, and place their orders, talking over each other. And then another long wait until they finally got their food. I had an hour, at least. And seeing as my house wasn't very far and the streets were virtually empty by now, I could get back home, walk the dog, change into dry clothes, and drive back to the restaurant. I could hear Richie whine already in the elevator. The moment I unlocked the door, opening it a crack, he darted out like a black bolt of lightning, poked the flat of my hand with his moist nose, and hurried toward the elevator. "Hi there, Richie," I said, pressing the elevator button. "Time for walkies." Richie scratched the elevator door with an impatient paw. As we rode down, he very nearly climbed the walls in desperation, but held it, which is more than I can say about some of the human beings living in our apartment block. It didn't take him long to do his business. Half an hour later, I was already sitting in a cab, heading for the restaurant. "Just look at this weather." The level 5 cab driver started the conversation. "The best thing to do in this weather is stay at home having a TV dinner. A nice hot bowl of borscht and cream, a slice of rye garlic bread, and a healthy shot of vodka." My stomach rumbled its protest. The heating inside the cab was insufferable. I yawned, but felt obliged to keep the conversation going. "Good idea. I haven't had anything to eat yet either. Been running around like a headless chicken all day." "That's something you should never do, son," the driver said. "You should never skip meals.
Didn't they teach you that in the army?"
He paused, then glanced at me in the mirror.
"You did serve in the army, didn't you?"
I could see by his stats that he was getting angry with me.
"Or did you dodge the draft?"
His voice tensed.
"That's what you all do these days. It's okay shirking around, but when your country needs you, you're gone with the wind."
He gave me a long look in the mirror, waiting for me to answer his question. What could I say? I had, indeed, dodged the draft. Still, neither his accusations nor his patronizing tone sat well with me. I closed my eyes, unwilling to speak. A phone call saved me from having to answer his question. The driver put the radio down, either to be tactful or just not to miss what I was about to say.
"Phil, is that you?"
It was Pavel's voice.
"Yes, sir," I replied. "Where are you?"
"I'm coming. I'll be there soon."
"Aha, well, it's probably better that way. Mr. Ivanov asked me to tell you that we won't be needing you after all. You don't have to come. Best of luck elsewhere."
Best of luck? Were they out of their minds?
"No, wait a sec, man," I said, suppressing my fury. "What now, man?" He mimicked my tone, then laughed. "Sorry, I don't have much time," he added, suddenly deadly serious. "They're serving the main course already."
"Just tell me what this is all about. Why? Okay, I thought your offer of a bonus was too good to be true, but this? In less than 6 hours, I gave you your dream deal. Do you still think I can't do it?" He didn't reply. I could hear him rise from the table and walk to a quieter corner, away from the cheerful clamor around the table.
"That's the problem. I still don't know," he finally replied. "Today you've been lucky. You met Valiatis purely by accident. You said so yourself. The rest was entirely due to Ivanov and myself. We closed the deal and signed the contract. What was your part in that? You just sat there doing nothing."
"You'd have closed Jack had I not spoken to him first."
"We don't even know if you spoke to him. You might have just found Herman's card lying around. Sorry, I really don't have the time."
He hung up. I just sat there staring at the screen. The phone rang again. Mother. I cleared my throat, trying to sound calm.
"Hi, Mom."
"Where are you?" she demanded, her voice anxious and tense.
"I'm out on biz—"
"Kira's dead," she interrupted. "Phil, my boy. Kira's been killed."
She sobbed.
"Mom?"
The news came down on me like a ton of bricks. My heart exploded in my chest. I became numb. The phone reverberated with Mom sobbing.
"Phil, we're at the Municipal Hospital 3.
Dad's toneless voice finally said.
"Come now."
He forgot to hang up. I could hear him trying to calm Mom down. I listened to his clumsy attempts to comfort her as she went on sobbing. I felt like screaming. "Sorry, Chief. Change of plans," I said to the driver. "We need to go to the hospital. My sister's just died."
"My condolences," he said.
He drove me there, taking shortcuts via some back lanes and dark alleys. I closed my eyes, trying to take my loss in. I needed some time alone with it. Then, I realized I'd forgotten to give him the address. Before I could do anything, a syringe needle pricked my neck. I passed out. When I came round, I couldn't move. My half-shut eyelids let in a piercing light irradiating from an impossibly high ceiling. The top edge of my field of vision was lined with debuff icons: intoxication, paralysis, dehydration, starvation, feebleness, mind suppression. "The subject has regained consciousness," a dull, emotionless voice said. I tried to focus, but I was numb. I tried to ask where I was, but my tongue didn't obey me.
"Ilindi, remove the DOT.
I'd definitely heard this voice before, but couldn't quite place it. A silvery veil of mist enveloped me. Its weightless touch penetrated my every skin cell, then was promptly ejected back out, tinted with red and black. My entire body itched like hell. I vomited violently. It was a good job I could move again. I leaned over the raised edge of my bed and puked all over the floor, disgorging some sort of slimy substance.
"Give him some water,"
the same voice said. A flask appeared in my view, its cap unscrewed. "Drink it." I gulped the water down, without even bothering to rinse my mouth first. It felt like such a shame wasting even a drop.
"Feeling better?"
"Can I have some more?"
"Make him another one, Elindi."
Someone handed me another flask. I downed it and felt slightly better. I tried to focus again. My vision was still blurred. I could see some vague silhouettes which appeared human. But no, one of them wasn't. It was at least 10 foot tall. I tried to ID it, but couldn't.
"Don't bother. Your perception is debuffed, and your insight is too low to work with senior races."
"I'd like to sit up," I said.
"Please do."
Overcoming the pain in every muscle, I gingerly sat up. Now I could see Valiadis. A girl in a turquoise evening dress next to him must have been Elindi. Her platinum blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders. Valiadis stood half a head below her. His shimmering black armor reminded me of a high-level rogue set used in World of Warcraft. Black smoke billowed from under its pauldrons. The room was large and well lit. I couldn't locate the source of the light, bright, but not blindingly so. It seemed to be seeping from everywhere without creating shadows. The unhuman being peered me in the eyes, processing my mind. I could feel him rummaging through my head as he sorted through my memories. I looked aside, breaking eye contact. His intrusion into my mind stopped straight away. "Mr. Valiadis?"
"Yes, Phil. I apologize for this intrusion. Sorry about the debuffs. This is an abduction requirement set by senior races for all new candidates."
"Senior races? Abduction requirement? How long have I been here? What's this place?"
"You will receive answers to your questions soon."
Then I remembered. My sister's just been killed. I leapt off the bed. I need to go and see her.
"We know. We're very sorry about your loss. Elindi, cast tranquility on him."
Another mist enveloped me. This time it was emerald green. After a moment, I felt great. All my worries, even my panicky desperation, they were now gone. Valiadis gave me a closer look, making sure I wasn't trying to escape anymore.
"I'd like you to meet Hafor. He acts as the official representative of the Valfor civilization. Or at least, that's how it sounds to the human ear. The Valfors are one of the 3 most influential races in our galaxy."
I shifted my gaze to the giant. My debuffed perception didn't allow me to see him in every detail. Still, what I could glean was more than enough. I was staring at a massively humanoid body, clad in a seamless pressurized suit of armor, streaming with the shimmering charges of a force field, or whatever it was. He had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a helmeted head. He also had a pair of hooves and a tail. A demon, if I'd ever seen one.
"Greetings, human."
Hafor's voice echoed through my head.
"How do you do, sir?"
"Sorry, I can't say it's nice to meet you, though." Elindi emitted a stifled giggle. Valiadis smiled.
"It's okay. You don't need to pay any attention to him. Hafor is here purely as an observer. Our conversation is a necessary vetting stage for you."
"Are you here vetting me? Why? What for?"
Allow me to start from the beginning. The three eldest races of our galaxy form the Drorag, or the Council of Elders, which adheres to the principles of common good of the Commonwealth of Sentient Races. The Council of Elders never interferes with the development of the younger races, but keeps an eye on them from the moment the new race leaves its first informational imprint. As soon as the new race is advanced enough to independently discover and enter the universal information field, the Council makes an official contact with it.
Does it really? I asked, because I don't remember anything on the news about it.
It hasn't yet, but it will. The human race will discover and enter the universal information field at the end of this century.
Why?
Why what? Why would it do that?
No. Why me? What's that got to do with me if it hasn't even happened yet?
Ilindi, will you please renew his tranquility? And make me some water. That's a good girl.
He took a few swigs from the flask, which the girl had conjured out of thin air, then continued,
Phil, I'm going to answer your question in a moment. Please bear with me. When the human race discovers the universal info field, that will allow them to instantly receive any kind of information, giving them access to absolute knowledge. It will allow us to colonize the solar system and start the terraforming of planets and bigger asteroids, adapting them for human habitation. We'll be able to teleport between planets. Humanity will enter the heyday of its history. But by entering the universal info field, we will also expose ourselves to other civilizations. The fact that we're not alone in the universe will deeply traumatize humanity, because our civilization will prove to be the youngest and least developed of them all. In case of an invasion, we'd be helpless against some of the most incredible alien technologies. Only, there'll be no invasion. We'll receive a greetings message from the Commonwealth of Sentient Races, complete with their invitation to submit ourselves to their standard diagnostics procedure, which is to define humanity's place in our galaxy's hierarchy of sentient beings.
Not just its place.
Khafor's voice echoed through my mind.
But also its readiness. Such diagnostics will show if humanity is ready to integrate into the Commonwealth.
These diagnostics are actually a series of tests, Valiatus continued, and if we fail them,
then we'll annul your race,
the voice in my head said. The visuals which accompanied his words showed a much more gruesome picture, though. Then we'll cease to exist, Valiatus finished. I stared at the visuals unfolding in my mind. Deserted, crumbling cities long reclaimed by wildlife, the beginning of a new evolution, the change of landscape as natural disasters shifted continents and created new seas, new mountains, and new animal species, and finally, a new sentient race entering the stage. Telepathy was definitely the most efficient means of communication. The 5 words uttered by Khafor had unfolded into an instant movie in my head, revealing millions of years of the planet's humanless future.
Keep going.
I didn't recognize my own hoarse voice. We need to select 30,000 of humanity's most worthy representatives. They will participate in the tests.
28,561 persons,
Khafor corrected him. We'll have to select them from the numbers of the candidates who pass the initial screening stage.
So, have I passed?
I asked, unsurprised. This was so surreal that I only spoke mechanically, keeping my end of the conversation going.
Why did you choose me, anyway?
You haven't passed the screening yet, no. Like all the other candidates, you've been selected by the Council. I turned to the Valfor giant.
By you, then?
The best representatives of any race, or passionaries, are not qualified,
he replied, We've already had the sad experience of entering some of the contenders' race's choicest thinkers and activists into our diagnostics. As a result, the race's potential was sadly overestimated. And as further developments showed later, it had been a fatally wrong approach. The bulk of any race is not capable of ever reaching high levels of its top specimens. Which is why, this time, the Council has picked the most average and unexceptional candidates among those who've never been able to achieve anything, Valiatis concluded. Starting with our time period. They didn't want to venture earlier in time simply because, before the advent of the Internet, the human mind wasn't yet ready to adopt the augmented reality interface. There was a high risk of its failure and consequent mental problems. But how did they do that? Did they arrive from the future? Once again, Khafor's voice echoed through my mind. Time manipulation is one of the Council's most important achievements. Unable to hear him, Valiatis replied in his turn. This is still beyond our understanding, I'm afraid. I'm only a candidate like yourself. The only difference being, I've already made the final selection. So, you too, I whispered. That made sense. No wonder his sudden rise in the 1990s had appeared to come from nowhere. An average engineer who'd lost his job, got a divorce, then disappeared off the public radar, he'd re-emerged several years later as a new financial mover and shaker. In fact, it took me a year, he corrected me as if reading my thoughts. So, what do you want me to do? And what's going to happen if I don't get selected? Not much, I'm afraid. You'll be back to your drab old life, stripped of the benefits of your interface. Naturally, your memory of it will be wiped out. Well, I suppose it's better than being annulled. So what do I need to do in order to be selected? You should. Enough. Khafor's voice rustled through my mind. Valiatis and I looked at the alien in surprise. I have enough data now, he said, then turned to me. You can go now, human. I looked around me. The room had no exits. Where do you want me to go? But he still has tons of... Valiatis began, then promptly shut up, apparently on mental orders from Khafor. Ilindi motioned me toward the far wall behind my back. Don't be shy, human. Cautiously, I rose from the bed and stepped toward the girl. I wanted to take a better look at her. I took a couple more steps, then bumped into an invisible barrier. Had she just called me human? Did that mean she was also one of them? I squinted, searching for something inhuman in her appearance. Then I gasped. Her large rainbow-colored gaze was tinted with contempt. Her gorgeous head of glossy hair concealed two pointy ears. Phil, you'd better go now, Valiatis said. Ilindi's known for her temper. I obeyed. The tranquility she'd cast on me had already worn off. I couldn't wait to get out of that place and go see my parents. The bitter memory of Kira's death filled me with renewed grief. I walked over to the wall, which resembled the scaly hide of an albino crocodile. It gaped open before me, revealing a narrow, bending passage. As soon as I stepped into it, the opening closed, pushing me forward. I had no other choice than to keep going along the meandering tunnel. After a brief while, I sensed a movement ahead. A large blob of gelatinous goo seemed to be creeping quickly toward me. I hurried to ID it. Acid jelly, level 7. What? Just its level? No social status? Nothing? The jelly filled the tunnel from wall to wall, reaching to my waist. There was no way I could walk around it. I couldn't leap over it either. I might have, had I bothered to level agility. It was predatory. I took a few steps back, looking for something, anything I could use as a weapon. I ripped the shirt off my back, wrapped it around my hand, and waited for the goo to approach. It didn't take long. The jelly sort of tensed, then leapt toward me. Don't ask me how it did it. Instinctively, I closed my eyes, then punched it with my shirt-protected hand as hard as I could. You've dealt 1 point damage to acid jelly. A punch. The creature's health bar hadn't even budged. Mine, however, plummeted as the jelly enveloped me, its heavy bulk pinning me to the floor. All I could feel was the unbearable agony of acid devouring me alive. I screamed, choking on the gelatinous acid pouring down my throat. I struggled for breath. The scalding pain in my chest soared way past my pain threshold. My hands gnawed the floor as I struggled to get out, all the while realizing the futility of it all. My mind was going around in circles, thinking of the strange connection between my interface, the old Panikoff, and today's convenient arrival of Aliadis. I fainted. But I wasn't dead yet. I could hear muffled voices reaching me through my slumber.
Kafur, please! Why would he try to escape? And why jelly, of all things? He had no idea of the elemental.
Premature contact with another candidate.
Didn't he mention his grandfather?
Acid, yes.
He what? With his bare hands? Can't you screen your candidates or something?
Just a surprise effect.
Indicates the object's low levels of...
The augmented reality interface has been uninstalled.
Here we are.
Someone gave me a shove on the shoulder.
I opened my eyes. Here we are, son. Wake up.
I was back in the cab. The mustachioed driver was holding onto my shirt collar, trying to shake me awake.
Where are we?
I muttered, completely disoriented.
What's this place?
Where do you think? The driver barked. You wanted the Tsar's grill, and that's where I've brought you. There it is. Look.
The Tsar's grill?
I stared in the window, confused.
How much do I owe you?
600.
I paid, then scrambled out of the car, struggling with my numb body. The cab pulled away sharply and left. The rain had stopped. I looked down, realizing I was standing in a puddle of water. I walked over to a drier place. My pants pocket vibrated. I pulled out the phone and stared at the strange number.
Yes?
I said.
Where did you get lost to, time traveler?
Pavel's cheerful voice demanded.
We've been looking for you everywhere. The boss wants to see you. It's a good job Daria had your number marked down.
Is that you, sir? Sorry, but didn't you say I didn't need to come?
I said that? When? Why?
He must have covered the receiver with his hand as I could hear his faint, muffled voice ask someone,
Are you all freaking nuts? Which one of you told Panfilov not to come?
Then his voice was back, loud and clear.
Never mind. Where are you now? You think you could get over?
I looked at the restaurant's flickering neon sign and the open terrace packed with loud, happy people. There was something I had to think about, but I couldn't for the life of me remember what it was. I paused.
I'm not far away.
I won't be long.
Please don't, Pavel said. We'll be waiting.
The phone went dead. With bated breath, I dialed Kira's number. The phone kept ringing. I erupted in cold sweat and promptly received a system message warning me about my heart rate exceeding safe parameters. Just as I accepted the fact she was dead, the phone clicked.
Phil?
Kira's voice demanded.
Do you know what time it is? Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks.
I released a long sigh of relief.
Just missing you. How are you?
I'm fine now. Can you imagine? I was very nearly hit by a truck.
No.
How did that happen?
I just left the car in the parking lot and was walking home. It was raining, so I put my hood up and lowered my head. I didn't look around.
She paused, apparently reliving the moment. I could hear her sob. Then, the phone went off in my pocket, so I stopped to answer it. And just as I did so, a god-awful truck sped right past me. Jesus. I had a feeling that might happen. Who was it who called you? I've no idea, she replied. The number didn't show, and they'd already hung up. Chapter 16. A Glass Half Full. Right now, this is a job. If I advance any higher, this would be my career. And if this were my career, I'd have to throw myself in front of a train. Jim Halpert, The Office. All things considered, it had taken me more than an hour to rejoin them. I lingered by the restaurant entrance, trying to unravel my stupid dream. I must have fallen asleep in the cab. I couldn't remember the whole thing, only the basics. My subconscious mind must have used my biggest fears, combining them into a perfect, custom-made nightmare. It had shown me the things I dreaded the most. The loss of a loved one, because Kira was my closest family, probably closer than my parents even, and the call to save humanity. A real horror for an irresponsible loafer like myself. In my dream, they'd even stripped me of my interface, which was my only fighting chance. And the wretched acid jelly? With my blenophobia, that was the most terrible mob I could think of. What a weird dream. Really, too many coincidences. The death of Kira, who indeed had barely escaped with her life, saved by the bell. Or should I say, by the phone call. And this weird connection between Panikov and Valiadis. I had to make sure it had indeed been only a dream. I needed to know if I still had the interface. So I summoned Martha. Hi, Phil. She hadn't changed one bit. Same giggly smile, same skimpy dress, same bubblegum. Hi, babe. I'd have loved to talk to her, but I didn't have the time. See you later. I walked into the restaurant nearly 2 hours after I'd left the UltraPack office. Hi, the beaming hostess greeted me. Do you have a reservation? Actually, yes. You've got a group celebrating here tonight. She raised a quizzical eyebrow. I hurried to add, UltraPack office party? She nodded. Please follow me. She led me across the dimmed restaurant past the bar and all the tables. Soft music played. A songstress was crooning something on a small stage. We walked up a steep staircase, a challenge for a tipsy patron, and arrived at their private room. I could see that the official part was already over. Mr. Ivanov, Pavel, and a few of their deputies lounged in easy chairs around a low table apart from the rest, smoking cigars and sipping their cognacs. The reps were crowded on a small balcony outside, laughing at Greg's tall stories. Someone guffawed, then immediately choked on their own laughter, exploding in a bout of coughing. That just had to be Cyril. I never liked office parties. Ditto for seminars, training classes, and other team-building activities. An office party is an introvert's worst nightmare. Not a friendly after-work get-together with a few office buddies happily getting drunk, but an organized outing, scheduled and controlled by top management. Normally, its only purpose is to shape the workforce into an obedient, unthinking crowd, introducing them to the lemming mentality and corporate rat race. The said workforce would happily overdo on the free drinks. Then, the next morning, it was back to the grindstone. Each such happening tends to expose the worst in your fellow beings. It highlights things that are normally glossed over by formalities of work etiquette, such as hypocrisy, vanity, backstabbing, and shameless lewdness. Management praises company values, watching their workforce benignly from the height of their position, encouraging them to drink and be merry. It's not every day middle-class workers can afford to come to a place like this. The workers applaud their bosses' speeches until their hands are raw, then down their drinks and exchange whispered sarcasms about the speakers. At the height of the evening, company drivers are drinking with the IT experts. The advertising department is busy wooing the accountants, while the boss's secretary, who feels as if she owns the party, accepts a drink from the chief analyst who'd already assessed her potential and is about to proceed to a more palpable analysis of her personal assets.
"Phil!"
Pavel shouted over the music. He waved to me, inviting me over to their table. Damn it. I couldn't expect a friendly work environment, not after the top brass had openly exposed me as their favorite. I couldn't help it anyway. I headed over to them.
"Look who's coming!"
Mr. Ivanov roared. His face was crimson. He'd already removed both his jacket and tie and rolled up his shirt sleeves.
"Phil, you bastard! Come here to me. Come, I'll give you a big hug."
His mood bar was maxed out. Alcohol seemed to work as an emotion enhancer. I hadn't had the chance to check this theory yet, but it looked like I just might have to now. I shook his hand, grudgingly allowing him to throw his arms around me. He gave me a bear hug and slapped my back.
"Come sit with us."
He motioned to one of his deputies, who hurried to pull another easy chair up to the table.
A cigar?
Pavel asked. No, thanks. I've just quit, I replied with just a tad of guilt in my smile.
Then you should drink with us, Mr. Ivanov announced.
The same deputy had already arranged for an extra glass to be fetched and filled it with some prohibitively expensive brew. I glanced at its stats. An 18-year-old whiskey, market value $313.65. Chemical composition, 63.9% water, 36% ethanol, traces of various microelements. The reverence for expensive brands, which had already taken a considerable knocking during my last shopping session, had now sunk to a new low. As for the rest, I could see their sincere, albeit mercenary interest in me. And although I knew very well I was nothing but a golden goose to them, still their attentions admittedly flattered me. I needed to get a grip. I shouldn't let them fool me into submission. For me, UltraPack was only a starting point. It would allow me to forget my financial worries and concentrate on personal growth. Mr. Ivanov rose and delivered a lengthy speech, slightly staggering and constantly shifting his weight from his toes to his heels. Eventually, everybody at our table rose, looking at him. My co-workers at the big table, too, stopped laughing and listened. He kept speaking, nostalgically remembering the company's early days 8 years ago. He told us how hard it had been to set up their own production line, told us about the arrival of our Pavel boy here, who was just a snot-nose then. His cigar dropped heavy clumps of ash as he poked it in the direction of the said Pavel and his deputies, describing their own respective arrivals at the company. My hand got tired holding the drink, so in the end, I lowered it. This was going to take a while.
So finally, today our company has entered a new era by closing a deal with J-Mart, he concluded. All thanks to him.
He nodded at me, thankfully without poking his cigar, and concluded, Cheers, everyone. Everyone screamed their approval of the toast and clinked their tumblers, or flat-bottomed beverage containers, as the system helpfully informed me. I, too, touched my lips to my drink. It wasn't that I was a complete teetotaler, but I knew better than to get drunk with people I barely knew, let alone in my boss's presence. I caught Mr. Ivanov's watchful stare. He shook a disapproving head at my unfinished drink.
What's wrong with you? Come on, bottoms up.
But I
drink, I tell you.
The faces around me grew serious. I gave up, picked up the wretched whiskey glass, and downed it in one slug. Mr. Ivanov's face softened. I received a minor 2-hour debuff to agility, perception, and self-control. By the same token, my mood and confidence had risen slightly.
Aha! That's a good lad, Mr. Ivanov commented, apparently pleased. Move your chair over here so we can speak. I can't hear anything with this music.
I sat closer to him, while Pavel and the others began discussing the Russian soccer team's chances at the approaching World Cup.
They can't leave it alone, can they?
Mr. Ivanov commented, then changed the subject. Where have you been? I had to go home to let the dog out, I replied in all honesty. Sincerity had served me well until now. He'd been on his own all day. Very good, he replied. The dog is man's best friend, as they say. One should never leave one's friends in trouble. So, you live alone, then? Technically, I'm still married, sir. What do you mean, technically? Where's your wife, then? I wasn't too happy with his unceremonious interest, but I saw no point in trying to avoid the subject. We're getting a divorce. She's moved back in with her parents. It just wasn't meant to happen, I suppose. I'm so sorry. He shook his head, but I'll tell you what. You two should try and make it work. Promise you'll do it. Promise me now. I promise, I agreed with a smile. There's nothing else we can do, is there? That's my boy. Excellent. Give me 5. He slapped my hand. Now, tell me a bit more about yourself. What are your goals in life? What is it you'd like to do? There's not much to tell, sir. I'm no spring chicken anymore. It took me all this time to realize I'd been just drifting along, so I decided to get my act together finally. I started looking for a job, which I've almost found, I hope. I've been jogging every morning. I started reading good books. What kind of books? Pavel interfered. He must have been listening to our conversation all along. Just sales-related? I've almost finished No BS Sales Success. Dan Kennedy. That's right. Did you read Agile Selling? Great book. Mr. Ivanov shook his head. What if you discuss your to-read list some other time? We're all done here. Pavel leaned back in his chair and took a deep draw on his cigar. You said you'd almost found a job. Mr. Ivanov chuckled. Well, let me tell you, you've found one. Tomorrow morning, get back to HR and tell them you've been hired. Your trial period is annulled. Pavel, did you hear me? Pavel nodded. You've already shown us your worth, the CEO concluded. Now, go and have fun with the boys. He motioned me toward the big table. We have things to discuss. He gestured to his deputy to fill up their glasses. I was just about to ask him about my bonus when a new system message flooded my body with a wave of pleasure. Quest alert. 1-day chance. Quest completed. You've successfully closed a sales deal for packaging products produced by UltraPack Limited. XP received, 1,500. Additional XP received, 500, for thinking out of the box, plus 20% to satisfaction. Very soon, I'd make a new level. A pleasant shiver ran over my body. It took me great effort not to betray myself to anyone. My satisfaction was close to 100%. In order to achieve happiness again, all I had to do was have a meal and a good night's sleep. The next message came as another pleasant bonus. Your reputation with Pavel Goryalov has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 5 of 60. I pulled myself together and turned to Mr. Ivanov. Excuse me, sir. What is it? He seemed unhappy I was still sitting with them. One last question. The bonus for today's deal. Are you going... A bonus? Pavel, did you hear that? The bonus! Mr. Ivanov laughed. Isn't that typical? That's the young generation for you. They don't give a damn about ideals. All they care about is money. Pavel nodded and smiled, without actually laughing. My pulse was racing. I felt I would lose it any minute. I was dangerously close to getting up and telling them all to stuff their business where the sun didn't shine. The bonus of a fraction of their multi-million deal would have covered my daily needs and then some. I could manage quite happily on it, without the need to close any more sales. I awaited their answer with a smile frozen on my face. If he thought this was funny, so did I. Having finished laughing, Mr. Ivanov finally said, This, I'm afraid, is up to your immediate superiors. Pavel, what do you think? Well, formally, it's out of the question. We're already being accommodating as it is. accepting you without the obligatory trial period. But, as a one-off incentive compensation, why not? Tomorrow Herman is wiring us the down payment. We could, I suppose, use that money to pay him a bonus of, say..." He paused, making mental calculations. 20 grand? 20,000 rubles? Were they taking the piss? I'd spent 10,000 just on buying the swimming trunks and that stupid 3-visit gym membership. And that's when my reputation with them had already improved. Had it indeed been even slightly lower, they would have ripped me off, that's for sure. "You're not happy, are you?" Pavel seemed to be enjoying it. "Very well. Let's make it 25. Enough said." "You can go now," Mr. Ivanov ordered. "You can go now, human," echoed in my mind. I was about to explode. I stood up, about to tell them to get lost, but reconsidered. I wanted these bloodsuckers to pay me my money first. Until then, I had to keep up appearances and play by their rules. "Thanks," I said, and headed across the entire length of the room for the exit. I had no intention of staying. Pointless striking up friendships with people if you weren't going to become their workmate. I was already busy thinking how I could make money with my abilities. Halfway across the room, I noticed Marina's slim outline on the balcony outside. Next to her stood one of Pavel's toadies, a guy called Dennis, waving his hands as he explained something to her. I slowed down. It looked as if the girl could use my help. Her mood was still deep in the red. A large exclamation mark of a quest giver flashed above her head. I decided to wait till they finished talking and walked over to the big table, taking a place next to Greg's. "Hi, guys," I said. "Aha! Here's the hero of the day," Cyril exclaimed. "Phil, the J-Mart Slayer." "So, have they been sufficiently grateful?" An accountant girl nodded at the boss's table. She was faking indifference, but according to her stats, her name was Vicky, and she was dying of curiosity. "You could say that," I joked darkly. "I don't even know what to do with all their gratitude. Should I reserve a table at McDonald's to celebrate? Or should I buy a vacation at my granddad's country shack?" "Have they blanked you?" Greg asked. "Well, technically I'm still not on the payroll, so they offered me a one-off compensation, which is the equivalent of one of their whiskey bottles." Wham! I'd never been a good judge of character. All of a sudden, I was showered with messages reporting my improved reputation with everyone within earshot. Indeed, sympathizing with losers is a signature Russian trait. Or was it simply that they'd had their jealousy debuffs lifted? As the news of my misfortune spread, new messages kept coming in. For a while, everyone fell silent. Then, everyone began talking at once. "Did you tell them it wasn't fair?" Vicky, the accountant girl, demanded. "You've brought them half as much again of what we sell now. You should have waited till you were officially hired before closing the deal." A strange voice came from somewhere at the center of the table. "What would you like to drink?" Greg fussed around me. "Vodka? Ah, no, you can't. You've been drinking whiskey. I'll go get some from the ITs." "Don't just sit here. Have something to eat. Let me help you." Vicky took a clean plate and piled it up with some mixed salad, a generous dose of Olivier, and a big helping of roast chicken. "Max, go tell the servers to bring him the main course." "Did they at least put you on the payroll?" Cyril asked, picking at a chicken bone. I nodded gratefully to Vicky and turned to Cyril. "The chief said, I'm hired as of tomorrow." "In which case, welcome to the club," he shouted. "Everyone has a drink. Here's to our Philip." "I'd rather you call me Phil." "Good. Here's to Phil," he announced, absent-mindedly raising his chicken leg in the air. My tipsy colleagues happily joined in. By now, they were in such a state they'd drink to anything at all. I attacked the chicken and the salads. The others left me to enjoy my food in silence. "Better now?" Cyril finally asked. I nodded. He motioned me out onto the balcony. He needed a smoke. Greg followed us uninvited. Marina was still outside. Cyril and Greg lit up.
"Can I have one?"
the girl asked. Greg offered her a cigarette and a light.
Phil, if you'll excuse my impudence,
Cyril began.
How did you find Valiantis?
I have a nephew who's also Cyril, I replied off-key.
That's my little brother's name, too,
Marina said thoughtfully.
I got it.
Cyril grinned.
You don't want to say.
It's not that, I said, trying to come up with a half-truth. You know Valiantis is on Facebook, don't you?
So what?
His check-in is sometimes turned on.
Not always. What the hell is check-in? Can't you two speak normally?
It's a feature on Facebook, Marina explained, allowing everyone to see your location. And Facebook, just so that you know, is the American analog of our VK. It means that Phil could use it to follow Valiantis' movements.
Yeah, sort of, I agreed. He was in a gym.
No, wait a sec,
Cyril insisted.
Surely you don't want to say that one of Russia's richest people reveals his movements on Facebook. What, just for his enemy's convenience? How stupid is that? So you just stumbled across his actual location, went there and spoke to him? Is that it?
Not really, I said, faking honesty. Well, in fact, I was simply unable to keep up with all the lies. I know a girl who works there. She pinged me when he arrived, so I just went there and pretended it was a coincidence. I was just lucky, that's all.
Ha! Greg said, visibly relieved. You should have said so. Checking in. Yeah, right.
That calls for a drink. Where's that bottle?
You go and get it, Cyril told him. I need to take a leak. Oops. Sorry, Marina. I forgot you were here.
Both of them left. Marina and I stayed alone on the balcony. So, how was your first day at work? I asked.
Awful.
She lit up another cigarette.
Want to tell me about it?
She paused, unsure. Then she took in a deep breath and blurted it all out, hurrying to finish before the other two returned.
There's nothing to tell. They paired me with Dennis? Apparently he's married. Yeah, right. He was all over me. He invited me to have dinner with him, and I don't have time for dating at the moment. I need to prepare for my term exams. So I said sorry, I can't. He took it very personally and stopped helping me at all. Then he said I was wasting my time. Said I wasn't going to make it anyway. And here at the restaurant he started up again. He openly asked me to have sex with him. He said he'd help me with sales then, and might even put in a word for me with Pavel. What a prick, excuse my French.
She smiled. It's okay. Nothing I haven't heard already on campus. Just tell him to get stuffed. I'm going to help you myself. She gave me a wary look. I laughed. I don't need anything from you, don't worry. Go do some reading for your exams. Deal? With a smile, she shook my hand on it. My reputation with her had grown. Soon it would reach amicability. A new quest window opened. Help a struggling student. Help your fellow trainee, Marina Tishenko, to close a sales deal for packaging products produced by UltraPack Limited. Deadline: the end of Marina's trial period. Rewards: XP, 900 points. Reputation with Marina Tishenko, 30 points. Current reputation: indifference, 25 of 30. Penalties: reputation with Marina Tishenko, minus 30 points. Current reputation: indifference, 25 of 30. Quest accepted. I was surprised at myself. Before, I'd never really bothered to do anything, even if I needed it myself. And now, I was going all out, trying to help absolute strangers. Not to earn more reputation or XP points, mind you. It just felt good doing it. I double-checked my own decision. I had no doubt I should do it. I was all for it. How long does it take to fetch a bottle of booze? I mumbled, just to break the uneasy silence. I took a peek into the restaurant. Greg had already forgotten all about us, busy drinking with someone else. Good. Time to make myself scarce. I'll be off then, I said. I've got to get up really early tomorrow. Me too, she said. Do you need a lift? I asked. I didn't mean anything untoward. I just wanted to be helpful. What are you two doing here? Vicky's shrill voice came from behind my back. Hope I'm not intruding. Of course you're not, I said. We're waiting for Greg and Cyril to come back. One is gone to fetch some booze, and the other is at the gents. Mind if I stay? Or are you two... No, we're not. It looked like I might have to stay for a while. Leaving now would confirm her worst suspicions. Victoria Vicky Koval, age 29, divorced. Children, a daughter. Compared to Marina, she was slightly worse for wear. Still, she was taller, perfectly groomed, and seemed to have a very high opinion of her charms. In the dimmed gloom of the restaurant, she looked just as attractive as Marina, and her eyes sparkled with promise. Would you like a glass of wine? Marina offered. What a great idea, sweetie. Vicky readily agreed. We might as well paint the town red. What do you think, Phil? Absolutely, I chimed in. Not tonight, my little friend, I told my darker side. Not with her. Not in this situation. You didn't have to have an alien interface installed in your brain to know she had the hots for me. Her interest indicator showed as much. The balcony doors swung open, letting in Greg and Cyril carrying an open vodka bottle, some glasses, and some snacks on plates. Greg got busy distributing the plates and pouring out the vodka. Marina arrived next, holding a wine glass for Vicky. She kept nursing it in her hands, not knowing what to do with it because Vicky was already holding a glass of vodka. Cyril lit up another cigarette. Well, they say that life has to be lived so that you have something to remember, and I propose we drink to the things that tomorrow we might be ashamed to remember. Vicky and Greg laughed. Yawning, I clinked my glass on theirs, took a symbolic sip, and set the glass down on the windowsill. I couldn't stand straight anymore. It had been a very, very long day. Actually, Greg took a hearty bite of his food. The top brass have already gone. They're going to play some normal music in a minute so we can dance. Girls, you fancy dancing? I love dancing, Vicky said. I don't, Cyril grinned, but I can stand and watch. Phil, what about you? Sorry, guys. I really need to get back home, I said. I'm so tired I might just drop dead any moment. No offense. That's all right, he assured me. The party was all thanks to you anyway. I don't feel too special either, Vicky hurried to add as she kicked off her stilettos and changed into some street shoes. Phil, mind if we share a cab? Not at all, but we need to drop Marina off first. She needs to go too. It's okay. I can manage, Marina protested. Marina, are you going too? Greg sounded lost. Please stay. It's going to be fun. Sorry, but I really can't. Greg, how about you drive Marina home? Vicky asked. I looked at Marina. She gave a barely perceptible shake of her head. No. Right, I said. Greg, it's up to you whether you want to stay or go home. Your wife is pregnant at home, isn't she? I'm going to take care of the girls. Greg looked askance at Marina. He's right, she said. You can stay, or go back home to your girlfriend, whatever you prefer. I'll go with the guys. She walked back into the restaurant. I'm going to call a cab, Vicky said, following her. Greg heaved a sigh. I'd better see you two off then. I turned to Cyril. Well, enjoy what's left of the party. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Wish I could say the same, he slurred. I really didn't like you at first. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. But you seem to be okay after all. Are you staying? Absolutely. There's nothing for me at home anyway. The place is empty. No one's waiting for me there. He doubled up in another bout of coughing. Unable to stop, he waved his hand at me, motioning for me to leave. I headed back into the restaurant. As I walked past all the gyrating dancers, I met Dennis' unfriendly gaze, the company guy Marina had been paired with. Ignoring him, I walked down the stairs toward the girls who were waving their hands at me from the entrance. Vicky was dancing on the spot. Marina stood hunched up like a ruffled bird. Greg was shifting from one foot to the other next to him, looking utterly pissed. We walked out of the restaurant. The cab had just arrived. The two girls climbed into the back. I took the passenger seat next to the driver. Greg mumbled his goodbyes and scurried back in. A great big envy debuff dominated his stats. "Where to?" the driver asked. The girls waited for me to reply. I still had a few more difficult decisions to make tonight. Chapter 17. Double-Pointed Spears. I hate myself when I get feet so cold that I can watch how innocents are hit. I hate it when they break into my soul, and hate it when into my soul they spit. Vladimir Vysotsky, The Things I Hate, translated from Russian by George Tokarev and Robert Titterton. The driver patiently waited for me to give him an address. I replied unhesitantly. "Marina? Where are you going?" That was the right thing to do. Had we dropped Vicky off first, the entire office would be buzzing tomorrow, discussing Marina's easy virtues. Vicky would never have believed the contrary. This kind of notoriety was the last thing Marina needed. She was only a child, after all. The two girls in the back seat got busy discussing some latest Instagram sensation while I closed my eyes and drifted off, losing my battle with sleep. I must have really needed it. When Vicky opened the door and began to shake me awake, I struggled to find my bearings. Phil? Phil? Wake up. We're home. Vic? Is that you? Where's Marina? She's back on campus. Don't worry. I looked around. The cab was parked next to some high-rise building. The driver tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Vicky looked at me expectantly. "Well," I said. "See you tomorrow? Or would you like me to take you home?" She laughed. "That would be very nice of you. Come on, I've already paid." She'd paid. Unwilling to embarrass her in front of the driver, I climbed out of the cab. It looked like I'd have to play it by ear. In a perfectly natural motion, Vicky's hand reached for mine. Her fingers interlaced with mine. She led me toward the building. Her interest in me remained high. Her motives were pretty clear. My sexual frustration debuff was clocking up its last minutes. Liberal amounts of oxytocin coursed through my blood. The only thing that still stopped me was my married status and the wedding ring on my finger. She paused by the building's front door and dialed the entry code. The lock clicked open. Without stepping inside, I swung it open for her, letting her in. "Phil?" I showed her the ring. She shrugged. "Please, is it so serious?" "Not really. We're getting a divorce." "So? Don't you like me?" "I do," I replied in all honesty. "But—" She was a pretty girl. She liked me. She was free, and so was I. Well, almost. The night was still young. Had I had one extra shot of vodka back at the restaurant, we'd have already been all over each other. No idea what was stopping me. Still, I hesitated. I'd never cheated on Yana before. With this ring on my finger, I didn't feel free. It just wasn't the right thing to do. She peered me in the eye, apparently weighing up her chances.
"Well, whatever," she finally said, unable to conceal her disappointment.
She swung round and sashayed away, her back straight and proud, her head high. My blood boiled. I couldn't take it any longer. With the tips of my fingers, I pried the almost shut, heavy door open again. I took the ring off my finger and slid it into my pocket. I caught up with her by the elevators and draped my arm around her waist as we stepped inside. Smiling, she pressed the button and turned to face me. I kissed her. With a weak groan, she greedily answered my kiss. Her hands brushed over my hair, my neck, my face, until we gave in to the impulse. About an hour later, my sexual frustration debuff was successfully lifted. Task status: remove the sexual frustration debuff. Task completed. XP received: 50 points, plus 15% to satisfaction. The system message had appeared at the least opportune moment. Still, its arrival added to the climax, their synergy showering me with some out-of-this-world sensations. This called for a second go, slow and unhurried. Later, a new skill message appeared in my view. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name: Seduction. Current level: 4. XP received: 500. We never got any sleep that night, sharing with each other the excess of our sexual energy. As Vicky took a smoke break, I checked my stats. My stamina had grown a few percent. With the first rays of sunshine, she dragged me into the shower with her to wash off the tangy aroma of our nightly exploits. From there, she brought me to the kitchen. Despite the lack of sleep, we were both wide awake. She sat me down at the table and began cooking breakfast. The only thing she had on was a misshapen black Armin van Buren t-shirt. That morning I saw her in a different light. Not the office femme fatale, but a rather plain girl, tall and fit. She had the broad shoulders of a swimmer, which suited her a lot, adding to her posture and offering a great landing point for her long, dark blonde hair. The rising sun highlighted the smattering of freckles on her face. As she paused thoughtfully in front of the fridge, she wrinkled her nose in the cutest way. Without all the makeup, she looked at least 10 years younger. She dashed around the kitchen, slicing ham, cheese, bread, and tomatoes, making coffee, and pouring out the orange juice. Before I could protest, she grabbed the iron and pressed my office shirt. "I have a daughter," she informed me. "She's at my parents' at the moment." "Cool. If she's anything like you, she must be a very pretty girl." "She's pretty, yes, but in a different way. She took after her father." She must have noticed my uneasiness, because she added, "He left us on her first birthday. He just didn't come back home." "Why?" "Well, I suppose it's about me. I had an awful character back then. He just couldn't take it any longer. We were too young and unwilling to compromise, both of us. Come on, eat your breakfast now." "I am eating it," I mumbled through a mouthful of food. "What's on your agenda for today? I could give you a lift to work," she said jokingly. "I still need to get back home, feed the animals, and walk the dog." "Do you have a dog and a cat? How cool. I wish I could have a dog. I love German Shepherds." "That's exactly what I have. His name is Richie. He's not my dog, actually." I told her Richie's story. I liked the fact that she wasn't fishing into all the details of my failed marital life and upcoming divorce. She hadn't even asked me about my wife's name. Strangely enough, I felt perfectly at ease with her, which normally isn't the case after a spontaneous one-night stand like this. I felt at home, at her place. She was still interested in me. She kept casting glances at me. Her interest bar stayed at 100%. Also, my reputation with her had jumped directly to amicability, bypassing indifference altogether. Between this and my improved seduction, I only had 700 points till the next level. Having finished my breakfast, I received a caffeine buff and an improved happiness buff. Happiness, 2. Your satisfaction levels have exceeded 120%, plus 75% to vigor, plus 2 to all main characteristics. Duration, as long as satisfaction levels exceed 100%. I really should go back to the gym while the buff was still active, just to see whether I'd indeed become 2 points stronger. Vicky saw me to the door. No idea what was going on in her head. Still, I could see that her mood had plummeted. I really didn't want to see her sad. I gave her a hug. She clung to me. I kissed her neck, then whispered into her little ear. "Would you like to go to the movies?" Her mood rapidly improved. She beamed. "Why not? When? Today?" "How about tomorrow? Tonight I have dinner at my parents'. Also, we could use some sleep, don't you think?" "Okay." She released her embrace. "Now go. See you at work." I barely made it home. Both Richie and Boris told me everything they'd been thinking about me, then demanded their food. While the cat headbutted my legs, Richie reared up, laid his front paws onto my chest, and barked in my face.
"What's up, boss?"
"Sorry, guys," I said. I didn't promise it wouldn't happen again, though. I laid out their food and topped up their water bowls. This time, I had even less time to walk Richie than the night before. "Sorry, Rich. No time for ceremonies. Just do it quick, quick." He understood. He headed for the first suitable spot without sniffing around in search of that one unique place good enough to do the deed. What a shame I didn't have the time even for the briefest of runs. Still, in my current state, 24 hours of rushing around with barely any sleep, any physical exercise might do me more harm than good. Strangely enough, I hadn't received a lack of sleep debuff yet. If I remembered rightly from my college years, it might probably appear closer to lunchtime. I wasn't at all surprised, glimpsing Alec walking toward me from a distance. I already had a few ideas regarding his quest. Now was the perfect moment to check them while he was still on his way. I opened the interface. Where was that map now? I highlighted all the supermarket chains I'd studied the day before, then added a new search filter. Stock worker wanted. Almost all of the stores remained on the map. Excellent.
"Oh, Phil. Hi, man," Alex said, about to give me another bear hug.
"Hi, wait a sec." I entered another search parameter. 90% probability of hiring Romuald Alec Zukov. Bummer.